All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the NSE CSGO Stay at Home series. My name's John, Dr. Bai Cheer, and joining me today is Robert BCG Thomas. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Looking forward to this. It's a lovely day outside, but we're going to be in for a long day. We got three best of threes coming up for you today. 8 teams competing for that top spot. Plenty of monster available. A bit of money as well. What can you say to that?
Yeah, definitely some exciting prizes up for grabs here for the top three teams. So first place will take home £250 and some monster for each of the players. Second place gets 150 with some monster, and third place gets £100 with some monster, and fourth place also gets some monsters for each of the players. And then throughout the rest of the tournament, we've got some exciting challenges for kind of the rest of the team. So for the best of the rest tournament, the winner of that will get some monster energy. I think there's prizes for the most kills, monster plays. So if you use exclamation mark monster plays, Twitch chat, that should pop up a command to clip the stream and things like that. Exciting things, lots of monster energy on the line. I'm pumped, and we've got some very good teams coming up in the bracket. So if we have a look at the bracket now, we've got in first seed UEC Stags, a dominating force in the university scene right now. They won the previous split. They're kind of pretty much undefeated. They've run undefeated through the stay at home series, and they're in the finals of the spring split. So if you want to talk more about UE, Rob.
Indeed, undoubtedly the first seed right now in the NSE season. They're waiting in the finals, which we played next weekend with Bath, I believe. So they've come through the spring split very comfortably. They went through the Swiss stage as well. That happened yesterday. For those of you who aren't aware, we had a big Swiss stage. All these teams played 5 or 6 matches to get to this top 8 bracket. They went through undefeated, beating some other teams in the bracket like York NRM, for example.
Yeah, definitely a dominating force, and I think the competition for them, they'll be looking quite forward to having some tough games. But I think right now they're looking to cruise on through. They're heading up against Sussex Sharks in the first round, but we are going to be streaming York NRM versus Warwick Esports. So York, a team that has been around the scene for a long time, and I think me and you both know that team very well, don't we, Rob?
Well, yeah, I used to IGL. I played for the York team for a couple of years, and incidentally, the team they're up against, Warwick, was the main opposition when I was playing. Warwick were the best team in the country. There's 3 players still in that Warwick team from that dominant Warwick Stretchy Boys lineup that we can remember, and we both played against a number of times, and presumably both lost against a number of times as well. So we've got maybe 5 or 6 players from that sort of 2017-18 maybe grudge match coming back and playing against each other in 2020, which for me personally, having played around then in the New Orleans, the NSE leagues, is very exciting to see.
Yeah, definitely so. And then into the next matchup, we've got DUM from DMU and Edge Hill Esports. Edge Hill Esports are still rocking Jake Zubin, who is a little bit of a cursed figure in the UK esports scene. So we'll be keeping an eye out for him, see if he pulls off any assisted shots. but
Something like
a
that.
very
And
interesting matchup
yeah,
in the fourth round or in the fourth slot with two Portsmouth teams coming up against each other.
and you can see just based on the team names that perhaps Portsmouth Paladins are the favourite in that matchup. They are our second seed going into this bracket, and perhaps the favourite to make out with that lower half to face Udbury Sea Stags in the final. We'll have to wait and see if that happens, of course. Maybe the Portsmouth Rejects can prove their worth. They could upset the Paladins and advance to that semi final, but we'll see.
Yeah, some exciting matchups going on too, but we are going to follow York National Railway Museum versus Warwick Esports. So we have had the vetoes come in earlier today, and so the map picks are as follows. So we got Inferno being picked by Warwick, Overpass picked by York, and then Mirage as a decider. And an interesting point is that when your Warwick picked Inferno, York decided to start T out on it.
Having played with Sigma W, the in-game leader for York, he's a big believer in that philosophy that if you start off on the T side, you get warm, you have the AKs, you can land those one-hit headshots, you can get sort of going and maybe steamroll the series. So they'll be looking to get quick 2-0. I think looking at these maps as well, they do perhaps favour Warwick though. They played Inferno 4 times in the Swiss stage. York, they played Nuke 3 times, Train once. They played Overpass on one occasion. But for the most part, the maps they like playing aren't really in this veto as much. They love that Nuke pick.
Yeah, and I think Warwick are a team that they're a bit new form. They've had players with a lot of history, but coming into this tournament, they're a bit of a mixed team, just coming in. three old school players picking up Don Harold and Musty, two players with less experience and maybe less skill than the core three of the lineup. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform, but they have only really been playing Inferno throughout the Swiss stage. So it might be a bit of a difficult best of three. As when speaking to Jamie, he said that they weren't so prepared on other possible maps. So I think coming into Overpass, they'll have a lot of harder time. But I think with Overpass being a bit of a pugging map, they should have a little bit of a better run in there.
I'd be surprised if Warwick could take Overpass, actually. I know that they did used to play the map a lot, but towards the end of that Stretchy Boys run, it was their permaban. They were avoiding it as much as possible. So to then remove two of the talented players from that roster and slot in Harold and slot in Musty, like you mentioned, who perhaps aren't quite on the same level as the other three players, I think they might really struggle to adapt to that Overpass pick. But like you said, Inferno, they're very comfortable on this map. They've prepared a bit for it. Could be a 1-1 there, moving on to Mirage, and that is a very puggy map. I know York have had their issues on it in the past. The T-side struggle to get going sometimes. So if that happens, then Warwick could take this series despite being a bit more of the pickup team.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think for Warwick to really stand a chance in this series, they really need to hit hard on the first half of Inferno. They need to get a bank of rounds ready. All the players are in the server, so hopefully we'll be getting into the game soon. But it'll be interesting to see. So yeah, we are going into it now as players are ready. And I think on the side of York, there are some potential stars that could shine through here to kind of contest against Jamie, who's probably one of the best uni players that has played in the kind of Newell and NSE, winning what with Warwick Stretchy Boys probably around 5 or 6 tournaments. So it'd be difficult for York to compete against him individually. But we'll see how they compete as a team overall.
Yeah, definitely. Gotta say that Jamie's one of the strongest players to ever played in the Newell. You did mention on Edge Held that we have the controversial figures. There's been a few of those in the past as well. We can look at some of the UWE players perhaps as being individually very talented, but they also have the team play, and that's something you've got to edge to York in this matchup as well. These five have been playing together all season. They've played plenty of matches together. They know what each other do, and they trust each other in these matchups. Perhaps the better three players that we've mentioned on Warwick might not be as trusting of their teammates. You know, they're not used to playing with them. We have mentioned that maybe skill-wise there's a bit of a disparity in this roster. So players like Jamie, like Josh, might take it upon themselves to try and go above and beyond, and a good team-based team can punish that.
Yeah, I think from watching Warwick play yesterday on Inferno that if they start to hit A, if York start to hit A, then I feel there'll be a lot of problems being encountered for the Warwick side, having to do a lot of retakes on A. I think the coordination over towards that A bomb site is lacking. And having played against York this season on Inferno, I know their A execs are quite dangerous, quite explosive. So this could be kind of a bit of a dangerous matchup there going in for them. But we have just had the knife round go down. Oh, not even knife round, but we are going into the game now. So hopefully we'll see some interesting strats come out in the pistol round.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign of whether a team's structured if you see some sort of nade execute coming out on the pistol rounds. You've got the better
Nade?
teams tend to go for some kind of execute. We've got Iwan actually picking up the Tech 9. We should have known we're playing on the new patch here, so the Tech 9 has been buffed. It's got a bit more running
Yeah.
accuracy because it needed that definitely. So
But
let's
he's
see
not
if he
being
can put
rate
that to
bossed
work.
onto another player. So we are going to see the CTs go for the second mid aggression here, taking fight straight away, taking it into the T's, and Iwan picking up one with a Tech 9, but trade quickly back on Don Harold, but Sigma W picks up Harold in return.
Ooh,
Jamie
nice
with
shot
a
from
nice
Jamie.
one tap there. So
That's
he's even
scary.
up. But I feel that's the sort of aggression you want to see from the CTs there. You know, whittle down the numbers and kind of take the fight to York. Don't let them prepare for this execute. Now you see the smoke being passed on to Clyde. We'll
Yeah,
see
but
how
they had
there.
far more nades, didn't they, on that T side? They had a flash, they had a Molotov, I believe, as well, to try and form some execute in the late round. But Warwick, like you say, second mid push. Well, you're grouping up at B now. Going to put that smoke out on CT and just take this dry fight with Josh. He needs to land some heads.
Oh,
Hits the first, backs away though, staying alive. 3-on-2 retake, that's what you want. He shouldn't be taking any more fights now until the bomb's gone down.
yeah, nice discipline there from Josh. Letting the bomb plant go down here, but might go for a bit of an aggressive peek here. It's left onto Hep and Collide, two of the newer players on the York side, looking to hold on as the CTs are coming in for this retake. Jacob has the kit in hand. Jamie takes out the first player, Collide. Ed left all to do, but cannot find any shots there. And Warwick pick up the first round there in quite a dominating fashion.
Yeah, perfectly played by Josh there, just backing away like you mentioned. That's all he needs to do there. He gets the first pick, stays alive. If that's a 2-on-2 with that backside crossfire, then you won't be seeing the York players going for those peaks. They want to level it up into an even playing field before the Warwick players can get back into the site. But instead, Jamie hits that 6 shot from CT and they just sweep up Hep in dark. He's got no chance there in the 1-on-3.
Definitely. And we'll see how things progress as the teams are starting to go into a bit of a force buy. Collide picking up a full set of utility and an AK, Hep also on the AK. So a bit of a raid boss setup here. We'll see if they can find the fights. The AKs are going to be a lot better than the weaponry on the CT side here.
Yeah, while this round's building up, I want to bring up something you mentioned before we went live with the price reduction of the M4A1S. You mentioned that you wanted to see some of the CTs running it so they could get more rifles in this second round, because even though the SG's been nerfed, these AK buys are still going to be coming in thick and fast whenever there's a bomb plant on that T side. So that extra range, that extra rifle might actually make a big difference. We're going to see York grouping up once again towards this B site.
But Josh,
LSW.
he's got some retake nades ready, and so he's gonna throw the smoke down and the Molotov to try and force these T's out. But they are just gonna back off into banana, and the boost comes out immediately, and that's a nice reactionary play from Hep to take down Josh. But I like the ideas from Warwick. It just seems like the nades didn't really land. There was no damage being put out with that utility thrown.
Yeah, there was
Gonna be
that one
left to
close
Jamie.
Molotov, but that was it. That didn't seem to have that extra smoke that landed at that banana choke
I think
point just
I
by
think
the
the
wall.
smoke was missed.
Yeah, you need that if you're going to be retaking that. That leaves the wall boost as the only possible way to counter that, and Hep obviously boosted up immediately. Great counterplay from York there. And we're going to see Jamie backing away. They're going to gamble on this A stack. We've got Iwan selling the fake here, but all the remaining members of York are going to go into B and find empty house, free real estate, free bomb plant. This is going to be a 1-1 situation.
Yeah, nice round coming out from the T side there, playing it very slowly, just allowed to get banana control for free. The CTs obviously tried to play retake there, but it didn't pay out. The utility not quite as effective as they'd hoped for. However, Jamie can find a pick early on. They can maybe start to creep on in as the CTs are all starting to come through CT spawn. But a lot of time has ticked through on the bomb, so it's going to be a very difficult retake, and maybe they're looking to take some guns out of the hands of the terrorists.
Not convinced. Nades are flying in now. Hep's going to be more out of position. He gets picked off by Jamie. Collide's next in line. He gets dropped as well, but LSW through with the
No.
Deagle can only find one. Surely this isn't going to go away. Sigma
Jacob
W
needs
still
to
in
get on the
dark.
bomb now.
Sigma W's got to win this round for him. He's done it.
Oh, nice MP9 shot there, but very well played from the CTs to take a lot of guns out of the hands. They unfortunately lose that round. Dark not hard cleared out, but I think that's going to be a very dangerous potential retake coming out in later rounds, as we see from York. They had 5 players towards that B site, all alive, and with those nades coming down, they were all forced out and all traded out very quickly. And so, if this continues on, then I could feel York losing a couple of B post plants there.
Definitely. That probably shouldn't have gone as well as it did for them. They did have limited utility on the T side to hold that off, but still, 5 players in the site. You don't expect to be losing all 5. They win the round though, and that saved AK. Gonna force Warwick into a force by themselves here. AK on Don Harold. I wouldn't mind seeing that thrown over to Jamie perhaps. He's perhaps the best aimer on this team.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
York.
I don't know why he has still held on to it. Jamie with the AKs, just explosion waiting to happen for that pop off ability, and Don Howdy is gonna Molotov off short as Panda or Sigma W. I don't even know who that is on the team. Has snuck on by past it, but they are starting to get ready to wrap here.
There
They
is
got
one
bracket.
player in that CT area. He's just got a 5-7 though. He's not going to be a hold down this push. He's waiting for someone to walk into his crosshair. He's being very reactive. Got no information, but Hep looks like he's curious. Will back away, and it's all going to come down to this saved AK on Don Harold and Musty in the pit with just a deagle.
But the CTs are fully aware of what's going on. Musty finally lands that headshot, cannot find anything else, and the T's trade on through quickly there. Feel like if Musty was able to connect those shots sooner, there's a lot more chance for them into that round. They had the read on, the rotations were in, they were ready to take those fights. Just the trading ability from these AKs was just too overwhelming for the CTs, and they are going to go 1-2 down here in the
That crossfire
early
between
rounds of
Pit
first off.
with the deagle and the AK on site could have been huge, but as you mentioned, Musty can't quite land that headshot as quickly as he needs to, can't swing to help his teammates, and the AKs do eventually prevail, bringing this down to a 2-1 advantage for York. Now, Josh, just going to save onto this CZ and Kevlar, maybe look for an AK on the exits, but York being somewhat careful going together.
But they did force up into this, the CTs, so their economy won't be too good here. $2,000. Josh will take down one player and a
Oh no.
second there. Will not be able to find an AK there, but padding his stats out and weakening the economy of the T side here. There's going to have to be some AKs dropped over. We'll see if the CTs want to force back into this again. I don't think they should do, but
No. Thankfully they weren't. It would have been a pretty reckless decision to go for another buy there. We're going to see 5 AKs out on the York side. I would have liked to see some SMGs here to maybe farm some cash, make up for those 2 lost rifles. There's a big difference between keeping 4 people alive and 2 people alive in a round like that. It looked so clean for so long, but they weren't able to bring through most of their players. This mid-crunch could go horribly. There's 4 players stacked up here, and they're going to be walking into the grinder. The light's going to be dropped? Surely no. Somehow they clean it up. But, oh my goodness. It's all going wrong. Josh has picked up an AK, but thankfully for York, he's on the other side of the map on B. He's going to be rotating as quickly as possible, but the A site's already been lost. I went and Collide, both sub 50 HP. That could have got very ugly very quickly.
yeah, Josh has picked himself up an AK, and he has got the armor here, so he is able to kind of take these fights a little bit more freely here. But what's so surprising, kind of, how few kills the CT's got in mid. Jamie double dinks the first player down, and there's 3 players towards shorts who kind of were not grouped up together. There was one player playing quite far back towards the back of Porch who was isolated, and then the top Porch player was isolated. The same for the player under Porch. So if they were to kind of maybe hold the same angle together, I think it could have gone a lot better for the way of the CTs here. But Josh looking to get some exit frags, picks up the first frag and gets the second there. I1 and Collide taken down, and it's left onto LSW to just stay alive in pit here. But again, so much economical damage being put out by the CTs. You know, they're just hurting the economies of the T side each round. And if you look at Collide, Sigma W, and HEP, they're not going to be able to afford that many nades between themselves. Only 2 people kind of cannot pick up the nade. So we'll see if they pick up some gals or another set of weapons just to buy some utility into this round. However, the CTs have gone fully invested in with the M4s and nades.
Yeah, rounds on the board, but they're definitely not clean from York. We're going to see the Krieg coming out for I1. It's a bit of a questionable decision given the nerf. Both you and I were saying we don't think it's going to see much play, but he clearly has faith in it still, likes that scoped rifle perhaps. But
Yeah.
early nades down Banana, not going to deal much damage, and Josh is going to be pushing into LSW here. See if there's a gap.
I think this is a dangerous push. The smoke is just denying too much info for the CTs here, and they cannot cleanly peek in, but they're going to stick around for a while, and Josh will get caught off guard. Jamie's going to have to play close now. Fend off against multiple Ts, but the running pre-fire comes in, and that's going to be the B site cleaned up for the terrorists. And CT's going to have to save straight away. It's looking to be 4-1, and the rounds have been close, but York have been prevailing in each one of these straight after pistol rounds, so they've been doing very well for themselves here coming into this. And they're looking kind of very hot, very prepared. Warwick, they seem a little bit lost.
Yeah, they looked very unconvinced as to what they were doing on that banana push. They had the deep smoke, but they hadn't cleared out either of the 2 corners. They just had a smoke in front of that. They had very little info, and they weren't really sure if they wanted to push in or they wanted to play back and use more nades. So they ended up getting caught halfway between anything really. And then that disgusting running pre-fire from LSW is just one of them where you've got to throw your hands up and say, "He got me. Can't do anything about that." So very clean round finally for York here. Warwick not going to be going for any hunts. They want to retain their rifles into the next round. So instead it's going to be York on the chase to see if they can damage the CT economy. But with these 3 players buried deep in the site, then there shouldn't be any kills coming in, as Sigma's probably the only one who's even going to find time to take a fight.
Yeah. If the Ts can take out some of the guns out of the hands of the CT players, that'd be very impactful, but the CTs are just going to hide and wait. And they're going to keep 3 M4s alive here. And so they should be able to pass over some weapons, and kind of force back into this next round. Jamie going straight into that glass cannon orb here. Don Harold getting the FAMAS dropped over towards him and just holding onto the M4, sat at 6-2 right now. But, you know, the kills, that they're still there for the CTs, but they're mostly exit frags at the moment, and they haven't been leading the way in opening kills. And it looks like the Ts are going to do this fast long exec or fast mid pop. Oh, Sigma comes through the smoke, and it's onto Don Harold, who will not be able to find anything but Jacob with a double spray down. Means it's a 2-for-2 trade right now, and it's left onto Musty in pit. The Molotov comes down. He's going to have to smoke himself off. And the T's are just going to swarm all around him. As Collide looking to find the kill. Will get one before being traded out. And now it's a 2-on-2 here.
Full set of utility still on Josh. He can use that Molotov to try and flush out one of the positions, but Jamie's going to be popped in the head immediately by Iwan with that Krieg. So all on Josh now, 1v2 retake. Still doable with these nades, but quite a difficult situation with this pit site crossfire going on. The smoke's going to allow him to walk forward into the site a bit, and the Molotov to try and force Iwan out of position, but there's still nades on LSW as well. He can molly out the bomb if he needs to, and isn't even going to come to that. Iwan's going to find another headshot in around 2k for him, and 5-1 for York now. They're running away with this.
Yeah, definitely so. And there's a lot of trading going back and forth for the CTs, but you know, it's not ideal. They need to be getting more multi-frags there. Don Howard just allows so many players to come out mid and just doesn't pick up a frag of his own, and it's on to Jacob to try and even things out. But when you've got 5 players bursting out so quickly, it's going to be nigh on impossible to get all of them.
Yeah, he did
So
well, to be fair to him, with that
yeah,
straight transfer onto the second, but just not enough by the end of the round. Going to see the AWP coming up for Sigma W now on the T side. Maybe not the most favorable weapon on Inferno, but he got one for free, so may as well take it. Going to be perhaps fighting Josh, but he's going to back away with that info. Sees 2 at the bottom of Banana. And you're going for another slow round. Don't want to make the same mistakes they have in the past up against these pistols. Want to allow that economy to keep growing.
yeah, I feel like
Oof.
Warwick definitely need to change up the pace here. Maybe rotate the setups over. Get Jamie kind of rotating more fluidly, playing towards A, playing towards B, just changing sites each round just to try and get a little bit more presence, make York a kind of be a bit more respectful in the map so far here. As the CTs have fully given up brackets, just holding on. And Musty with a nice headshot takes down Collide here, looking for another frag. Gotta be careful of a potential trade here, but these are gonna walk straight back towards Banana, fearful of a stack of deagles. But they haven't got much info about them.
No, there's no grenades on this B side. That AK's been retrieved, but that's miles away on the A side. It's all going to be down to these headshots from Josh and Jamie. If there's any 2 players on this Warwick side you want to hit them, it'll be them. Jamie's going to be taking contact. Players jumping across, but he's going to be picked off from the side, and now Josh smoked out. He's got no way to deny this plan.
Yeah, but the spam comes in. Sigma W goes low here. But with Jamie taken down for free here, it's a 4-on-4 retake. One smoke has already been thrown, and that's going to land towards Banana, and that's going to isolate off Pep here. But there's so many T's in the site, and they've got the AKs in hand, and that's going to clean on up. LSW with 2 nice frags, and the I1 to finish it off. 6-1 now, and Warwick are so far out of this game. They need a miracle to come back into this.
Yeah, and we've got to remember this is Warwick's map pick as well, and that decision to start on the T side by York is looking better and better with every round that goes by. Double AWP out now for the T side. Jacob and Jamie picking one up. Each that's going to be one of the A and B side players. And I want to see them go aggressive with this. Try and find an early pick.
Yeah,
Just to relieve
Jacob's
some of that
looking to
pressure.
go for this. Oh no, but the T's are fast up Banana here, and Jamie will not find a shot that lands. So the CTs are forced very rapidly back as the T's starting to burst out. Jamie finds one frag here as Josh runs in, but Jamie finds a second with the AWP in hand. The flash comes out, is big here, but he cannot find the shot, and he's now going to reposition himself. The T's are yet to clear him, and the Molotov comes out, and that's an angle held by Sigma W, but it's too little too late. Jacob chimes in, but
The
we're
bomb
into a
dropped in the
2-on-2.
open, and there's no smokes left on the T side, so they're going to have to take this fight into CT at some point. Luckily, they do have the AWP on Sigma W, so he hopefully has the advantage over that range, but Warwick can just sit back and wait for them to try and retrieve this bomb.
And they've got that utility to go
Oh,
for a
wow.
retake here. Musty with a full set of utility, and Don Harold with 2 flashes here. However, we have mentioned these 2 players are not the strongest players on the Warwick side, so maybe a little bit scared to go for this. But we'll see them both creep round towards construction here.
Gonna see this backside crossfire again. They're gonna hear the scoping from Sigma W, and Collide is moid out, so he's gonna have to take a drive fight. They know where Sigma W is, so they should be able to just double peek this and win the round. And with that missed shot, that's gonna be the round over. So the retake is successful. Don Howell picks up both kills there. Huge Molotov. I thought when National Railway Museum found those 2 additional smokes from the bodies on the site, that was going to be round over, but that retake went perfectly, and they're going to save the double up setup into the next round.
Yeah, it felt very passive from National Railway Museum in that 2 versus 2. Smoked down CT, but the positions were very far back, and it gives the CTs a lot of time to go for that retake here, and it allows them to maintain that double up setup here. So hopefully, this is kind of the way that work find back into this if they don't want to get rolled over. As Jacob looks to hold down towards mid, will not take that fight into T Ram. He's aggressive as ever now. It's a little bit of a change of pace from them.
Yeah, LSW is going to eat some nades towards Banana. He gets down to 20 immediately. That's always frustrating. He's got to be careful from the wallbang from Jamie, but he's just going to hide away in that cubby and hope his teammates can take control somewhere else to try and get him out alive.
Yeah, with this early like kind of banana take from the CTs, it means that the rotation can come on in. We've got one player in pit and two towards site, which allows Josh to rotate towards Arch and take over long here. But Ivan, he might be able to find some space coming out of apartments here. Nobody's really holding, but Jamie taken down over towards B means that the rotate is going to be very rapidly back towards it, but the T's are still maintaining this A pressure.
Yeah, not able to capitalize. They did have an empty B bomb site for a moment there, but the bomb was down just on the T ramp, so maybe can't push in that quickly. There's going to be an AWP pick on the lurk. That's I1, but the bomb is still making its way towards A. You're pretty unsure of what they're doing, but with this arch side presence that Collide's got, he's going to be looking for a kill onto Don Harold.
But they're
He's
rotating out.
What is
And
this
Jacob's
round?
going to get caught here. And Collide, he's found some space, and now the T's are going to be able to run all over A. It's 4-on-1 here. Musty's going to have to hold on. Will not be able to find anything there. Now the CT is going to force into a save, and that's a very questionable call there. It must be from Josh over towards Coffins to call that rotate back towards B. There's no really no need for it. They didn't retake any map control to get that info. It's just a good call, and it allows the long player to give all the information over that the CTs are rotating towards B, and he gets a lurk kill for himself, and York are now up 7-2.
Yeah, to be fair to Josh, I think Iwan's been lurking out with A quite regularly, so they got the pick onto him, and they also did lose that B bomb site for 15-20 seconds because Jamie was playing their solo when he got picked. So it's quite easy for them to think that maybe they're coming into the B site, maybe they're already in the B site, and maybe cheat another player over, but it works out perfectly for York in the end. They're going to save an M4 and an AWP on the CT side, so they will be able to buy up around this. A couple of drops coming through, but only one AWP moving forward into round 10.
Yeah, and he's going to be back on the hands of Jamie here. Wasn't boosted up on the wall over towards Banana, so I don't think he had the best position to kind of solo it. Wasn't even playing kind of passive towards CT and playing retake. So a little bit questionable here. However, I think he's put a lot of weight on his shoulders to try and carry his team through this. The nade's going to come down Banana, and that's going to be Collide picked up early. The fast spawn doesn't help when there's no flashes to fight Jamie off the angle. And now it's kind of the first round in which the CTs have got that first pick early on, and we'll see how the T's can stabilize and execute from this point onwards.
Yeah, very dry peak for Collide there. Spam coming down to Harold. Not seeing a kill through there very often, but down to 40 HP. That's annoying for him, at least.
And he still wants to hold on to that same position here. So
yeah,
if I1 heard that, Spam probably has the information and could go for another bit of wallbang here.
Doesn't look like he's just going to be flashing out, showing some presence here with two players towards Banana as well. York still undecided as to where they want to finish up this round. Looks like with the players walking away from B there, they might be settling on this A hit. I1 going to be showing presence with Hep. He's going to get picked off by Jacob, and he can't force his way out of Boiler with just one player. That's not going to go well for him.
So yeah, I1 just immediately backs off that trade.
And the only damage has been done through the wall onto Don Harold. For all York now, they've done nothing. They've got no map control. They've gained top Banana, and that's about it for the cost of two players.
Yeah, nice work here from the CTs though. Finally a round in which they kind of got the upper hand in it, but I1 managing to sneak through Arch here means Josh is all alone for when this B hit comes in. And this could be a round thrown away. Yeah, but Josh has to hold on as the T's just wait passively.
10 seconds.
A nice rotate from the CT, so to go straight down middle here. Josh just has to play retake. He just has to buy himself some space. Don't go too much. Don't die here. It'll make the retake much harder as I1's creeping in and the fight could be taken. And now go crunch on him, but Don Harold up fast. Takes down LSW, but Sigma W with the trade here. But Jacob and Musty, maybe they're not known yet, but missed shot here. And Musty's managing to hold on for dear life somehow. trade 1-for-1 here in Sigma W. Will he find that shot? And he will land it this time round. And they've won the 3-on-5.
Can't believe that round went that way.
I don't know how.
They've perfect call, to be fair. Ewan somehow managing to get into the CT spawn there, finds the pick onto Jamie, and Josh left alone and can't stop the plant with just 4 seconds left. But somehow they convert that round. 8-2 now for York, and that one's got to feel bad for Warwick. That one, they had that in the bag.
Yeah, I just don't know how they've let that one slip. They just need to allow Josh to keep alive. He just needs to keep alive there. And if he stays alive for 10 more seconds or 5 more seconds, perhaps, they win that round here. But Josh aggressive towards Banana with 2 Deagle headshots there. And head trades back towards Don Harold. That's a lot of work done by Josh. But it could have been thrown away a little bit as Collide goes to collect the bomb. And now they have this mana advantage again. We'll see how the CTs can close it out. They have forced up a little bit into the round, and Jamie has the orb, so they're going to leave him there.
Yeah, gonna see Josh rotating over then towards the A side. Just 2 pistols currently defending this position as York are gonna go through the mid choke point. Jacob and Josh here towards long. They could swing this together and maybe pick up these kills. It's just Musty in towards the A site on his own. 1 moto smoke and they could have this site pretty much for free, but instead they're gonna walk towards long. Josh is here with the AK-47. Let's see if he can find a kill.
That's around and remains aggressive. And the T's have baited a lot of rotation over, so the CTs are going to prep for this long hit, and Musty sat towards pit. We'll find the info now as Collide runs through the short smoke. Will not connect a headshot, and Jacob immediately traded out here. T's have got this A site. And Josh got another nice headshot there.
This is all on Josh so far. Musty stayed alive in the pit. Full credit to him so far for doing what he's done. Iwan's on 7 HP. He's been tad low, and Josh has still got this AK-47 and looking to do even more damage. He's on 3 kills so far.
But Musty's just causing harassment here. The T's cannot ignore this pit player. A nice headshot from Collide, but Jamie trades it out, and that round's all off the back of Josh there as he gets 4 kills starting off just with a deagle. Cleans it all up. But we can see the weakness from the CT side setups here. The rounds they win, they're often very individual here, Rob. And
yeah.
I think players like Musty and Don Harold, they need to change the way they play. Musty's just that dedicated pit player. It just doesn't seem to be working out. He never gets any kills. He never delays. He needs to find kind of somewhere kind of better to play, something else. Maybe a double sight setup, ignore the pit and just hold a crossfire just so when the T's trying to enter on in, they can maybe take down 2 or 3 of them.
I do think he did quite well that round staying alive, but you're right, he's not finding any frags, he's not finding the impact he needs, but Jamie is, he's going to peek Banana and pick up a frag with that AWP. Double AWP setup again for the CT side, and Iwan's just on a P250. The T side economy's been broken here. It's going to be their last buy for a round, or well, I say that, they're going to have a buy next round, but it won't be optimal.
Yeah, definitely not, and it is curious to see Iwan just sat over towards the P250 only here, but a nice Molotov to delay that lurk smoke, but I think it has been kind of put out somehow as the T start to burst out and Musty dead in pit again, but Jacob finds an AWP shot, finds a second, and it's on towards Iwan with his P250, and I think the CTs are going to pick up the 4th round on the board. It would take a miracle here, and he's not going to be able to find it, but Musty, he just cannot find any frags from this pit position. Every time he swings out, they're ready for him, and he just needs to change the location, I think.
Yeah, it's beginning to look a bit rough for him on the scoreboard. 3 for 10. That said, Warwick now beginning to bring this back. They were 8-2 down, 2 rounds on the bounce, and a pretty shoddy buy coming in from the York side. Should be making it 3 in a row for them. If they can bring this back to an 8-7 half, that's very doable. It was looking really bad for them at some points in this, but suddenly revitalized perhaps that round from Josh, Jamie, and Jacob both hitting shots on the AWP.
Yeah, definitely, and it still isn't ideal though for the CTs just to be winning these rounds off of individual play. The teamwork still isn't there, and if we take a look at the scoreboard, we see Don Harold and Musty at 3 and 6 kills each, whilst Jacob, Jamie, and Josh at 10 and 11. They're just doing so much work for themselves. But we are going to see the T start to burst up towards Banana now, and we're going to see the CTs have to hold on. The Molotov will be extremely impactful here as Josh looks to go up huge. 2 frags already. The Molotov burns another, and Josh collects 4 kills as York. They're letting it slip a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, they didn't invest in any nades there outside of the flash they used to take Banana at the start. I'd like to see them hopefully try and take Banana just with some aim fights, try and land the Deagle headshot, and then use the nades a bit closer to the site where they're more likely to encounter a CT presence. But instead, they burn it and they just force to run into that Molotov with no way to counter it whatsoever. Gonna see another buy coming back out now for the York side, 4 AK-47s and the UMP on Iwan. He's been relegated to some weak weaponry quite often. This boost from Jamie is a nice one. We don't see it too often anymore. He's going to get a lot of information towards Banana. No presence there early on, though.
Yeah, Iwan's really resigned himself to buying up a lot of this utility here, but he did definitely have enough money to buy a Galil here, so maybe not too comfortable with the weapon, but the UMP is not the ideal SMG here, and it's not something you want to have, and with the CTs having a full set of head armor, I don't think he's going to find much kind of utility out of the gun. So we are going to see the T's get full banana control here, and Jamie's going to set up for some retake nades, so it might be a little bit of a close timing here.
Definitely. As the execute comes in, that Molotov's going to come in and force them to either commit or run away, and they're going to go for this push. But Hep, that's not a good start. Oh my goodness, it's all gone wrong.
There's a great Molotov there from Jamie, and he's going to clean up 3 frags for himself and a team kill to kind of get him an assist, and that's so much work done by Jamie, and that Molotov has really been so perfectly timed to catch them as they're throwing nades. It forces them to commit, and they make that decision to commit instead of backing out here. And it's all a bit chaotic there as Jamie just cleans up.
Yeah, I feel the York health bars just disappeared then. I don't even know what happened. 1 AK-47, 3 pistols, and a MAC-10 now for the T side. Jamie's going to be taking this banana peek. Spots out Sigma, tagged down to 5. And surely that nade from Josh, yep, he gets finished off. So 4 players just like that, 20 seconds into the round for York. Let's see what they can do with these pistols, but I'd have to bet not a lot.
Smoke comes down towards mid, and it just denies so much info for these T's. They haven't got any map presence. They have got apartments here, but with 4 players over towards A, it's going to be so difficult for them to find something, but they still have that utility, so if they can make some space with it, then it might work out. But Musty finally catches I1 going for Jacob there, and Josh looking to commit on the spray control and will find a double kill in this final round of the half, and it's left onto LSW. Given up, I think. But 7-8, and they were what, 7-1, 7-2 down?
Yeah, 6-1 and 8-2, I believe. It was pretty dominant start from York, so for Warwick to bring that back, they'll be quite happy.
So yeah, a very good comeback there from the CTs, but it is a CT-sided map, and to allow the terrorists to get 7 or 8 rounds on the board is not ideal. However, it's not all hope lost. With players on the Warwick side playing very well individually, then I think they can definitely have a good chance at a comeback here, and they're going to go for this kind of fast CT smoke on there. It's going to be a fast, long.
Yeah, we can see the P250 dropped over to Josh as well. He's been raid bossed up. LSW going to fall off mid. Only 1 player on the A site here. This is quick. They could overwhelm Collide very quickly. He's going to need to land some headshots.
And they get rushed into sight, and LSW gets completely wiped up. But Collide here trying to hold on, but just resigns himself from shooting anyone, playing a pacifist role here. And the T's have got that full site control. And the CTs are looking to retake here. They've got 2 smokes, a kit, and a nade. So it's a lot of utility here, but I just don't think it'll be that effective when isolating the duels here out against a Glock at close range, especially with the armor that they have. They're going to have to be very lucky here, and this is going to be a very big nade here. Jacob sat on 20 HP, and they've got a 1 kill. They find a second here. Now they're in sight. And Jamie cannot find a headshot as well, and they've lost that retake.
That was 3 on 4.
Find that.
How has that gone so poorly?
The T's just couldn't find any shots, and with double pit and double sight setup, they kind of were just found out, and they didn't find the kills. That Apps player should have been dead to right, and he just gets away and gets a big nade in. The peaks are just not ideal. They should probably split up a little bit more, retake in short, got a little bit more map control for themselves, but you're kicking yourself for that round.
Yeah, we're going to see this force spike come in, though. AK-47s on Josh and Jamie, the 2 heavy hitters so far from Warwick. They'll be hoping to recover quickly from that round, as we are, to be honest. I still can't believe they quite lost that one.
Yeah.
Hep going to eat this.
Ooh, he dodges it in the nick
of
time.
Far less than it should have.
I think with the scout, it just gives him that greater mobility, just get away here. but a scout is not ideal towards this B site here. And it's going to be a bit of a difficult one for him if they opt to go for this B here or even for a retake over towards A. Hep has to hit a lot of early shots, do a lot of damage, or find some very clean kills if he wants to make kind of a good impact out of this gun here. But they are going to boost Sigma W up, and there's one tag coming in. And this MP9 might start to mow people down. Another dink in. That's a lot of damage, but the site has been given up now. And Hep
Ooh.
finds a shot through the smoke.
Oh, no, don't hit another one. He's got a HE grenade. This could finish off Jacob very quickly if he's able to throw that. It doesn't matter. Iwan's going to do that himself through the smoke and just leaves these two AK-47s now on Josh and Jamie to get all the work done. 5 kills to find. Starts with one onto Collide, but Iwan going to trade back instantly. And Jamie's got it all to do now. 1v4. He's got the bomb. He's got an AK-47, but no utility. And he's trapped in this banana position for both ends.
Yeah, and they were prepping to clear him there. And those two AKs have been passed over. The M4 not saved though from I1 here. So not ideal for them, but they've got a lot of rifles now and 2 MP9s to clean up a potentially ecoing T side here and build a lot of money for themselves.
Yeah, that's the important point for York here. If you're Sigma W, the IGL, he's saying, let's keep this one clean. Let's not have the same situation at the start of the T side where they threw away kills. These rounds were nowhere near as clean as they should be. They just want to hold on to the 3 rifles, farm some cash on the MP9s, and bring as many players alive into the next round as they can.
Yeah, and they're going to send this MP9 over to maybe go for some frags towards Banana. Jamie slips on by the smoke here, and a lot of damage being put through, and Head trades 1-for-1 here. Jamie tries to fight Sigma W off the angle, and you'd think with the AK there, he'd want to take that fight, try and get a frag for himself, but he backs off. They're going to give a rotation over, so it's now 2-2. And T's, if they group up and overwhelm and isolate the angle correctly, they might be able to find some one-on-ones over towards each side, but they are going to rotate one back.
And it's the right call as well. Sigma W left on his own at the B site with no utility, but Warwick unfortunately going to be going towards A. Going to see a peek into second mid here. I believe that's Clyde. He's going to find one. Should not be taking any more fights here. He's got the information, knows where the players are. He's going to be overwhelmed here to Warlong. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. Easy spray down for him with the 4K in the round, and they'll be very happy with that. They just lose 1 MP9 in that round.
Yeah, very clean round from them, and losing that MP9 is fine because they can then buy over an M4 on Hep or potentially an Orb now that he's sat on $6,700, but he's very late in buying, but he will get that down, and it's on to LSW with his MP9 only, a bit of team damage being put on. This MP9 can prove quite impactful here if they can just send him in for a kill.
Yeah, he's playing that balcony and pit position as well, so he can get a lot of damage done close range with the MP9. Early banana presence from Josh and Jamie. Jamie, another Krieg user still, despite the patch. They're going to make some steps towards top banana and then fall back, leave just Josh there for a lurk, and now they're going to turn their attention towards this brackets area.
Yeah, nice stuff coming out from the T side. Take that banana control early, use your util, expend it just to gain it, and then play passive over. The CTs can retake it though. However, they've got ARPS control. Now they're looking to take over towards brackets. Just whittle this map control slowly away from the CTs. But Haiwan could prove very deadly here looking into Boiler with this AK-47. However, they have now backed off. And the T's have achieved what they wanted. And now they've got kind of this full map control spread out around the map. So they can pick and choose which site they want to hit.
Yeah, that was a very defensive smoke from I1 coming out from very little pressure. Looks like they're going to finish off on A again. They've got full brackets control. The CT side, though, stacking quite heavily towards long, and that's where Warwick are grouping up once again.
Yeah, very nice exit coming in here. They smoke off Arch and Library, and they're looking to wrap site and overwhelm the players. And that's 2 CTs taken down immediately, but Collide, with the gap through the smoke, finds 2 for himself. And we'll back off now, and the CTs love a good retake, and they've been so successful with it so far. But Josh is going to slip in towards Boiler. Will he find Sigma W? If he can find this frag, then this could prove another round for Warwick. However, CTs are starting to creep on in, and they've got so much utility left. Don Harold doesn't want to shoot him.
Oh no. Josh from the apartments will trade that frag onto Sigma W. Collide and Hep's going to find that kill. He needs to get on the bomb quickly. That's ticked very far, and Josh just needs to play the time here. Doesn't need to peek too wide, and that's the round one now. Josh played that perfectly. Baits up off the bomb. Can he find the kill as well? Not quite, but that's not going to bother him too much. 8-11 now as Warwick finally pick up their second round. First round on the T side, forgive me.
But the economy for the T side is not so good. $4,000 around the board means that Don Harold will pick up a UMP to get full nades, and Musty on a Tech 9 to pick up full nades here. And the buy for the Ts is worse than the buy for the CTs after winning a round, which is something I haven't seen in an extremely long time here.
No, not with the economy and the way it is right now. But just the MP9 is the only thing that you'd really consider a problem for the CT side on I1. He's going to be playing close towards short in the boiler position. Nice nade onto Don Harold. That's another frustrating one. Who even throws that nade? That's what he's thinking. You can tell. Like, why's that happened to me?
But the retake nades are coming in for the Ts, and the CT's going to get one back, but a lot more damage being put out by York here. And Jamie and Josh are going to be left on 48 HP in total. And so far in the round, no bullets have been shot, but there's been around 100 damage being put out with utility, and another Molotov's down. Just going to force them out. Could be a potentially dangerous time for the CTs here. They've given that brackets control, which is something the T's like to work on. Now they're going to head back towards B after they had that B control. But they've got the info, and they're starting to go for a retake here.
That's just the top banana smoke from the CTs. They're not doing anything off the back of it, but that's forcing another 15 seconds off the clock here for Warwick. They're grouping up behind it. They can't go through this, though. They've no idea what's on the other side. And we've got 3 players now towards B. Another smoke preventing them from going through this. They can execute through the smoke, or they can execute with 15 seconds left, and they're going to go with the former. Hep's going to be contact with Sigma on the boost. He's going to find 1, 2. Team kill coming through, actually, Jacob. And this is an absolute massacre. Jamie's left alone with 12 HP. There's absolutely no way he can win this round.
Yeah, and he's not even going to be allowed the bomb plant there. As York pick up a 12th round on the board, 4 away from taking Warwick's map pick there, and their economy is doing great now, losing virtually no players in that round, and the T's are going to be forced back down onto pistols here. And with that brackets control, they left it too rapidly, and they didn't leave anyone there to show presence and to keep the CTs over towards A. So when they went into B, they were running into a stack, and the CTs were fully prepared, especially with the utility at hand. But this fast long smoke comes down that they tried on the pistol round. The flash comes out, and the CTs are holding on. The Molotov's going to come down, and LSW only finds 1 here. Spray from Collide picks up 2, and I1 sat in the site, looking to clean on up here. As they find that 13th round, the eco shut down, and no problems caused for them.
Bringing back memories that round, a Tech 9 rush. When's the last time you've seen 4 people with one of those in a round just running towards a site? But unfortunately, it doesn't go well for Warwick. They're going to be onto a rifle buy here finally. No AWP, not really a thing seen regularly on the T side of Inferno, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Jacob or Jamie wants to pick one up to try and go for one of those hero plays, just walk into a site to get a pick. Looks like they're going to be heavy banana presence here from both teams, though, as 3 players apiece are sent towards this position.
But a lot of Molotovs being put down means that these 3 CTs, or Collide especially, is going to have to back off from sandbags. But that late corner Molotov could have proved fatal for Collide or Hep. They just held on and threw them at the same time here. But Jamie's swinging out with the SG. Collide looking to get a jiggle peek, but the retake nade's not going to find anything. And the swing comes on in. Jamie taken down, and Jacob trades out onto Sigma W as well. And the site is being caught off guard, taken by surprise. The contact plays proved very successful as Musty finds a frag on I1 who rotated down early. And now the CT's going to have to back out there as Don Harold can't find anything walking through a smoke.
Jamie just hits that timing to perfection, finds Collide completely unawares as he throws his smoke, and very clean round for Warwick here. That's the type of thing they need to get this comeback started if they're going to take their map pick. LSW, the money's good on the CT side, but I'm glad to see him save, not go for any damage. He can't really do a huge amount here, and further down the line.
Here. On low money, they're hunting around, so if they lose too many guns, this could prove very dangerous for them, and especially their economy, with it being so fragile. So it's quite good for both teams, I think, to keep all these players alive that are here right now. So the T's can try and build up their economy a little bit more if they want to make this comeback. 4-round deficit at the moment. But if they kind of win this round here, then I think the CTs are going to be put onto a bit of a force buy and take that away. And they'll be on eco, and the rounds will be very close after that. But we are going to see Sigma W pick up the AWP here and fast mid push and get a peek into second mid from the CTs.
Yeah, very bold call there. They wanted to go for the abs aggression. The utility from
all
Warwick
over.
forces them off, though. And Sigma's alone on this B side. He's going to take some contact very soon. Finds the first pick onto Jamie, and Don Harold, a bit scared, doesn't want to swing again. But there's no rotation coming in still from the York side, from all the presents Musty's selling. Sigma W is going to have a lot of work to do in a moment.
Yeah, and the Musty's just going to get crunched on here. The player's walking into second mid, and he's going to be kind of crept on. And this 4A setup has worked out so vital, but this round could have gone so much more differently if Don Harold just went for the trade onto Sigma W with the AWP. Instead, he lets Jamie die for free here, and the CTs have fully rotated in, and they're going to give this site up and just play this retake here. They've not got as many nades as maybe they wanted to, but the T's are going to be very limited on space.
Yeah, that's the last Warwick smoke gone out. Josh gets flushed into Banana. Huge fight to win against I1. Gets tagged down to just 5 points of health, but still alive, still in the back of Josh's mind. And with LSW up on the boost, they're going to be looking to retake this B site now. Josh going to have to find more kills, but he gets smoked off and gets popped in the head. And this backside crossfire needs to hold very strong. Jacob finds the first. Hep's holding for this position. Finds the frag, and it's all onto Don Harold. Can he go huge? Finds one, finds two with the flick, and there's no time left on the bomb now. Sigma's going to have to run away. That was huge from Don Harold.
I've never seen Don Howard hit a shot like that. And he wins a round there for his team. And Warwick, they steal one away. I thought York had that one in the bag. They had the retake very prepared, and I1 just gets caught off guard in Banana, and that means that the CTs have slowed down so much that they can pull off that clutch, and T's are getting a little bit closer now. And if you were York, you maybe got a little bit of doubt in the back of your mind. Sigma W still maintaining that AWP could prove very dangerous here over towards B, but a lot of nades being put on will force him back off the fight a little bit sooner.
Yeah, he needs to get some impact in quickly with this, but he's going to be more out of position. Excellent utility from the T side as LSW is in the sneaky corner, finds the frag onto Don Harold. That was a quick headshot with the 5-7. Can't retrieve the rifle though, he's just going to run away.
But he's gotten away for free there, and that shouldn't be happening. There's no spam, there's no wall banging going on, and there's no fast attempt to trade it here. And so the CTs are going to have that mad advantage into this kind of little bit of a eco round for them.
Yeah, and I1 somehow barely punished as well for that mid peak. You'd think he'd be taken down by Jacob there, but he just takes one bullet, tagged for 35, and there's a heavy rotation there. We're going to have 4 players with pistols in this A site in a moment.
But the AWP isn't here. The AWP is still over towards B here, but he's rotating back to site as the T's creep on back towards B here, and I think Warwick have got the call. Sigma W is so far off, and now he's going to have to play a very passive angle unless he wants to go for an aggressive peak, and now he's resigned to rotating back towards Coffins, and I think they're going to opt to it for a save. There's nothing they can do now, and the T's have completely outplayed them on the rotation there.
There is still a kit on Sigma W, so he's going to send these pistol players in first, see if they can find an entry kill. Josh, got to be careful jumping around over that smoke with this AWP scope there, not that he knows that. The fight towards Banana, I1 again taking a fight with Musty this time. He needs to find this kill quickly. But these pistols are going to burst into the site, try and rush down any of these players and let Sigma get on the bomb with that defuse kit.
And Jamie looking to close out these ecoing players. One taken down, and Jacob chimes up with 2 more here. So if the CTs just look for these exit frags, then they may prove very successful. But I1 going for some jumping deagles here. Obviously doesn't really know the timing there. Only at the apex of the jump is it accurate, I do believe. And just better off jiggle peeking there and holding an angle.
Definitely. Could have picked up a couple of exit frags there. Definitely relevant moving towards the end of this match. Some economic damage would be huge, but instead the T side got a couple more buys in them at least. That AWP saved up onto Sigma. Hep's going to buy a scout. That seems like a bit of a misbuy given the money he's got left. He could have at least got a FAMAS, if not an M4 and a few less nades. So
what, 1700 with 11? Yeah, 2800. He definitely could have bought a FAMAS. If he bought less nades, he would have bought an M4. So definitely a bit of a miss by here. He's going to slot himself over towards B, where he did prove quite successful with the scout against some ecoing players earlier on into the second half here. Musty, he's
Not
wallbanging
making
that.
the
He's not
same
getting
mistake
caught
twice,
out.
is he?
No, definitely not here. And now
And
they've
this,
got this banana control. I'm going to assume that he's going to head back and. Oh no, please don't tell me they get double nade Hep here, please. This double nade comes
oh
in and he's
wow,
left on so little HP, and Happy tries to throw a nade back for himself, and I'd be a little bit angry if I was Happy. You've just been Astralis.
that was disgusting. That's not a setup you see very often. CT Smoke going to come in, but the actual push is towards the A side. Iron's going to be dropped instantly, and LSW's got a lot of work to do here with Sigma. But instead, the T's, they're going to slow it down. They're happy with that first pick. They've still got 50 seconds on the clock and plenty of utility to fall back into this B hit.
Yeah, definitely really good calls coming out from the T's. Take banana control, show some presence, and then take brackets, get an early pick, and then they rotate back, and they're going to look to exploit B. Kalite could be caught off guard rotating here, but he's going to look to take a fight and cannot find anything, and that's a B site open for business here. As the T's are looking to tie it up almost even now. 12-13 will be the score lines, with the CTs looking to save over towards A.
Yeah, Hep's
And
going to retrieve
yeah,
the M4 I1 drop there, so they're going to have 3 solid rifles moving into the next round and not that scout. And Warwick not going to be hunting for this yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they send a couple of players just out to try and find some of these kills, because that could really cement themselves into the, not just a chance, but the favourites in this match.
yeah, and I think York, they're getting a little bit flustered right now, and they're not showing their usual presence that they have been throughout the series, throughout the first half especially. They seem to be playing with a lot more respect now, especially a bit too much respect. And I think they're playing to kind of not lose this lead rather than taking the rounds they need to.
Yeah, and that's where a player like Jamie and Josh can just take over a server, run into these aim duels, take the fights, maybe a bit of Pika's advantage coming in there, and just absolutely ruin a CT setup. Those nades in that round sort of took Hep out of the action before it even got started. We're going to see the AWP on the CT side lost. They're starting to spawn. They're not really sure what's going on. So there's going to be no early aggression coming out from the CTs this round. But they are keeping Sigma over towards this A site with the AWP, and I don't know if Warwick will have picked up on that last round. They obviously didn't encounter him last round, as he was able to save the AWP. But they weren't running into any of these angles that they may not be checking for.
Yeah, but there's a lot of utility being expended by the T's, and rightly so, to fight these CTs off the angle. The flash goes in, but Sigma W retakes the angle, and Don Harold will be caught off guard. There's nice aggression from Sigma W to just kind of ignore that one slow flash, and he's not pushing fast enough with it. But that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see the CTs kind of play a bit more smarter, take the angles, take the fights that maybe the T's won't be expecting, and don't just give all this map control up for free here. And they're looking to hold on to brackets, flash into mid. I1 will find one, not traded out yet, but Mussy will finally win that fight. A lot of bullets were expended. Bring it into a 3 versus 4 now. The T's are a man down, but there's a lot of space to work with. Brackets is giving up, and there's 2-2 split towards both sides.
No, I1 could have fallen back after the first kill there, but he does a lot of damage to Musty before he gets dropped. Leaves the CTs definitely in the advantage here, as the exec's going to be coming into the A site. Jamie out of the apartment, LSW looking to counter that. He's going to be flashed, but will spot Jamie's head. Can't land a shot there. Sigma's got to find some kills here on the site.
He goes into the smoke though, and they cannot find this frag just as of yet, but Musty flying high takes him down. It's a 2-on-2 now. Not a lot of HP in the hands of the T's. And the CTs have got 2 Molotovs there for a retake, so they get Molotovs in the middle of sight. Musty could be unchecked here, but it doesn't matter when Josh finds that first frag and Musty trades up. And now it's all even. The T's have tied up for the first time in a long time. They were 8-2 down, I think, in the first half, and now it's all even. And their economy is so good here. I don't think the T's will really be ecoing until the very last set of rounds. If they proceed to lose some of the CTs, they are going to go for a force. But they've still got a lot of money, and they've got max loss bonus. So coming into next round, they'll sit around 6 6.5K for some of these players, and that's so much money here. Now, I'd like to see them maybe invest more, but they're just going to buy these smokes to try and isolate angles. If they buy smoke and Molotov, I think if they play it right, it's around for them here. But I went aggressive over towards apartments, and he finds Don Harold, and there's no backup for him.
That's a couple of times now that Warwick have had to give up a frag, while Josh and Jamie have been pretty exemplary taking banana control. Don Harold and Musty towards the apps. Can't really say the same thing about them. I do want to
There's
call.
no like boiler mollies, there's no flashes, there's no, just
There's
go
no team
second mid,
play.
have one guy on T bridge spamming the apps, one guy's molly boiler, take long holes, both peak long holes, clear out boiler and both peak long holes, and that's apps for your team.
And there's 2 players from York rotating towards this B site right now. Maybe cycling the smokes, just trying to
Yeah,
get
they are going to
these.
cycle those.
Yeah.
Oh, but the
that,
exit comes in and Heps finds the first frag here. So many flashes as Jacob is fully white, will find the trade eventually. There's 3 CTs rapidly on approach here. It just finds 2 kills on 2 players all over the place, but his 2 teammates left in this clutch are very low health. And so Josh is going to have to kind of do it all. Any tap from these decals means that these 2 T players are going to go down, but Josh aggressive flashed off the angle and will get traded out here. Musty finds a headshot and they know where Collide is, but he's got this AK now, and anything will kill these players. And he's going to smoke into Jacob, and they're going to swing out a nice double peek as they take the lead for the first time in a long time. I think ever since the pistol round, they had the lead. So
that was very well played there towards the end by Warwick. Yeah, that is correct, actually. That's the first time they've been in front since round 1. Says a lot about how this match. We're going to see the double up coming out for York. Sigma W and I1 picking those up. We're going to see Sigma going back towards his favoured B site with his up. I1 probably going to be playing towards that short position. And Sigma's going to be taking the peek down banana, but not going to see much flashed away. Meanwhile, I1, again, looking for a pretty aggressive peek in mid, but they're not going all the way. They're not risking everything on a Hail Mary play, and you don't want to be doing that in round 28.
No, but this double up setup is something we haven't seen on York, and it proved quite vital for Warwick when they were trying to get rounds on their CT side here. And Jacob, if he proceeds to stealthily walk up this angle, could mean a frag given over here. But for the first time in a couple of rounds, Warwick have maintained their man, or 5 players on their side for plus 30 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of utility still on this York side with a minute left. They can cycle their smokes and their Molotovs on B still. They've expended nothing. So if Warwick want to end up here, York can just use their utility to force them through a smoke again, which isn't a situation you want to end up in. Still no utility. Again, it'll be coming out towards B. Some presence shown towards brackets and towards top banana at the same time to really confuse the York side.
But Jamie will take an AWP shot through the coffins there. Will stay alive on half HP. The Molotov means that Josh is going to still jiggle this angle and try and take a fight over towards Sigma W. Very risky there. And the CTs are seeing presence from both sides of the map at the same time here. So no rotation has been called as the T's are going to head back towards A and get an exec rapidly as the rotation comes on over. But I1 finds a frag and calls it on back.
Does very well to get out with the first frag, finds a second, supported by LSW. They're shutting this down. 2 players directly on top of each other. Collides into help now. Jamie's going to find 1 tap onto IWAM, but the AWP's going to be saved. Not going to do too much in the grand scheme of things with enough money on the CT side for another buy. 14-14. This match is going down to the wire. Warwick, as you mentioned a few rounds ago, still have an absolute ton of money. Same can't be said for York if they lose this round, though.
Yeah, definitely not here, but their loss bonus is still quite healthy. So if they do end up losing this round, if they save a couple of these rifles, they can definitely buy up into the next round, especially with Collide sat over towards $4,000 and Hep at 3,000. However, the T's, they started to give the CTs a lot more respect that round. They took brackets, but they barely kind of forced the CTs back, and they were allowed to retake it very quickly, but they're looking to exec towards B early on. And this seems to be the right calls from the CT as Collide's already rotated through towards CT, and Sigma W cannot find the first shot. Head taken down by Don Harold as the T's are looking to swarm on in. Don Harold with a second frag into this round, and he proved so much more impactful on this T side for Warwick.
3-on-5 retake here for the York side. Can't find the spam through the smoke and Collide. And we can see on the minimap, LSW is still on the A side. This is a save coming in from the York side. They're playing for overtime.
Yeah, definitely the right call here. A 5-on-3 retake with no Molotovs in hand is very difficult. Obviously, they have the smokes and the flashes, but you know, when it comes to taking those fights, if the Molotovs haven't forced them out, it's going to be so much harder for the CTs. Yeah, and the Ts definitely need to look about hunting these CT players here. There's a lot of time still left on the bomb. I1 will find one here, but it's not about what kills the CTs can get, it's about the kills the Ts can get. And LSW is going to swing, and will he find this frag? He will not, and that's one CT gun lost here. As Jacob looks to clean on up, and they manage to hold on, and unfortunately Collide gets taken down there, and the CTs will be kicking themselves, but they still got a lot of money.
I think so long as they save that AWP for the double up setup, that's all they needed. They can afford to lose the
can pass
M4s
one
there.
over as well now. And he's gonna buy up an okay, so they have got the double up?
I can't tell. I don't think they do. No, just one on Sigma. So they did need that extra save there. So Sigma, I think he missed a couple of crucial shots.
Collide should have bought up an AWP there. He had enough money to definitely buy one up, but he's opted for the M4 and full util, and he still has money left over. But the T's are quickly taking banana, and they're gonna give it.
Running away again.
But nice call from them to just take it and give it. The retake volley means that nobody's gonna be caught off guard peeking down into it. So good stuff on the T's so far. They just need to take brackets cleanly, and then they can pick and choose what side they want to go in. But Sigma W playing front side on B, and the DTs are ready up towards short, and this flash could prove huge here, but Head cannot find the kill. The T's might be baited into a bit of a peek here.
Don Harold eats that HE grenade, but doesn't chase the kill any further. Probably a good thing, would likely have lost his life, and the pressure now going to be onto Collide. Archer's smoked off, and he's the first line of defense against 4 T players taking this rap site.
Yeah, and they're quickly running on up. Sigma W is going to have to help out a lot here, but Collide cannot find the first frag. Head sat in sight will close on out, and that's 3 frags for the way the T's, but Sigma W slipped through the net, and now he's right on the heels of these T's. They've got a Molotov and a smoke left, though. So will Sigma W stay passive through this, or will he go aggressive? And he's going to take that fight and cannot find the head of Jacob. Shot through the hat. But will he find the kill here? So CTs are running on in. Josh finds the first frag and the second, and they close it out 16-14. And that's Warwick's map pick going their way after an 8-2 lead. York lost that map there.
It's got to be heartbreaking. They probably should have taken that map. Even in the CT side, they were up 13-10, I believe, 13-9 even at one point. So from that position, you've really got to think you're taking it. We'll be moving to Overpass next. That's York's pick. Warwick will be starting on the CT side, and York going to have to regroup, take a few minutes now just to grab a drink, calm themselves down mentally, get over that loss, because they'll be kicking themselves.
Yeah, York are a team that are very mentally involved, but they have that resilience. When they get out of this game, they'll take a little bit of a break, calm down, and when they come back into this next map, I think they'll be feeling refreshed, especially because it is their map pick of Overpass. So we are going to throw it over to a quick 5-minute break, and we'll see you on the next side. And we're back here, ladies and gentlemen, coming into map two of the first series in the NSC CSGO Stay at Home series with Warwick versus National Railway Museum coming up into map two, which is Overpass. So I'm going to let Robert talk to you about how map one went down.
Indeed, we had York get off to a flying start. They were up 6-1, 8-2 at one point before Warwick were able to bring it back to an 8-7 half. York won their CT pistol. Looked like they were going to run away with the match. Were up 13-9, I believe. But again, Warwick in the second half of the half were able to bring it back and took that map 16-14 on their choice. So pretty much a nail biter. York not happy. I've actually been chatting with Hep from the York side throughout this break. He's not happy with how that game went, but he said, and I quote, "Don't worry, we will smash them on Overpass." So they're feeling pretty confident. They're looking like they're going to take this Overpass game coming into map two and take us to a third map. That would be Mirage if we get there, but first we've got to see what York and Warwick have got on Overpass.
Yeah, and having seen Warwick play, or having seen York play on Overpass, sorry, throughout the regular season of the spring split, they are very exec heavy on this map here, and they've had a couple of kind of very impressive executes, I think, come out from them, especially some fast B stuff here. And I think when it comes to Warwick, for them to be able to shut down those kind of hits, they need to be playing kind of like hyper aggressive map control taking style or playing that retake. And I think it's going to be very difficult for them coming into this series, especially playing around towards B, and especially because of the fact that they're a new team and they haven't played Overpass yet in the stay at home series. So it's going to be a bit of a kind of difficult one for them. So we'll see how they perform coming into this map.
Yeah, we're not sure where the Warwick players are going to be playing on these sites, but I reckon we might see Jamie taking those fountain peaks with the AWP, trying to get picks towards connector maybe, taking these wide swings, trying to find the early man advantages, just to take some of the pressure off the Don Harolds and the Musties in the server who perhaps weren't carrying their weight a bit at the start of that Inferno game, especially.
Yeah, and I think coming into this map here, I think I think they should be more readily available to kind of send four over towards B, keep just Jamie over towards A, keep him on that AWP, play that passive style, have him as that lone AWPer, the thorn in the back, you know, take a peek towards Fountain, maybe take a peek towards Connector, just be a nuisance, get two or three kills, and keep buying space and time for their team so the rotation can come in hand while still maintaining the ability to shut down those fast beat executes from the York side. So coming into this, Warwick will start out on the CT side, having it being York's map choice. So it should give them a bit of an advantage coming into this series. But if York have that confidence, like you said they did, to have those executes prepared, then again, it could be a bit of a dominating map. And we said this about Inferno, but I believe it more here now than ever.
Yeah, I wonder what we'll see from the Warwick side in terms of the strategy, especially in the pistol rounds. I don't know what York's going to call, but I know Sigma, I know Hep, and I know Collide all like doing a cheeky strat where they send two players up through Fountain, try and take the fight to bathrooms, while three players sit to the side of Monster, and they just try and take
Ah,
that contact peak, that
I
classic
re-
strat that I'm sure you're a big fan of as well,
I'm
John.
actually a big proclaimer of the one towards Fountain, four towards Monster. As I don't have much faith in my teammates to help assist me towards A.
Fair enough, I understand that. I believe that Lancaster did that a lot way back in 2017.
Mm.
Since I keep throwing back to the good old days. Now I'm
I,
old
I
and
remember the
graduated.
old York strat of sitting three towards A ramp and just holding on and showing some presence towards B and then bursting out late towards mid and splitting maybe up connect, things like that here. But I think with the experience of Jamie, if he starts to play towards A, I think with his experience of playing team games and playing to a very high level, then I don't think you will be able to fool him that easily
No, he's a
unless
very
there is some
smart
bad
player.
calls coming out from his team players over towards B. So if the CTs maybe lose one towards B, then I think it's going to be difficult for him to get the appropriate read on.
Yeah, and you
However,
make a
yeah,
good point there. I think it's going to be about manipulating the rotations around where Jamie and perhaps Josh as well are playing. Because if York can get in their heads a bit, make them not be at the sites that they're committing to, and basically take them out of the game with some of their rotations, because of how Overpass works as a map, how you can execute quite quickly on these sites. You've got connector to rotate very quickly as the T side.
yeah,
You can just section players out of the map entirely if you play it right.
yeah. And I think what Warwick need to do here is take that B short control round in, round out. kind of get the T's trained, kind of get them ready to expect it, and then once you've got them kind of trained at what you're going to do, then you can start to do things differently. You know, throw that short pipe molly, smoke it off, get players in connector from A site, get them down, just take it off and cut off that point of rotation. Limit where the T's can be either they're rushing up A long and things like that, or they're coming out B monster. And from there, you have a good point of retake from, and it's going to make things a lot easier for them if they can pull that out off successfully for the first couple of rounds. So we are going to go live into the pistol round now. So we'll see what Warwick can do here. Starting off on the CT side, 3 armors bar out and a kit on towards Musty here. And York, they got a smoke and double flash, so it looks to probably be a bit of a B pop.
Yeah, let's see where these nades are going to be utilized. We're going to see 3 players going pretty aggressive for the CT side as well. Jamie's going to be taking this fountain peak as we suspected, but 3 players have crossed into playground already. I think he only spotted 1, so perhaps a bit of bad info as York are just going to be ganging up long here, making a lot of noise.
Wall. Yeah, if they sit over towards the left side, they will be heard. They won't be heard, but Clyde takes down Jamie so far, and the CTs are not prepared, and they're going to run on back down connector, and this is completely sold them. The B players are fully back rotating up, and they're going to go around the world here. Maybe just a burst out towards A again. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Rob, you take it.
I'm as lost as anyone else is right now. I have no idea what that call was. They've just wasted 20 seconds off the clock, and they have drawn another rotation from Warwick back down towards the B side.
Potentially catch out any aggressive B short pushes, catch out any connector players or anyone that's flanked up behind them through Monster early on here. But Josh with a nice headshot evens it up now, and he's going to play retake here. And this is the call to play on back. The one smoke has not been put down here, so the CTs have got vision across site, except for towards stairs. And Don Harold just jumping up too much, but I1 steps into the smoke here, and he's going to try and glaive it out, but he gets cut down. They've got the kit and the smoke here.
It's going to be very tough for the T side to hold this now. The smoke's going to be going out onto the bomb. Musty's going to go on that. Collide needs to hit some shots along with Sigma W, but I think the bomb's being defused in the smoke as we speak. Musty is going to get that defuse in. Sigma's left alive, can't do anything about it. Going to finally find a headshot onto Jacob, but I have no idea what that round was. That strat from York...
That was just
bizarre.
Huge troll from them. There was no need for that. The rotation was rapidly kind of rotating back to that A site, and York should have been very aware with it, catching out Jamie and seeing the player rotate back down towards A site. If they go down con, and the players try to push aggressive in con, that should be a free kill or a free trade at least for them. So we are going to see them win this round, but they've got 3 SMGs here and 2 FAMASs, which against the 3 Deagles and 2 AKs just looks so underwhelming here. However, Jamie's gone aggressive towards A long here, and maybe facing a double peek, and unfortunate timing for him. They even flash off the angle, so York very prepared to retake this map control, and LSW catches out Jacob.
That's the ace loss now. If LSW can run up here quickly enough and smoke off the choke point, he's got full control of the bomb site. His teammate's miles behind, unfortunately for him, but if he can find this kill to Josh here, that's round over, and he will.
And he finds a second there. And now the CTs are fully out of this, and it's happened again. They win the pistol, and then they lose the force.
I don't know what to say about these 2 rounds so far. They've just been bizarre. I mean, Jamie pushing up with the MP9 through the fountain into the park. Sure, he goes 1 for 1, but then Josh getting caught on the retreat, and Musty suddenly left in a 1v4 after LSW runs up with a Deagle no armor and finds 3 kills. Makes sense to me, I guess, but Warwick going to be left reeling. Musty just looking to save this FAMAS here. He's not going to be able to get any work done. Wants to hold on to this rifle for the next round, as we're likely going to see another force up from Warwick. Oh no.
Wait, what is he doing?
He can't defuse the bomb. That was... yeah. I don't know what to say. Like... What does he get out of that that is more important than just saving the FAMAS?
Are you sure we've not joined some MM lobby?
I'm not convinced at this point. There's no... I can't think of any reason to do that.
Yeah, that was so stupid. What the hell was that?
I don't mean your words, John. Fair enough.
I can't look into that. Obviously, if he goes for some sort of ninja defuse, fine. But he looked at the play. He hasn't got smoke. There's nothing he can be doing there, and they're going to go fast up towards short, and Don Harold eats a Mac 10 shot to the face, and they've isolated off these players, and Musty holding on towards Monster cannot find the shot here, and the T's have got this nice exit down, isolating completely off this CT kind of graffiti side of things.
Yeah, this is one of those fast bigs like you were talking about in the build-up. The wall of smokes towards graffiti, one towards heaven. Just two players stuck on the site. How is a player in heaven already? I didn't even know how they get up there. LSW's going to find a frag
Boosting
onto
up, and
Jacob. But suddenly Josh being pressured. Going to find
no
two kills very
way.
quickly. What is going on with this
Why
game?
can York just not? Why don't they just walk into the angle instead of jumping over in? They've got no kit, and I1's in a great position to clean up here, and they're gonna get the frags in the end.
Oh
But it
my
was
goodness.
needlessly expensive, and if York stop jumping around corners, then they'll be able to shoot them. You can't.
Oh,
Oh,
what a opening to this match. If we get 30 rounds of this, I'm going to be I don't even know what I'm going to be. I'm going to be very excited. We're going to see a full eco, just one flashbang for the Warwick side, so perhaps a bit less craziness in this round. Those two Mac 10s on the York side going to be looking to farm some cash, but they're running towards the B-bomb site, whereas this A-pop's going to be coming in. It's going to be Sigma trying to answer it.
yeah, this one flash could prove very dangerous here. The info is spotted, but the flash is late here, and they swing out. They get that kill. I1's gonna have to back up here, maybe collect some eco frags on the way out. But you'd like to see that flash go in so much sooner.
Yeah, they will give up that AK-47, but LSW is so quickly on this flank. They're looking down connector, ready for it, but I don't think they're going to be expecting the hard flank from the A site. But he's going to give up his position. Josh going to be taking this fight against the Mac 10. That's not a favourable one at all, as all three Warwick players are grouped up here in the connector, trying to hold on to this AK. And it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. LSW will be dropped. And Collide will find the kill onto Josh. That's the AK gone. Mac 10 on Jacob follows, and the three AKs get saved. So pretty ideal round for York in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, he's picked up the AK. Oh no.
What?
Oh, Robert. I've
John,
seen.
you know me. You know I don't have fun playing Counter-Strike. What I do is I want to see the game played properly, and this is not the game being played properly. This is horrible.
I think it's too much time spent indoors here, Rob.
They've gone mad. That's the explanation. Jacob peeking towards Phantom. He's not going to find anyone thanks to that CT Molotov. They'll be falling back as the connector presence and the B water are going to be taken by the
But
T
no
side.
utility on the CT side. Only 3 smokes left over, so they can use that to kind of box off Monster for a couple of for around half a minute here. However, the T's are grouping up fast towards B, and CTs are playing very passive at the moment. No map control really left in their hands. They're even backing up down towards A site, and they're maybe even going to go for a bit of a gamble stack.
Yeah, a lot of presence shown by York, but with 1 minute 10 left on the clock, they're far from committed towards this B site. But with where the bomb sitting where it is outside the monster position, it seems quite likely this is where they're going to finish up. That flash from
Oh, the
York
god
was
flash.
huge,
And
but
he doesn't
somehow he
find
doesn't.
it. LSW just cannot find the entry. And Don Harold steps out and does 98 damage to Collide now. So they're going to have to back off here. And I just don't understand how they can't find the frag. The flash was good.
It was
LSW
perfect.
jumps
Okay,
up.
good.
He tries to go for that kind of that jump peak where you ride off the ceiling of Monster Pipe, but he just jumped into it and just got stuck. And I don't know. Maybe we need another game to cast over right now.
This is upsetting me so far. I was about to applaud them. Great team play. Finally, something we've seen going right from either of the teams, but instead somehow it falls apart. You're going to be running onto this A bomb site now. Just one player here. That's Jacob with the op. He's going to find a freebie onto I1, but the bomb's going to be planted for free. Sigma W is going to get that down with just a few seconds to spare.
The retake should be good here, but there's no retake nades, but Josh catches Collide off guard here, and we'll find the planter. So it's on to happen, a 1 versus 5 situation. Maybe if he finds a good position, can catch them all off guard as they start running LS1. And it's only 1 there. As Warwick pick up a very clean round here.
Yeah, I
somehow
think that there was a few too many free frags given over to the AWP there on Warwick, and also to Josh, just peeking through the gap in that smoke towards the dumpster. Sigma and Collide both going to fall to that gap in the smoke, so they're going to be looking to improve on that one for their next game, but going to see another buy coming through from York. Plenty of money on Collide going into the start of this round. 5 AKs coming forward, and they're going to be looking to reset this Warwick economy to some degree. But 3 AKs on the CT side as well. You don't want to be seeing that.
No, and it's going to prove potentially very dangerous for them. No creeps coming out, and obviously with the changes to Krieg, maybe not so comfortable with players using it, and maybe not so viable. But a nice sort of con stack coming out. Jacob going to be hiding with the orb, but Jamie could find a frag.
York have just walked straight through that smoke, but
Oh no.
he didn't land any shots there. What is going on? But the aggression through short, going to find one frag.
Don Harold,
Harold
just
straight
shoot him.
in. And
He's
Musty tagged
gone-
down to 20. This is, again, such a scrappy start to the round. There's been
He
a lot
gets
of
one.
fighting, but
Don Harold gets one, and he goes for this 30-bullet transfer around 2 corners. Like, it's not the negative. You don't have to continue shooting it there. You can just go for some cleaner kills. But they have kind of got that 4 versus 4 situation. It does favor the T side here. Molotov goes out. Does not find any damage as the T's are starting to rotate up connector. Walk over towards that A site, and it's on towards Jacob here. And with a lot of utility in space, he is jump spotting, so it could prove very dangerous here. But the pre-fire is
goodness, 1
almost
HP.
perfect. And he somehow manages to get away with that.
No. Oh, wow. I can't believe Sigma's got that kill and somehow he survived that HE from Jamie as well. Just 1 health, and he's picked up the op. He's still going to be plenty effective with that weapon. The CTs are smoked out as well from Dumpster as they try and retake from the B site. They're going to be struggling to get into this site. No nades between them. Jamie's gone down to that op from Sigma. He's picked up 2 kills now somehow with his HP. And Musty and Josh, they've got no choice but to walk away. That was quite a normal round, dare I say. We had the kerfuffling connector to start with, but after that, fell back into a
Well,
relatively
with Don
normal
Harold's
default.
spray transfer coming out from something like a 2014
Oh
Swedish
god, yeah.
Freiburg brag movie that he's attempted to pull off there. Apart from
Yeah.
that, it was a fairly normal round here.
Goodness.
You hate to see it,
It's
but
crazy.
you know the CT saving that 1 AK on Josh, and 1 AK on towards Musty. If he drops that over towards Jamie, or perhaps could be doing a lot of work with it. Jamie's site at $4,000. Just go buy the P250 and armor.
But
So I thought he'd maybe keep his
AK,
money up for the orb. Ooh,
Yeah,
there's
what's
a
the
couple of
loss
smokes
bonus?
coming down.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, a bit of an investment from Warwick, but Jamie's just going to jump up and eat a HE grenade. He's going to have
But
to
this is
fight.
a 3 smoke
like,
execute coming down immediately over towards front of toilets, and Jamie's just playing up close here, and he's just going to find one with the P250, and he manages to stay alive right now. And Hep, maybe he gets caught off guard. We'll find that trade out, but that's a lot of utility and kind of that man invested just to get that fountain area and that front of toilets control.
Yeah,
You know,
while we
it
have a
took
bit of a
lot.
lull, where did the smokes land? Did you have to see where they all
One went
went?
front toilets. I think one went divider, and maybe a second towards like the top of divider. I don't know.
That was
It was a lot of utility invested for not a lot of gain out here, and they're having to walk all the way back here. They haven't got any monster presence, any short presence, or any con presence.
Yeah,
They
they
never really got
definitely.
that map control, so they're gonna have to hard clear everything again. And walking into these pistols could prove fatal, especially with these AKs to back them up. And a pop
And
flash from Josh might prove very dangerous. But Musty, I don't like this position. It's needlessly aggressive here, and there's nobody to back him up. But they have got those 2 AKs sat towards this B site.
looks like Musty's going to heed your advice and walk back towards the B site. It's all going to be on Josh, though, as 4 players are out the monster tunnel already. He's mollied out, but Swings can't find a kill. It's all going to be onto Musty with the other saved AK. Finds one, but Hep swivels 90 degrees, and he's getting the bomb down. Just 13 health left, but he's found all 3 frags so far this round, and I couldn't even see him on Don Harold's screen as he gets ulted by Sigma, and Jacob's left in a nigh on impossible 1v3 retake.
Yeah, Josh kind of caught running out in the wild there. Just flashlights easily dodged and tried to swing into 4 players and not going to be able to find it. And Musty caught rotating as well. So maybe you could say unfortunate timing for the Warwick players there. And they are going to lose out this round. 5-2 now as scoreline coming into Overpass, which is map 2 and York's map pick. So you'd expect them to be having a good time here. And they probably want to start on T side again with these executes that they have. But we are going to see Jamie pick up the AWP here. I'd like to have seen him eco a little bit more in the previous round there. Now that he only has body armor and an AWP, he could have bought a lot more if he saved over that extra $1,000.
Yeah, could have picked up that utility to help out. It's quite useful on the A side, but we're going to see a fast B hit coming in from York as 4 players go through into the short water position. We do see 3 CTs as well. Josh doing this jump peek, looking for some information. Won't spot anyone just yet, but little does he know there are 4 bodies waiting for him. As you're going to have to commit through that Molotov now as all their mates are out. Josh somehow finds 2, burns 1 alive as he goes down, and this has been shut down. Hep's got 4 HP, Collider's miles away. Solid hold on the B side there. Josh finding 2 and Don Harold helping him out there with another frag.
Yeah, I don't really understand why they wanted to go for such a heavy execute so early on. With what didn't seem like really set nades, I1 just throwing a kind of a short bridge smoke on the fly just to try and isolate an angle here. But Jacob sneaking up behind should be able to hold some nice trigger discipline and will pick up both frags there. But I
Yeah,
just
very clean
maybe
round from
I1
York.
didn't have the read on the economy. Maybe they thought they had less utility. The Molotov goes down at the perfect time and just is able to pick a couple of frags and do a lot of damage with that Molotov as well.
Yeah, I think importantly, Josh wasn't blinded by any of the flashbangs as well that York were throwing in for that execute. If he was blinded, then perhaps we're singing a different song about that round where York come away with another quick, very effective B execute. But instead, Warwick pick up another round. Jamie takes the mid peak. Can't quite land that shot, I don't believe, onto I1. I think that was
And these
Molotov
smokes are
damage.
coming down again, so a lot of smokes being used to buy a lot of space, and the
Yeah,
smoke's not even lining that properly. And I don't really feel the need for this, but I think this is a smoke that Jacob has thrown with Jamie backing him up with the orb. The flash comes on through, and he cannot find
ooh,
anything. Jamie trades 1-for-1, but gets taken down in the end, and maybe like to see a better angle being used by Jamie to help Jacob out earlier on here. But Josh is creeping on up, finds a frag, takes down the con rotate, so they can be left still trying to battle for sight, and Josh tries to go for a swing fight and cannot find, and Don Howard is so far away.
yeah, that was a very explosive hit from the York side. I thought they'd get the site a lot more easily. Josh makes a very good stand there, but Don Harold doesn't rotate in with him. If they'd been fighting together, then this round could have gone very differently in the post flank. Instead, Sigma lands that final op shot, 6-3 for the York side, and the money on Warwick again. It's looking ropey.
Yeah, I think with this lost bonus coming in, they'll be able to buy up into the next round, or they'll just go drop some pistols over and get these things going. However, it's going to be a tough round for Rourke if they want to win this one. Jamie already down to $2,000 here, and with a loss bonus of 2,400, it's going to mean his buy is going to be very difficult into the next round. He won't be able to pick up that orb as well.
Jacob, though, he's saved 4k, so he's clearly going to be the one, I think, going for that big green gun. If that is said, I would not put it past the Warwick side of somehow winning this round, but Jamie's going to get taken down by Collide. Jacob's stranded on island here in Connector now. He's got players behind him, but he's going to find a way out. He's going to drop that player who took down Jamie. Collide falls, that's an AK handed over, and Sigma's miles away. He can't help him out at all. Oh no.
Yeah, oh my god, just shoot him normally here.
Would have got the kill if he jumped. That's what I've learnt from watching all the videos on Twitter this morning. Just going to be Musty and Jacob left alone in a 2v4. Jacob has rotated down, I believe, with that AK-47 to help out his
They got the
teammate.
read on, but there's a lot of utility yet to be thrown and a lot of flashbangs here. So if the crossfire is good, you may be able to find some. And Jacob cannot find the first frag, so Musty's looking to hold on for dear life. 1 versus 4. They won't clear him, and he will find the one eventually. Got a little bit close, let's say.
Yeah, tad dicey with that Deagle spam a couple of times from the Warwick boys in that round. Jacob's going to pick up that AWP moving into this next round 11. He's going to be taking a peak aggressive somewhere, I hope at least, to try and finally get a man advantage for the Warwick side that isn't traded back initially.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe some more kind of plays aggressive towards B here, but these Molotovs that the York side are throwing down means that it's very difficult for them to get that space early on without expending a lot of utility. But here they go. They've out. And they've got that com presence and they've got this short control. But Don Howard, I don't like how far back he's playing. Maybe he needs to play a little bit closer to Musty to help effectively trade him out. But Jamie's got a lot of information here as well. And York are prepping for this kind of monster exec or monster contact play, and they're starting to creep on out. Oh,
That's a good quick flick from Hep, but Warwick know this is happening, and they know that Monster's the only position they can be, but do they know they're this far out onto site? Don Harold's careful. He sees the bomb. They know exactly what's going on now. And LSW going to Molotov this position off. Josh coming in from the Heaven position, looking to get some damage done, but LSW is advancing behind the smoke, and they need to get this bomb down to the York side as quickly as possible, because otherwise Warwick are going to be in some incredible post-plant positions to retake the site.
I don't think Warwick players know how aggressive they could be. LSW could get caught off guard here. Nice flick shot from Sigma W. Takes down Jamie here as Josh looks to step out. Big fight with LSW, who dodges the shots for now. But the swing comes out from Don Harold. Simir taken down here. And the trade comes out from Collide. Can he land the transfer? No, he cannot. And just takes him out as well. That's going to be a 4th round on the board for Warwick.
Nicely done there from Warwick. For a moment there, you thought Collide could do it, but 3 huge kills from Don Harold, to be fair to him in that round. Come in and clutch as Warwick pick up 4th on the round.
York let that one sit. They had great post-plan positions. They had the early frag from Sigma W, but Collide, if he lands on the transfer, that's the round's really all out there for them. And
yeah, that fight between...
I feel like it could have gone either way.
Who was it? Was it Josh and LSW with that fight towards the graffiti position where Josh did a great job just shoulder peeking, baiting up the first shots? And I think if he just runs in there and isn't aware that LSW can be pushed so far forward, that round's over instantly.
For sure,
gets flashed off, gets naded back. They're going to fall all the way back to the bathrooms and post up in new positions as we're going to see a heavy long aggression, and there's absolutely no presence from Warwick right now. And as you mentioned, if they run towards that left-hand side, they won't be heard from the players in bathrooms. They could walk all the way onto the A side right now, and they wouldn't know a thing about it.
But this is a nice crossfire setup from Warwick here. You'd maybe like to see one of these beer players rotate back up, take stairs, and hold on towards long. However, the T's are amassing right in front of these 2 players, and Jacob finds the first shot, still holding on as Jamie trades out, finds the second play, and Jacob chimes in. This crossfire is working out perfectly. 4 frags there, when LSW sneaks out towards long, though. But it's too little too late, as the CTs have really, they've pulled that off perfectly, and the T's had no idea that was a possibility, and no utility was thrown, and they thought they had that map control for free, and it gets shut down so quickly.
Yeah, 3 quick kills on the AWP from Jacob. He's going to be looking for a 4th as LSW peeks into this. Tries to shoulder peek it out, but not going to go his way. Huge 4K from Jacob, and that was shut down very quickly in the bathrooms.
Yeah,
Jamie as well.
Especially well to get all those frags with the orb.
No, quite a tough few shots to hit such close range with the AWP, but he does a supreme job there. Jamie helps out with 1, of course, and very easy shutdown, and that's going to be a bit of money going into the Warwick Bank. Just as the National Rail Museum lose all of theirs, going to be 1 AK-47 on HEP, but Tech 9, Deagle, P250, and even just a Glock on Collide.
Ooh, nice flash though, but the T's are amassing over towards A here, and that's only where Jamie is, and Jamie's going to have to fall back very quickly now, but he realizes there's a bit too little too late, and the T's have completely swarmed him and picked up his AK here. And now they're playing on the back foot here, having to stop this snowball from coming in, and I1 just flying around with the Tech 9 and HEP as well. And it's so quick and so explosive, but Don Harold will find the wrong player that he wanted to find, and eventually will get a kill, and Molotov's going to get down in hand, and Jacob should have hit that shot. I don't know how it's missed, and the T's have taken that stairs control. But I think if Don Harold gets on this defuse now, it should be theirs, but he's missed his smoke, and LSW finds him. But can he find the bomb?
Oh,
yeah.
That was a bit of a
misplay.
Yeah, he just couldn't locate where the bomb was, missed the smoke. Did find that free kill onto Sigma W through that smoky through, but he really wanted to go for the ninja.
If the smoke goes down over the bomb or even onto truck or into truck, then they should have definitely been able to get the kills there.
Yeah, we're going to see a technical pause actually coming out here. A TeamSpeak issue for the Warwick boys. Team Ace, I want to point out, for the National Rail Museum, everyone picking up a kill, even Collide with that Glock. He found the first one in bathrooms, but that run and gun Tech 9 from I1 was, I think, the most important kill there, finding the kill on towards truck. And was it Don Harold on the flank who couldn't quite land the kill onto the planter?
Yeah, and it allows him to reposition himself, but you know, I think in that situation, it was very difficult for Warwick to be able to stabilize there. Maybe he should have just given sight up instead of where Jamie died. It was so close to sight that the T's could get to it before the rotate was in. So if the CTs just played a little bit more patiently and played for that retake there, they only really have that one AK in hand, and so they can play that retake situation with all their utility much more easily rather than trying to swarm on in and trying to kind of catch them before they get the sight. So I
Yeah,
think that's
that's
cost them a
yeah.
little bit.
It is a few times now Josh has done that. He's thrown a nade up sort of from the stairs as he's running into sight on the retake, and the past couple of times it's gone very well for him. This time, though, it falls apart very quickly as it looks like Warwick are ready to get back into this game. We're just waiting on York to confirm that they're also ready, and then we can get back into this for round number 14. 8-5 up for the York side. Pretty good T-half so far on their map pick. They're going to be feeling good about that. Looking to shut this down for a 10-5 half, but another 8-7, you wouldn't put it past Warwick to come back from another 8-7 deficit to win another map.
Yeah, definitely. So and it's just been kind of a bit unfortunate for them. I think Warwick have been showing some good stuff, but they couldn't really string rounds back to back. And if we look at the scoreboard, we got Musty start at 3 kills and Jamie on 5. And Jamie's one of these players that we hyped up to kind of be very impactful, but I think having have to call for his team, it's going to be very difficult for him to kind of micromanage everyone and frag out at the same time. So it's really hampering his individual performance.
Yeah, definitely. He was towards the top, I believe, on Inferno. He was fragging out, brought them back in that comeback to win 16-14 on map 1 if you missed it. Here on map 2, though, it's going to be Hep leading the charge for the National Rail Museum. What was it he said to me at the break? We're going to smash them on overpass. Well, individually, he's come out swinging. He's looking good. And he's got the backing of his teammates as well. Collide lowest, along with Iwan at 7 frags. So everyone carrying their weight. We're finally back into this game, though. Jamie's forced up the glass cannon AWP. It's going to be a solid buy coming up from the York side with 4 players running out towards the A long position again, it looks like. Right
Very
into the ult of
quickly up
Jamie.
on hand, but Jamie slots one shot between both players and cannot find him, but will take a retake in towards Collide, and he's looking to go aggressive again. Flash catches LSW off guard, and jump spot is there, but the peak isn't. So Jamie will
Perhaps,
trade one for
yeah.
one, but Jacob very close.
A bit over aggressive from Jamie leaves a lot of pressure onto Jacob. He's dealing with it well so far, but has no information about behind him, so he's going to smoke that off. Iwan, in the meanwhile, spotting into this beast site. Cheeky crossfire between the pillar and the ramp for Don Harold and Musty. They both have inferior weaponry, so if York commit to this beast site right now, they can get in quite easily.
But the flushes are good then. These CT players are boxed off guard, but I think I1's aggressive position might lull them into a false sense of security. But I1 could find the headshot here. Will take down Musty and goes aggressive, but Don Howell is unknown and slips out and will get caught off guard by the monster player and trade evenly into the site. And there's a 2-on-2 situation now. The bomb isn't down just as of yet. So when the rotate gets there, they'll still have a lot of time. But I1 should be hearing these steps down connector. Get Edge back
Yeah.
over, but he's still fearful of heaven.
Definitely Hep now will be hearing this. He's still got a Molotov and a HG grenade as well to buy
I don't
some
think
more
they've heard
time.
both though.
They should now with the scopes coming in. They should be ready for this surely, but no, Iwan's still looking towards Heaven. He's going to be mollied off. Hep needs to use his nades now or they're never getting thrown.
The smoke isn't great, and it allows Josh to find the gap into it, finds a headshot, quickly traded out, and Jacob cannot find that ult shot and gets taken down 9-5 now for York as they start to roll on over this half and looking to end it up 10-5 now as the CTs are put onto a very low buy. Looking to claw
Yeah.
back a final round here, get 6 on the board and try and come back on the T side with a nice pistol round potentially to kind of start their comeback.
I love that play from Iwan just walking out on B side. They've not seen any long presence pretty much at all from the CT side. So they see 2 players there. They think I could probably just walk out onto the B side. Not the same case this round as Don Howard and Musty aggressive into the B water once again, but he's going to be holding their positions, waiting for a retake from LSW perhaps as he's going to walk in with a flashbang.
LSW again cannot get out that monster fight quickly, but killed quickly. And Musty trades 1 for 1, and Jacob comes flying out and quickly traded
trades.
in.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it's been very well for the CTs there. So we're so far apart, but they've managed to get there just in the nick of time and trade 1 for 1 on
Surely
each
he
player. But
doesn't.
Josh Eno going aggressive gets caught off guard there by Hep, and unfortunately gives away that lead just to try and get a bit of information here. And that's left onto Jamie in a 1 versus 2 now. Nobody to call, nobody he has to call for, so maybe it will allow him some time to think here. But I think the teams might have spotted his feet,
Yeah, he just wants a
and he's
gun. He
going to
does not
get
expect them
caught
all
off
here.
guard.
Yet another team ace coming up for the York side as they shut down that half 10-5. A solid T side coming in, and we need to see some heavy fragging coming out from Jamie on their T side if Warwick are going to bring this back and take it to
Definitely so. And especially on the T side, he's going to have to start maybe micromanage players a lot more on overpass. It's a lot more dynamic, a lot more fluid on Inferno. You take Banana, you take brackets, and then you can pick and choose which site you want to hit from. But here on overpass, there's too many places where the CTs could be, and it's too difficult. And there's always that kind of re-aggression that is available for them. So we're going to see a lot of players in connector trying to burst out, and the flash is going to come over from Jacob, but the CTs are not white, and maybe they'll be caught running back to side. But Sigma W here finds the first frag. Isn't cleared out, and he will get a second one for free. And the trade comes in, and Don Harold catches Collide, but the rotate is quickly up. And LSW, his feet have not been seen, but his presence is known. And Jacob comes by and says hello.
Just runs him down with the Glock. Hep and I1 now left on this retake. One towards Bank, one towards Dumpsters. Jamie puts the bomb down. Nice tap from Hep onto the jumping player. Two players close to Dumpster. Now Hep knows where they both are. Bomb's not planted for the T's here, so he can really play with them and try and bait them out.
He's going to tap the bomb and gets off it. And Don Harold's swinging so wide that he cannot be shot, it feels like. And they get clear the bomb, and Hep is going to be a very difficult clutch for him to make. He needs to land two very quick headshots. And I think that's it for him. The time has ticked too far by. And Don Harold just evades and doesn't want to shoot him. And
finally, there we go.
The kill.
Well, I thought for a moment there that with Sigma going overlooked, it was going to fall apart for Warwick, but they win another pistol round. Now let's see if they can finally convert one of these and pick up the rounds to go with it. York looks like they're not going to be forcing in just yet, going for a full eco round, going to be looking to buy up into round number 18. As I say that, they buy up totally. Sigma's going to save for that AWP some money. Hep's not investing fully, but this round, not as easy as it looked about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, and with these Mike 10s and no head armor, they could catch some of these CTs off guard with a quick dink here, and a fast burst play might, overwhelm the CTs. But they are taking short water over towards B site. And there's a nice little boost coming on over towards toilets. But I think with the Deagle, it's going to be very hard to land these headshots. So the T's don't often walk just by this angle.
No, I think that Molotov's going to force them back as well. So no chance for that boost to come into effect. Warwick doing their due diligence, making sure they're not going to be caught off by any of these.
Still, they need to gamble stack here. There's not enough utility. The weaponry is not there, the utility is not there. They need to be able to make an appropriate read from the information they have and kind of stack appropriately and use that to catch the T's off guard here, as they seem to be creeping up with these Mac 10s.
We can see on the minimap there is a bit of a lean towards the A site, just LSW left towards B right now, so they might be making the right call here. Will York, but you need to find some kills coming in. Sigma gets spotted before he can see anyone, and Musty just runs out.
There's 3 players here. And Collide, can he find a headshot? He cannot so far, and he's missing everything, and we'll find one eventually, and that's 3 kills quickly in their way. Josh trades back, lands on his feet, and gets a second here, and Hep will span that Deagle and get the kill, but Josh with the 3rd kill into the round. Now it's left in a 1 versus 1, very close situation, as LSW just has to play patient now, but he's going to go for a peek, and his position is spotted, and so Josh is just going to stick the plant here, and LSW starting to creep through the smoke. He's going to wait in the middle of it, and as he starts to walk through, he doesn't get headshotted here. Now he's got an AK in hand.
This is so tense. LSW just needs to land that headshot. Josh needs to land a headshot too. Tag down to 7 HP. LSW time pressure as the bomb is taking away. One more bullet needed to bring this back, but Josh is going to land the instant headshot. Clutches out the round for Warwick, and they finally convert on the pistol round.
That round got far too close for Warwick there, as it shouldn't have ever been that close. They didn't have to enter into that site without so little util, and the flashes were just everywhere, and everyone's white, and the CTs capitalized on that chaos, and Josh with that Mike 10, he's just pulled it out of the bag there, and he's been performing so well in this series so far. Such a star player for this Warwick team, and really taking over the reins from Jamie right now, and Don Harold catches out the booster.
Hep gets dropped indeed. That's frustrating. But there is this gamble stack here towards the B bomb site. 4 players here as Warwick are going to walk into it once again. Collide needs to get out the molly. He's going to be dropped. But Sigma's found a double dink onto Josh. They just need to not take anywhere near as much damage. But Don Harold spinning through the smoke finds another kill. But that should be all she wrote, as Sigma's going to get dropped shortly here by Jacob.
And that was 8-10. The scoreline's a little bit closer. They still got a lot of money on the T side, and the CT's a lot on theirs. And gonna buy back into it. Sigma W straight onto the AWP. A gun we've seen it on him on throughout the entire series, but a gun that he's not been so impactful on. He's not that kind of star AWP. He gets maybe one around, and he's there to kind of fulfill that AWPing role, it feels like, but he's not that really that highlight fragger that we'd expect from some of these AWPers potentially on from Warwick.
Yeah, definitely. He's very much a post up on the angle and then fall back to the next one type ball. But he missed a few crucial shots towards the end of Inferno. He'll be making sure he doesn't do that again if he wants to take his team through to map 3. He's going to be playing on that A-bomb site with Hep as they're going to make this long setup, something I don't particularly like, but doesn't look like it'll be that important as Josh is going to boost over the smoke here. I1 spots it out, but can't land the
how
frag
has he
six
not
out.
killed him there? I1's
should
got
be a
the
free
greatest
one.
position to see that, and he is watching for that, and he cannot find the shot here, and Josh will take him down, and a frag goes back through the smoke. And now they're in a 5-on-3, and they're just going to throw nades, and they're just probably looking to burst out onto B, and the rotation is so far away. There's a player all the way up A long here, and there's only LSW and Sigma W to hold on.
They're playing this so slowly. They're still going to finish at the B side, but because they've stopped, that A player is not going to rotate anytime soon. And I think Sigma's
but they're waiting for Musty to get some good information here, potentially make a play here. But I don't understand what Hep is doing. He has no information. He could maybe get a couple of kills himself, but they're just going to walk out and B, and it's hard cleared here.
That's round over. Sigma wants to get out and save the ult, but he's way too committed. He's going to go down, and Hep's the last one alive suddenly. Musty's flanked all the way through A site and seen absolutely nothing.
What his position is, it's not. It would not have stopped an A push. It would not have given them really much information here, and you know, it's cost them, I think.
Yeah, it feels like he was resigned to the save from about 35 seconds left in the round. Not really having any impact whatsoever.
It felt like he was a very individual player, not for his team. Like, if they come A long, he'll get maybe 1, maybe 2, if they don't clear him. But, you know, he's no information passed on to his teammates who have just been kind of left very vulnerable on that B site here. And
yeah,
they're looking to hunt him, but they're not going to be able to find him, I don't think.
No, he's safe tucked away in the bathrooms here. Musty, he's ran all over the map and seen absolutely no one, which I'm sure is frustrating for him. He's looking to get into the action, but with just an M4 save to the next round, we'll see some pistols brought up, I'm sure, onto the York side. This is far from a said and done round. Warwick got very close in that round number 17 against this Force Spy. Round number 16 even, as well. And it's just going to be another Force as LSW picks up the Scout, Collide, Deagle and Armor. Sigma's saving for that AWP, and we've of course got the saved M4 on Hep. This could get dirty very quickly as 4 people are running towards this fountain position for the CTs.
Yeah, and the nice counterflash just to buy back the initial peak, but you know, when the CTs are flashed in, they haven't really been able to take the duels they want, but LSW capitalizes on the damage onto Jamie, and the CTs have managed to kind of take this map control, and Musty's going to have to kind of run away with the tail between his legs here. He wants to stay alive. CTs have been able to work one gun out the hands of the T side, but they've kind of given up that B site in the meantime. And if they can get this bomb down early before this heavy rotation comes in, then I think the T's will look to bang on in for their 10th round.
I1 looking to find a quick Deagle headshot to make this retake a possibility. Hep does have a defuse kit. Collide, though, going to be dropped, and Sigma's just forced out of the connector. He's only got a USP right now, trying to upgrade to a Deagle. I1 does find a kill from Heaven, and Jacob with this AWP, and Musty so far back towards Monster. They need to find these kills quickly.
Yeah, the T's are very far away from the bomb here, and the CT, they haven't got a kit, so they may opt to just try and stick it here. But nice peek from Jacob to take down that player who's trying to stick that bomb, and he's going to go for the stick again, and Shade will come out here. And what could have proved very difficult for the T side, they managed to clutch it out in the end just from a nice peek from Jacob as they all resign themselves to try and fight towards short, body block towards short, and ignore that Monster position. But Musty sat at the back of Monster just towards T spawn really proved so useless.
Yeah, it
kind
was
of
a
in that retake
dangerous.
situation. If they come for him, he can get some kills, but he's so far away and so far away from where he needs to be. It's not ideal.
And all of a sudden, it's 10-10. The game's tied up. This has Inferno reminiscence very quickly. Josh going to be looking for an entry into this bomb site. Collide and LSW counter back with some fire of their own, but he's going to back away and they're going to slow it down a bit on the Warwick side. They were very aggressive towards B site early, but not able to find that entry kill. Just some damage exchange between both sides.
Yeah, a lot of damage being put out from that nade, and Josh somehow manages to get away with 20 points of health here, and Don Howard takes a little bit of spam as well. So the T's, two of them being put very low very early on, and a little bit of damage being put out, but they're going to go for this concrete boost here. And Jamie doesn't have the longest of legs, but
Noise made as well, so they're
Don
probably going
Howard,
to come.
he just needs to, stay there and not move much more. But Mercy's going to run up towards a long here.
I think they have now gone for this boost towards B Water as well. They finally got Jamie up there, and he's going to find that kill towards LSW. He's unsuspecting, sat behind the pillar.
Yeah, and that's the power of the concrete boost. I1's right next to it, but it's very difficult to see unless you've got the specific angle in which you're getting really shot through. A short bridge smoke comes down, which means I1's going to hop up on the side of default. Damage exchange, and the T's are very low here, but they haven't found the kills yet. Het finds one and traded out here. And I1 will come back in, and not dead just yet. And T's have yet to push him out here, and Sigma W cannot find that shot, and that is a shot he needed to hit.
True, but Josh is very low, and the remaining two players towards Monster. Musty's going to be Jacob towards short rather. Will miss his shot. Josh in this jail position though, he's huge. They have no idea he's tucked into this corner. Musty's baiting for him. Josh swings wide, finds the first kill, finds the second kill, and Warwick take the lead. Are they going to come from behind on the second map as well and take this? You've got to be sort of getting that gut feeling, that pit in their stomach that, oh no, we're letting another one slip.
The economy is looking good for the T side. Not great. They need to build up a little bit more if they want to have a kind of a lot going for them. They've won 6 rounds in a row, but they're still sat low-ish on money. But the CTs, again, are put onto another kind of forced by eco round. So we'll see what they can pull out of the bag here. But it'd have to be a miracle. But they have won these forced buys before.
Definitely, but no utility really brought up. They're going to go for this short aggressive play, but no one's home for Warwick. They're playing very passive back towards the playground side on the A site, and this 3-man stack into B Water's got a lot of information going on for them, but it's not going to do anything if they just exec onto the A site.
Yeah, and these CTs, they really need to kind of take the time to think about how things are going. Now's a good time when you're on this force buy, just chill out, think about it, discuss what the T's are doing and how to counter it and how to win some rounds. Just need to pick up one round and start off from there. Sigma W gets taken down by Don Harold as the doors opened up. He's just trying to run away, but a nice shot from him. And Don Harold has really been coming into his own in this series, and a performance from him that we weren't really expecting.
No, I1 finds one onto Jamie. Nice flick to
Jamie's
the head
been
shot.
so unfortunate. He's 10 and 17. And quickly traded out by Musty, and Josh comes in for some more eco frags himself, and it's on to Collide. But it feels like Warwick, some of these players are doing better than others, and not what we expected for sure.
No, we were talking a lot about the skill level of some of these players and how we need to see Jamie and Josh coming through for the hard carry. And it is Josh up there, top of the scoreboard, tied with Don Harold, not something any of us expected to see. Collide in this 1v3 retake, he's going to be going for it, but bomb planted reverse dice. Jacob's trained on the angle. That's going to be that round over as well. So Warwick beginning to look like a dominant force in this best of 3. And we're going to see attack pause coming in from the National Rail Museum. Try and cool their heads, get some strategy on board that they're going to stabilize with, try and get the early picks perhaps, go for something aggressive, figure out just what's been going wrong.
Yeah, they definitely need a change of pace, something different to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of string 2 tag pauses back to back, give themselves an extra 30 seconds, bring it up to a minute in total just to give themselves a better idea of what's going on. And Sigma W is going to pick up an orb, full armor, double flash, and a nade. I don't really see the need for them to buy full armor, especially when he's on the AWP. And if he drops that head armor and can pick up a smoke, it'd be a lot more useful.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him buy a smoke over a HE grenade over a smoke in the first place as well. That doesn't seem like the optimal buying choice to me, but he's going to be taking an aggressive peek, trying to find this opening frag. Flashed off though,
A
doesn't
lot
take
of
the peek
damage
through
being
the
put
flash,
on,
will
and
finally find the repeat. And Hep dinks up Musty, but gonna fall away. Don Harold's on this chase, trying to find him, will get that pick, but Sigma with the quick trade and Collide's aggressive out through long. He's gonna spot out Jamie. Jamie can't quite find that kill. Musty and Jamie both tagged so low though.
I feel like both teams are taking fights that they weren't really prepared for, not really hit the cleanest of shots here. But National Railway Museum, they do kind of escape with that man advantage. A lot of damage has been put out onto these tees as well, and they've got a lot of map controls alongside which, and I1 aggressive towards B short means that the rotation is going to have to be very long here if they want to go back down towards B, and Musty taken down means that I think this
Sigma.
round is over.
Yeah, Sigma finding his third of the round there with the AWP. You called him out for not hitting the shots, not being the flashiest AWP, but when you can just post on the angles like that and find free kills, doesn't matter if you can hit the quick flicks or not. Jamie gonna walk into his scope, and it's all up to Josh now. He's got full HP, the bomb's out in front of him, and Sigma's looking for an ace.
Jump spot comes out, so they are going to see where Josh is, and Collide comes back in with a headshot. And maintaining 4 players alive means that their economy is going to do very well coming in to this 24th round here. York, they had a long time in which they hadn't got around, and they lost 7 rounds in a row on the on their CT side, finally getting one back here. So hopefully this is the confidence booster that they need, but it was off the back of very sloppy fights and very aggressive and maybe needless from both sides. If Warwick slow it down, it could be a lot more vital, but they missed a monster smoke, and Josh flying out through the Molotov, which has somehow missed.
Yeah, I have no idea how that smoke didn't extinguish that Molotov, to be honest. That looked like it was dead on it, but Josh just forced through, takes the fight. Being tagged up by the Molotov, got no chance. Don Harold's been tagged down to 31 HP as well. It's another good start for York in this round, as the A-site players, happy with that man advantage, they're going to fall back to site. And it looks like Warrior posturing up to try and get some frags on towards B, as York are going to re-aggress. Oh, wow.
Jamie
That
gets
flashbang.
good timing there, but the flashbang catches him just a little bit too much where he can't find the second frag hit, and they're going to go for an aggressive reboost immediately to try and catch anyone off guard. I like this from York. It's nice. It's unexpected here, and Don Harold might be caught off guard, and he will be here. Jamie doesn't opt for a fast trade, and that's 3 players sat over towards this B bomb site immediately. And Jamie will find a frag out onto Collide, and they're looking to come on into this B site. And the smoke on bridge isn't good enough, and I1 finds him through it.
Jacob aware that Hep could be in this water position. Iwan's going to jump back side, but he gets picked off by Jacob. Very
That's a
nice shot
nice
from
shot.
him. As Sigma come to connect, is going to have a fight with Musty. He loses that one, and suddenly it's all left on Hep in this 1v3. He got a full band of utility. He could molly off short, smoke the bomb, and he wins the round.
Why
Instead,
is
he smoked short. That's
what is
questionable.
he doing? But a lot of damage is being put on, and the boost is going to go on towards sandbags. They might have heard it. He's going to attack the bomb, and Musty will find him over the smoke, and they are going to win that situation. A round which I didn't think they were going to win, and Warwick pull it out the bag again. And it's going to mean National Railway Museum, they're going to they're just going to kick them back down. They had that chance to kind of start their streak of rounds coming back into the second half, but immediately shut down. And
yeah, I feel like that's sort of retake 101, where you want to normally just smoke the bomb and molly the choke points, because you can't get back in, but instead Hep goes the other way. We're still going to see a decent buy for York, though. AWP on Sigma. Josh through the short smoke this time. No Molotov at his feet and no counter-terrorist shooting him in the face, so he's going to be a lot happier with that outcome. But we are going to see this aggression on short. Collide's going to be
a counter sandbags boost, and
Josh surely not expecting this play.
But he hasn't been caught off guard as of yet here. But Josh, aggressive into the angle, could be taking a draw that he doesn't want to. I1 getting the spot and getting the info over. He's going to allow Collide to just run back here. And maybe not the best of calls. I think I1 should have just maybe stayed aggressive with him on towards short. Try and cut out and execute right at the head, just when they're trying to run on in, shut them down before they get to the side. But LSW playing quite aggressive here, and the smoke comes out, and Don Harold's going to swing out and take him down here. Coming on into this B side, it's onto I1 and Collide to hold on through I1, starting to creep through the short bridge smoke. will bump heads with Musty and will find the spam, will take him down, but that bomb goes down. It will back off into this 4-on-4 situation. As they look to play this retake, as all the CTs are here and the flank has been shut down. So it's going to have to be from this B side only, but I1 finds a second frag and a jumping shot.
wow,
Pep and Collide chime back in and they find this retake here.
fell
Tease,
apart so quickly.
they just didn't have the space they wanted to. The CTs were so quickly on their heels that it's been shut down so rapidly. And so they're going to kind of get another round on the board, but you know, each of these rounds is making this game harder and harder for one side. There's no loss bonus. There's no money that's going to be built up. It's going to be a battle of attrition here.
Indeed, it was 8k on a couple of the Warwick players coming into this round. They're fully spent down now, 1,600 the most left on any of those players. MP9 for LSW, he's made a couple of sacrifices coming into this round, but otherwise going to be very solid buys for both teams. Sigma taking a slightly different angle as somehow LSW is going to burn Josh alive, I think with the HE combo. Don Harrell took 88 damage as well, and again, the A players happy with the man advantage. They're falling off. This re-aggression on short though. Jacob tucked in that corner. He's not able to refrag as he's going to be smoked out.
Yeah, again, sloppy work coming out from Warwick has kind of cost them here. The Molotovs just not being extinguished going towards B short, and you can retake it later on here. You maybe don't need to go straight away, but Jamie's having to try and even it up here, looking for a frag on Collide. Takes him down. Now he's going to work out towards his B site. Certainly I1 and LSW here, but they both managed to sneak in close as the T's try and walk on out. Will they expect such aggressive angles here?
LSW going to be traded by this nade, perhaps. Musty instead going to do the job. Jamie finds another headshot onto I1, but as that happens, Hep will spray down Musty, leaving Jamie into this 1v2 situation. He's been working his way back up the scoreboard throughout the course of this half, looking to add a 1v2 clutch to his name. Hep and Sigma grouping up. Sigma's taking a dry peek in with the op, and he's going to land that shot instantly. No time for Jamie to get into an advantageous position or plant the bomb. And 13-13 as the game is tied up once again.
Yeah, very close round here. And with so many players dying on the CT side, their economy isn't going to have a chance to grow. Hep did save a lot of money over, so that will mean they have full set of rifles coming into this round, but the T's are on pistols, so they're looking to potentially give it 14-13 to York here. Same with W, cannot find that fast shot here, and they're going to fall back as the T's go aggressive. We saw this from York come out from them in their half on the T side. We'll see if the T's can win it out, but Hep lines them all up. 4 kills for him, and Musty gets taken down by a grenade.
That's a nice clean round for York there. That pretty much cements their economy for the remaining rounds of this half. Warwick going to go for a buy here, spending every last penny in the coffers. 4 AKs. Jacob's going to join them with a 5th, and this is do or die now for both teams. They both need this round desperately.
Yeah, and if Warwick lose this round, they'll be put on to a very low buy. They've got a little bit of loss bonus going their way here. However, I feel like the round is going to be restarted. A lot of lag apparently in the server, so see what happens as both teams are kind of just chilling out, just waiting to see how this is going to go on. And I think a potential restart for the round is going to head on.
Let's just see what's going on. No official call just yet, so we'll assume the round's live for the time being. We've got a few players grouped up outside Monster. The York players saying they're bugged. Let's assume this one's going to be restarted at this point. Really not sure what's going on, as the time's been running down. Yes, we're going to be restoring here. Going to be going back to freeze time for this round. So going to be restarting round 28. The tension building up here. Just on top of that, you know, we're really getting excited. Want to build up as much as possible as the admins are going to be getting this one restarted back to the beginning of this round pre-buy, so we can get into this with the server spick and span, everyone happy, no one's going around, no one getting upset with the lag.
Yeah, especially with no damage being put over towards any of the players. Very clean restart can come on in, both teams agree and things like that, so should be no issue. Things are just heading on in. We're just going to wait for this round to restart, and it's looking like it will happen as of so. Don Harold with 2K here. Cleans on her.
This is the time for Jamie to get on the scoreboard, go and find some frags to build up his tally.
The T's
But,
are losing this retake here.
this is where York decides suddenly they actually want this one to be the round that counts. But as damage was exchanged, you're right. It was early on in the round. No one had thrown any nades, particularly. No one had figured out what the strategy was for anyone. So definitely going to be seeing a restore coming in.
So yeah, hopefully this round will, or this game will get live soon. 14-13 is the score line as you'll finally kind of take that lead again on their CT side. This round has been restored now. We're just waiting for one player to maybe change his res, fix a bug or something. But yeah, very close score line here. CT's got a lot of economy in their back pocket, so if they do lose this round, they've got a little bit of time to recover and have another chance or two back into it. However, on the T side, if they lose this round, they'll be forced right back down to the bare bones. And, it's going to be a very difficult game for them to pull out. This is York's map pick, and they are 1-0 down after losing Inferno 16-14 with a great comeback coming on from Warwick. So
Yeah, been a couple of very close maps. A reminder for you all watching, if we do go to a third map, it will be Mirage as the decider as we look to get started. It looks like the lag has been fixed, but restored. We're back to the start of round 28 now. The money's all okay. Everyone seems to be happy, so we should be getting back into this game any second now, as everyone's just typing in that they're good, they're ready. Admins are happy, so we are ready to unpause from the looks of things.
yeah, hopefully we get right back into this game as both teams have now called for the unpause. 14-13 is the scoreline in Warwick. If they want to clean this out 2-0, they need to win this round right here, right now. See what they end up doing, but the unpause has not been called. In fact, we're just waiting. Somebody keeps saying no.
This is frustrating sometimes when one of the players just is mashing like 2 and 3, swapping to their knife and spawn, and they accidentally say no to the unpause vote. But finally, we have everyone ready and unpaused. LSW is apologizing, taking the fall for his team, and 5 seconds left as we get into this round. Hopefully for real this time. Sigma W's got that AWP. We've got 5 AK-47s on the T side. And they started off with a heavy B lean in that cancelled round. Let's see if they're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, looks like they're going to have that 4-player B set up here, trying to take short water fast, and there's going to be a bit of a mayhem here. Fight taken here as LSW finds 2. Joshinho takes back 1 himself, as the CTs have already resigned themselves to giving up that control, but a 1-for-2 trade has paid out very fruitful for them. But Jamie creeps out in and gets LSW in an unnecessary fight being taken, evens it back on up. And the CTs have got very little info here, and Jamie with a nice headshot really coming back into this game. It's just the round where he needs to show up, and it definitely is here. And if he can clean this on up, it could prove very fruitful for them as Hep. Still aggressive towards water, and Josh takes a lot of Molotov damage, and so if Hep can creep on up, this could be very dangerous, and Josh and Hep sneak on by each other. And the fight will get taken here as both CTs are walking on into sight now. No smoke in hand, and the attack comes out.
Molly off on short. Sigma just needs to watch this position. He's going to find the counter Jamie. Great to see Hep use that Molotov this time on short instead of trying to smoke it off. And he's going to get the defuse. 15-13 now to York as they do shut down that round and move on to match point. That bomb plant is huge though for the Warwick economy. They're going to get that extra $800, and that takes this from a $3,000 buy to a $4,000 buy. And that lets them get AKs out on 2, Galil's on Don Harold, Jacob and Musty going to follow up with the AK-47s. But that said, utility not looking good. Just 1 Molotov, but they do get 4 smokes together.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult round for Warwick here, as the CTs have sent that 4 over towards Connector and A here. And so they're going to maybe fast and quickly pop out Con here, as the CTs are looking to hold on and retake B here. A lot of Molotovs and smokes on down, and LSW sneaks on by 1 as Don Harold walks through, and Jamie, they go 5-on-3 now.
Looked to me like LSW legs out a bit there, which is incredibly unfortunate timing. I went on the long flank, will find the first kill onto Musty. Sigma W HGing off there. Hep's got to play a close left. Can he find that kill? Jacob gets dropped. I1 finds another kill onto Jamie. Josh now left alone with Don Harold in this retake situation. They know where Josh is, but Don Harold's the huge player. He revealed his position from short. Heps keeps tapping this bomb, and they know exactly where he is. Sigma's on it. He's holding this defuse. He finds the kill to Hep, but he thinks he's cleared off the bomb. Sigma's going to get the diffuser. That's map 2 going the way of York in extremely close fashion. And we're going to move on to Mirage moving forward soon. Wow. What a close match. What an absolute mayhem of a game towards the start of that one. We had some just bizarre rounds, to be honest, but it turned out to be another nail biter, another really close match there.
Yeah, very curious to see how close this match could be with Work being a brand new team, especially coming into this, and you're being very drilled on these B executes and things like that. They're a very, prepared team, and you'd think they'd run away with it. But coming into Mirage, a lot more of a puggier map, I think Work have a great chance at winning this series outright now.
Definitely, especially some of the individual play we've seen coming in, not just from the players like Josh and Jamie, who we've mentioned, but also Don Harold in that match had several huge rounds where he was hitting some shots, getting those entry frags. And if he can keep that up, then I don't see any reason why Warwick couldn't take this one.
Yeah, definitely. So, but we are going to throw it to a quick 5-minute break here whilst the players have a little drink and get ready. And we are back for the final map in the first series for the NSE CSGO Stay at Home series, with Work Esports up against York's National Railway Museum. A very close first two maps here, going 16-14 on Inferno and 16-13 on Overpass. So it's been a very tense series. How do you think this third map is going to go down, Rob?
I just want more of the craziness we've been seeing over the past two maps. There's been some rounds that have been just I don't even know how to talk about them. The pistol round just from Overpass where York ran that sort of loop-de-loop through the connector was enough craziness for me in one day, but we're probably going to get a lot more of that. I think we'll see players like Jamie taking dry peaks from the T side of Mirage, and I think this knife round could actually be quite important. We've seen York get off to really hot starts on their T sides both times, so I wonder if they win it, they might actually pick the T side anyway. So I'd be curious to see what happens in that case. But all I want is another crazy match with a lot of weird counter strike going on because it has
Yeah,
been fun.
definitely. And both teams have really been excelling on their T side. Both amassing at least a series of back-to-back rounds, typically around 6 or 7, as we saw the first map. York goes 7 or 8-2 up on their T side, and then on Overpass, Warwick make a 7-0 streak on their T side as well. So kind of both excelling on that side of the map, and if one team gets a solid showing on the CT side, I think that's where they'll be able to shine and close out the series here. But on Mirage, it's a bit more of a closer map. Everyone knows it, and I think with York being how prepared they are on every map, and with Work coming in unprepared, I think putting it on Mirage is a good place for both teams to be with, since everyone really knows every nade for Mirage, and hopefully it'll be a little bit
Yeah.
easier for them. But I could see some potentially dangerous kind of ends smokes come out on towards B and hits this B site fast.
Yeah, you've mentioned before that York's a very exec heavy team, and think that would make them the favourites for this, given that they are prepared, they've played with each other a bit more, and it might be difficult for Warwick to counter some of these set strats that York will come out with. But we've not really seen that. We've seen individuals go huge for the CD sides, and when York have gone for the executes, they tend to have worked, but they often haven't been relying on those. The CT aggression from Warwick has taken the initiative out of the T side's hands, and that's something I want to see them keep doing. But it can be quite difficult to be aggressive on the CT side of Mirage. You have to sit back. You can fight towards middle, and I expect we'll see players like Jamie and Josh just swinging wide, going to top middle, maybe even pushing underpass a lot of these CT rounds when Warwick get onto their CT side.
Yeah, I just feel there could be a little bit of maybe two gaps in the CT's defense, especially for the Warwick side here. If we maybe send Jamie or Josh over towards that dedicated B player and have that 3A setup and maybe one in towards window, it could prove to be like the ideal setup for them. However, there's still gaps, for them to work through, for the York side to work through, and we'll see how things pan out in the end here. But with a step up in performance from Don Harold here, showing quite a lot of fragging potential, it gives me a little bit more hope for Warwick here. However, Musty has sat very low on the scoreboard for both games, and he really needs to step up individually as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious because we do see teams often put their weakest players as the B-side anchor, whether Musty will be forced over there and have a player like maybe Jacob on short, where he picks up the AWP and swings wide there. But I definitely want to see Musty playing with one of these more experienced players and not left alone with Don Harold like has been on Inferno. So if Musty can have the guidance of one of the more experienced players who've played multiple of these university seasons and won multiple university seasons, then I think he can maybe be put to good use, be micromanaged a bit, and worst case scenario, he can bait in some of the better players to land their shots.
Yeah, definitely. So, and I think if Musty's set up in the right way, he'll definitely be able to get a couple more frags. Mirage is a very linear map. It's very easy to get away with things. However, I think with York maybe potentially starting on the T side, if they win or lose a knife round, as you said, if they opt to choose it, then it could be a very lethal game. But York have chosen to start CT side here after the knife round. So see how things pan
There you
out.
go.
Jacob has picked up a smoke and a flash, dropped a P250 over towards Jamie, so they could be doing a top con smoke and a lamp flash just to try and take jungle here. But just playing a
Yeah.
little bit passive, which allows Collide and LSW to get up close, which means this flashbang will be not very effective with Het playing bait in CT. Collide finds one, finds a second,
Wow.
a third. Looking to clean up 4 frags for him as Collide shuts it down. Jamie left alone. one frag for himself, but so much to work with.
Yeah, he has the P250 for that extra range, but it's not going to do him a huge amount of good if he can't get out of this palace position. Pre-firing the angles, he knows where the CT's going to peek him from, but Iwan's going to land that headshot before he gets a chance to react. Collide in that sandwich position there gets completely overlooked, lands 4 headshots, shuts the round down before it even begins. And that was a pretty sick crossfire because Warwick got scared by that player on the balcony. I believe that was Hep drawing all the fire, and Collide's just free to tap away at the heads. They run past him.
I tell you, York love copying my pistol shots. I love that one. One player CT with the kit and the smoke or kit and flashes, and then one sandwich, one on the bulk. It's a deadly crossfire, especially coming out A, because they all get baited into the one CT play and cannot expect the crossfire. But a Palace burst comes out, and it's on to Collide again to shut down these T's. But they're going for this plan, and they're overwhelming him here. He gets 2 frags, but the bomb plant is down, and that's all the T's wanted. Throws the M4 out of the map as well, and that's very well played from Don Harold, denying that M4. But a lot of kills coming out from the MP9s means that Sigma W will have a lot of money to work with in the bank, but they're still trying to collect this M4.
I think finally realized it's gone.
Orca played very well there, especially just forcing that bomb plant and getting that M4 out of the map. I'd say that's a job well done for them.
Definitely, no, that's a win for them in their minds. Even though they don't win the round, of course, with just Glocks, then a bomb plant and the M4 removed, it's going to force a rebuy onto the National War Museum. They're going to replace the M4 with an AWP and stick with the 4 SMGs as well as 5 AKs on the T side. Sigma not going to be able to land that shot towards middle though. Somehow that one not landing. 3 players though running out through mid to see if they can get that quick mid control. Iwan pinching in but smokes off, so he's just going to retreat back to the bomb site.
3 MP9s and a UMP could prove very kind of hard for these CTs to contest these long angles, especially against all these AKs. A full set, they look to take this connector control, but the smoke is still there, which means Jamie's not able to gather it just as of yet. But a close A setup is very difficult to break here, but they are going to split towards connector, and if they come out ramp, it could prove very dangerous for them. But Jamie and connector, now they're going to rotate back, and this may not be the best call as there's 3 players over towards this A bomb site already.
Yeah, we've got Sigma with the AWP posted on ticket. I think he's looking in towards connector given how close Collide is on ramp. I think he's pushed in, so he's going to be the first point of contact. We do see it rotate from Hep. They're scared of that window boost. It's a lot more likely now with the bench jump up, so Hep's just watching for that, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Collide here, close ramp with the MP9. He needs to find both these kills. This is the bomb, though. If he can shut this down, that's round over pretty quickly.
Oh, that's a late trade. Musty takes a lot of damage there, but CT rotation is very quickly behind, and Jamie, if he could find a good spacing to work with, this might be a very dangerous round. But Warwick with Joshinho gets Sigma W, and now Jamie's close to CT, and he's going to back off. Doesn't want to get too aggressive here. But I1 with the MP9 finds a headshot, and all 4 of the T players are outside low HP here. So the UMP could find a lot of damage, and they're all running around here. Tech boosts up. They've got a kit. And he's going to run out on the flash, and Jamie will survive. Takes down Hep, and LSW's left to save the AWP. And very nice round coming out from the T side there. Just building up very slowly, and this is some good calling from Jamie.
Yeah, that could have fallen apart very quickly there, but the T players, after they get the bomb down, fall back and play that retake very well, getting a crossfire established towards ramp. LSW holding onto the AWP though, not known for his sniper play, but he's going to save this one. Joshinho miles away with the AK-47, so won't be hunting this one down. But the CT money, it's not looking that good. 1400 on Sigma. Everyone else they're going to be able to force up. The AWP's going to be dropped over, and this should be a pretty solid buy for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. So, and with a lack of utility coming out of some of these T players, it might be a little bit harder to build up the rounds. You have to maybe face check a lot more angles, but the CTs, they've got a lot of utility in hand, and Collide still sat on that MP9, not the worst weapon in the world to have. Still has a lot of kind of punch to it.
Very quick B play coming in. We've got the arch smokes thrown from CT spawn. LSW and Iwan on the B site. Need to find some kills. Don Harold with the entries. Musty with the entries. What's going on? They're not the names you're meant to see in the scoreboard. That's got to be a save already.
Absolutely destroyed him. And that was such a quick B execute. An aggressive molly means that it doesn't really prove too impactful. Only Musty taking 6 damage from it, and you know you can't throw that deep molly without much util to back it up.
No,
and so
definitely.
Warwick have snuck on by, and the explosive powers just allowed them to get a second round on the board, and they're looking to start off strong here. Both teams have been very T dominant in this best of three so far, so we'll see if this trend continues. However, I feel it could be a lot closer, especially with it being Mirage for this third and final map.
Yeah, I'm shocked they got into that site taking just 6 points of damage. That's absolutely insane. Some really quick shots coming out from Don Harold and Musty there. So if they're both feeling it this game, then Warwick could really run away on this T side. The MP9, the AWP, and the M4 all saved over. York not going to invest behind them by the looks of things. Every time I say it though, I1's going to buy down armor and a kit, UMP going to be dropped over, and York are taking their time with some of these decisions, which means that some timings out of spawn could be huge for the Warwick side, but the AWP peek into apps from forgive me, from Collide with the MP9. Can't find the
Nice
kill.
shot there. And LSW should have to back up there, looking to back up his teammate, but Hep coming out with the spam, and Musty will pick up a double kill. Another thing that we don't usually see here. And the CTs have been very passive towards mid, and they've had a lot of A stacks here, and I1 just steps out and catches a player off guard as there was nobody covering the bomb planter. And so the T's are going to have to spend this time to gather the bomb and to re-execute. And Sigma W, I think if he was a bit faster, then they might have a chance into this round as Jamie snuck on by and the bomb's yet to be picked up here. So they're going to have to try and isolate this player, but the UMP not ideal here. Is Josh taken down very low, but Jacob traded out now. And the CTs, they have a chance into this round, but Sigma W's been very slow so far.
Yeah, I don't think he knew the bomb was actually down close to him there. If he knew that, he could just keep holding that angle and he'd get Josh on the cross as well. But as it stands, Jamie's lurked his way through the jungle position into window. So Sigma's scared of this position, but little does he know it's the triple spot where Josh is saying that he needs to be scared of. He's going to be taken down, and that got a lot closer than it should have, to be fair, from the York side. But Warwick will shut it down eventually.
Another huge double kill. Let their guard down there.
Yeah, definitely. Not quite ready for the UMP from CT to do as much damage as it did on that bomb plant. But just going to be 5 Deagles now coming out from National Railway Museum up against the AK-47s and AWP.
Oh, nice headshot from Jacob there. Will receive a dink back in turn, but for 16 damage through the wall with the Deagle here. As the T's look to burst out towards mid here, and they're walking up connector, and Sigma W's going to be caught going for a warp. And this is why you're going to stay at home here as LSW shuts down Jamie, but quickly traded back. CTs have not got a lot of space to work with, and Jacob says hello as well. With just chiming back in, and some very nice shots coming out from these Warwick players, and they all look on fire right now.
That's unfortunate of your Collide there, landing a Deagle dink for 16 damage, but equally nice shot from Jacob on that AWP. And it all falls apart from there. One cheeky kill find by LSW pushing through the smoke, but going to see another buy up for the York side now. Down 4-2, they need to stabilize their CT side now if they're going to have a strong one. We've mentioned the T sides have been stable, but York definitely not going to be happy with that. Sigma playing aggressive in mid, flashed off. He can't repeat this now, surely. Will indeed fall back against the heavy mid pressure.
But there's a nice smoke coming out from him to smoke into con preemptively to put out the Molotov so he could take that lower con P. However, Josh and I1 taking a little duel early on, a lot of damage being put onto both players here. No follow-up kill as of yet, but a lot of mid presence for the T side here, so they look to maintain that connector control. Don Howard getting very close up here, and I think if the angle is correct, he can see the shoulder. So will he look to take that kill onto Hep? I think at this range, you can just go for that spam, that 30 bullet spray, and just close it out. There's no... I don't know why... Oh my god, that's unfortunate timing, but he could have got that kill a lot sooner, don't you think?
Definitely. I think he could see him for a lot longer than the X-Ray maybe suggested. Sigma with the open window, maybe calling off a rotation from LSW a bit too early. This round is far from over as I1, LSW, and now Sigma W are moving towards this side, but LSW's got to shut it down first. I1's boosting the site. Is this position going to get checked? No. Don Howell's got no idea. Jacob's got no idea. And Sigma W's finding kill. What? Jacob checks it super late though. I1's going to be fuming as this. Sigma W though, he's walked out into the site. This round's still very doable for the York side. Needs to find this quick kill. Third of the round for him. Don Harold and Jamie left in this retake. Sigma hits a 4th shot, peeking towards short, sees Jamie, needs to be traded by Collide. He gets the frag. Huge round from Sigma W there. I1 probably still incensed by that check from Jacob, but it doesn't quite fall apart for them. Oh, wow.
Oh my god. Iwan's been very unfortunate there, but National Railway Museum, they do break the streak of Warwick 4 rounds in a row that they had going on their T side. Stopped by a defuse here, and they still maintain their money on the T side. However, the CTs are on a bit of a weak buy here with one orb still on Sigma W, two M4s and two MP9s, and I really feel Sigma W's orb has just been so lackluster into the series that it'd be better off being put onto an M4 and having more team play setups here.
I think it's quite difficult to say that after that last round, given he got 4 kills on that
Okay.
retake. Some pretty disgusting shots coming out there, to be fair to the man. Hep's pushed through Palace. Sigma's peeking into Con with Orb. He's going to land a tag onto Jamie. He knows he landed that bullet. Collide did swing. Iwan stuck in the smoke right next to Jamie, just through the window up on his perch here. And we have 3 players heavily towards his A site and Iwan in window. There's a lot of pressure on LSW with an MP9 to shut down 2 huge avenues of attack at the moment.
Jamie playing up close here. Iwan could get caught off guard. We'll see the head and somehow doesn't kill Jamie on 3 health points, and the MP9 bullet is going all around him, but good information spotted out by Hep as he's pushed aggressive towards A Palace here. And they're going to carry on walking through. The rotation should come in. They're going to probably lean over towards his B site here, but there's a heavy mid presence, and we'll see if Hep can get a kill as a fight might be taken just now, but I think he's just been spotted over, and Tizo going to walk into a bit of a meat grinder here.
It's all on LSW if they check this or if he gets flashed off. Don Harold's first out the window. He wide swings but doesn't see anyone. Harold already in the site finds that kill, but Sigma again in the site with the AWP going huge. Needs to find one more kill, but Musty stuck on the site 1v3. Surely can't make this one work. As finds the first headshot, finds the second, but Hep from the apartments, that super long flank finally being fruitful for them. 4-4, but again, such a close round. The York economy's really not looking good, and Warwick are going to be able to buy up again thanks to the huge bank on a couple of players coming into this round. Joshinho spending 7.5k and still having 1.7k in the bank.
Yeah,
These
nice
decent rounds.
And a lot of damage being put out means that the CT economy, like you said, is very low. And again, they're back onto these MP9s. And when they have these MP9s, they like to play aggressive towards A. Musty could be caught off guard here. And he will get dinked down very quickly out, but Don Harold holds his nades out. And they're all holding their nades out. His head almost gets the ace. 4 kills for him as Jamie trades out. And they weren't expecting that secondary re-aggression here. National Railway Museum, they've all got that A site. And Jamie quickly rotating towards B, but Iwan's aware and will head on over himself.
You wouldn't put it past Jamie to win this kind of round. He's only got 34 HP, but he's such a talented player. He can play around these positions. The York guys all spread out across the map now. And it's going to be LSW at the top of connector, who might be the first port of call. He's got the MP9. He can run a gun. That perhaps might be the hardest kill for Jamie to find right now. But will he be looking the right way?
But LSW jiggles out and he has the information there, and the smoke's going to come out, paying a lot of respect to Jamie there, not taking the swing fight onto him. So they are going to take this lead, and they are going to pick up a couple of rifles to back it up here, so they can pass 1 or 2 of those on and buy up around the rest. So they should have a very strong buy coming out here, whilst Warwick resign themselves to pistols. Maybe if they can get a couple of smokes out on the board, they can go for another kind of B rush.
Just a couple of flashes though from Josh, so they're going to be taking this fight mid. No one at home though from the York side, from the looks of things. Sigma going to be taking a late peek in. He won't be blind. He's going to find a free kill onto Jamie. Instant 5v4 situation there, and looks like Iwan from short. He's going to be giving some assistance to Sigma. Don Harold's burning. He's down to 2 HP, and that Molotov nearly gets burnt to a crisp there as this heavy mid presence from Warwick not finding anything. Don, that's unfortunate. He's not seen anyone this whole round, and he just gets taken out. And Iwan going to be taking a peek through towards short. He's got 3 players there. He could have his crosshair trained on. Collide's going to steal 1 away. Musty's going to be picked off, and Jacob can't find a frag either. Clean round for York. That's exactly what they needed for the CT side to become a dominant one.
Yeah, they've got great economy now, and they're looking to roll away with it. CT sides have been lackluster in the series, but if York can get a couple more rounds on the board, they set themselves up very well to go onto their T side, which has been looking very impactful and very strong so far in the tournament. Sorry.
Yeah,
However,
definitely.
Warwick are on a full buy with a lot of util behind them, so the Molotov in window by Sigma W will put out this window smoke and will allow him a lot of information whilst they still lean towards mid. There's only
Yeah,
one player left in the site, and I think that will be
that's Hep, I do
Pep.
believe. Yeah, he had a
He has
sick
walked in.
4K a
Yeah,
couple of rounds ago, so perhaps something similar will need to come out. But I think as there's
but they
no
should
mid
have the
presence showing,
information now. The
yeah,
rotation should be in hand.
there we go.
There's three over towards the A side. They give him mid, and B players are still hesitant a little bit, quite deep into the site, not got much information for themselves. However, if they look to execute on A, they should be shut down quite quickly here. Warwick, they're still fuddling around with their positions, but here comes the execute. Standard smokes and flashes coming on. Out Collide will find that first headshot onto Musty, and Sigma W chimes in. Hef being the thorn in their back with a 3K, cleans it on up.
He's gone absolutely huge on this A-side defense a couple of rounds now. That sick 4K spray down pushing towards the ramp and 3 kills in this round. A-side's locked out for Warwick in these past couple of rounds. They seem pretty lost on their T side so far. We've had these sort of pretty standard mid flashes. We've seen the pillar smoke on B and we've seen the execute, but outside of that, there's not been a huge amount going on for them.
And it looks to be another set of smokes towards B. The Ent smokes here. Gonna get some smokes down on the archers and put on the Molotovs and try and get by these nades. It worked out last time for them, but the Molotovs better this time, but they are onto the site. And it's LSW and I1 holding on in, and LSW with a nice spray transfer connects, and that's 3 kills, but traded out evenly here. As they have got the site, and they're looking to get this bomb plant down from Jacob. Get themselves a little bit more, an extra $800 here. And a lot of difficult fights to be taken, not a lot of angles to work with. The Sigma W is such a dominating force with these long-range duels, and they're going to clean on up, and it's going to be 8-4 now for National Railway Museum. As we said that, Mirage, it could be a lot closer, but York seems to be running away from things, and the impressive fragging potential in the first few rounds from Warwick has simply gone away.
Yeah, we've seen some huge individual plays from pretty much all the players on York this time, and that's something we've not really been able to point out in any of the past matches. LSW getting 3 kills there. It was just against pistols, but they turned out to be instrumental in shutting that round down. We're going to see a double AWP coming out now for the York side as well. Iwan's picking that up towards the B site, so let's see if he can put any work in there. Musty, interesting smoke. Not sure if that's a lineup
Yeah,
or
I
just
don't think
wants
that's
to
a
try and throw a
lineup.
fake, but
Sigma
Sigma's peeking
W?
towards top mid.
Oh, he
Misses.
cannot find that flick, and we'll get taken down. But I1 aggressive here with his own AWP. Trades out in a bit of a kind of a bait position here. Nobody
Yeah.
would have been expecting that, and so they will trade 1-for-1, and they spot out the double AWP setup, but it's only a single AWP now.
And you've got to favour Warwick in this situation normally, but with LSW pushing so aggressively into the B halls, then we can see York has got 3 players cheated onto this A site right now. And another D-Bap smoke. That one's coming from CT spawn from Iwan. Peek from Collide into mid. He's going to pick off Jamie. Jacob's got the AWP trained on his angle. That's another quick trade, and this round's getting very scrappy very quickly.
There's a lot of space to work with, and Heb catches Don Harold off guard walking up connected there. Fight that Don Harold should have been prepared for here, but there's so much space that Warwick have to push for that they could be able to find themselves a gap, especially if they trade onto LSW very quickly and get that kind of go 1-for-0.
He's in such a
However,
weird position, though. It's one thing to check the right side, but will Jacob flash Musty in here? Doesn't look like it. Musty completely caught unawares, and Jacob not really sure what's going on. He's throwing his nades. Flash from LSW, just looking to buy some more time here. Jacob can't find the frag, and LSW is going to shut him down with the 2K. So with him being pushed so far up there, even if they lose the short position, which York had given up, he doesn't have to worry about it. He's not going to be exposed to anyone peeking from the B side of apps, so he can just hold that angle, train on it, and when 2 players walk into his crosshair, he's going to kill them most of the time.
yeah, Musty should have been a bit more prepared for that fight. I feel like he just walked in blissfully unaware that there could be aggression towards the B apartment. The window smoke's going to miss, but Sigma W playing towards the connector is going to smoke out the molly to allow him to just get some better angles in towards mid without having to be forced back as of yet. However, the T's have grouped up and they might burst into con here with the flash to flash. Isn't good enough, but it doesn't matter as Jacob finds 2 quick headshots there. And that's the A site quickly
Oh
given
no,
up.
this is the bomb in
Allied
T-spawn.
in a great position here. Will catch Josh off guard, I think, unless He is very aware. He's got his gun out here, but it's an off angle to clear this. He will get cut down here. So the T's are going to have to re-aggress to clear this position out. And he takes another great angle to fight from.
Finds one, but Jamie will trade it. But meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Iwan's picked off a kill onto Musty. He was in CT spawn. And as such, it's going to be a B rush coming in. LSW racing the two Ts, and he's going to beat them to the site. I'm not sure how ready for this they're going to be. Don Harold's so low as well. LSW should be able to shut this round down again.
Yeah, Don Harold running in so quickly on his own here. Not waiting for Jamie, who's going to start to slow walk it in now. Potentially let the CTs double guess themselves here. Whilst Ivan has this orb, could prove a little bit dangerous if they go for a retake situation, but Jamie has to get the site first and spots out the cross, and I think they are aware of each other now.
Definitely, Iwan did see him on that, and they're just waiting. They know he's got to go B at this point. That warband coming in as well. That's got to be frustrating. 69 damage from Iwan there. He's just playing bait for LSW on this corner, but LSW going to be dropped. Iwan needs to go huge here. Needs to land this P250 thrag. He's being chased from behind, and he spams him down. Jamie almost pulls that clutch out from his back pocket, but Iwan's going to shut it down, and they've got good enough money. They don't need to worry about only having one player left at the end of that round.
Yeah, York, they've really turned up right now. They've really turned it on, and it's something that we didn't see from them for a long time. In the first two maps, is a strong CT showing, and now they're winning the Angels. They're working well as a team. They're winning retakes. These are the things that we didn't see from them before, and so we are going to see them come into the final round of the first half, looking to make an 11-4 scoreline for themselves here. But fast mid burst going to help out with Josh coming in from Paz with 2 quick kills, and Collide will get one himself and quickly traded out. That's Josh on a 3k so far, and CTs are so far away from the site. Will they be able to retake this here?
Oh, I think Iwan wanted to go through that smoke there. He wasn't able to, though. With Josh so low, this is definitely doable. 2 kits, a smoke and a molly on Iwan as well. But
He's creeped up.
LSW not going to land this nade onto anyone. Musty take a bit of damage. Crikey, that did a lot more than I thought it would. But with Don Harold here on this Tetris position and Musty towards Firebox, it should be quite difficult. But that's bomb smoked off
But
now
it's
as
a
well.
default. It's a default plant, and they're lucky to get that kill onto LSW and it's onto I1. But he's going to pick up the kill now. Has he got time? I think he does.
Yeah, just about. I mean, if LSW had stuck that bomb after getting that kill, I think that's round over. But Iwan shuts it down anyway with a 3k of his own. Collide, 17 kills, topping the scoreboard. Josh trying to do his best, especially in that last round with a 3k, leading the way for Warwick on 12. But they're going to need to pull out a banger of a CT half if they're going to bring this one back. 11-4 at the halftime break for National Railway Museum.
Yeah, very good half from them, and they're going to head on over towards the T side here. We'll see what utility they opt to pick up and whether they're going to throw it. They got 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and they're going to head on over towards B, it looks like, and we'll see what smoke is used for.
3 players from Warwick here all ready to receive this attack, though, as York are going to slow it down, go to walking pace. It's Sigma W with the nades. You can see him on the mini-map, sitting in that corner, going to throw a smoke towards window by the looks of things. And Collide's going to be running in first. Jamie takes first contact. He's blinded off and forced back. 2 players backside. Josh going to find one. Don Harold with one as well. And this is falling apart now for the York side.
Yeah, not the best of starts, and a perfect start for Warwick as they get all the kills in quick succession, meaning they can maybe start their comeback here as Don Howard immediately opts for the A4. And we haven't seen any A1S players come out yet. With the reduction from 3100 to 2900, it potentially, in my opinion, could be a bit better of a second round gunner. Pick up that armor in the M4 A1S just to fight off these Glocks at long range, rather than to resign yourself to A4 with maybe no head armor or no nades.
Speaking of Glocks at long range, they've just all ran through middle and they haven't encountered anyone in window. 4 players going through window now. Jacob's no idea what's going on. He's going to molly them out though. Collide stuck in this corner. Jacob knows exactly where they are. They're just running into the meat grinder right now, trying to take a fight anywhere favourable, but there just aren't any right now. 5 clean kills, no damage even done. But
they've just gone so far.
They got to CT, but they didn't even shoot at anyone. They didn't land a bullet onto the Warwick side. So a bit of a perplexing round there if you're on the Warwick team, as how to they've got so deep into your base, but no harm, no foul, I suppose.
Yeah, but they have maintained their economy quite well on the CT side here, but the guns are not as good as those on the T side. So we'll see how they can go into this round, but they are going for this 4A setup, aggressive towards ramp and aggressive towards connector, leaving only Don Harold with the M4 at B.
So a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He needs to go huge. A dink through the smoke from Josh onto Sigma. That's pretty disgusting. And Jamie baited in this close corner as well. I once picked up on the aggression towards ramp as Jacob gets tagged low, but with this
This
3-on-5
could work
situation,
perfectly.
yeah,
They get kills at both ramp and connector, and flash into connector means Fly's just gonna run through, and it's not gonna blind Jamie. He's gonna be shut down. Whose presence wasn't even made aware of from the first connector player, and it's on to Don Harold waiting very passively at B. Could be picked off here, but will find LSW instead, and it's on to Hep with the AK in hand. Sat on towards a bit of an off angle.
yeah, tough situation, but should see Josh walking in a moment. Try the free kill.
Oh,
That's unlucky if you're him. The timing there. Josh won't make the short jump, but finds Snake anyway. And that's another clean run for Warwick. Their CT side looking solid from the first 3 rounds we've been able to see.
yeah, and this is definitely the start they wanted. 3 pretty flawless rounds, maintaining 5 players in both rounds after the pistol, which means their economy is going to be looking very healthy, and that's a great way to start the comeback here, especially when they now have 4 AKs on the board. Only Musty on the FAMAS, but coming up against these Deagles and no armor, it should be fine either way. However, they're looking to go for a little bit of a pop with a lamp flash and a palace flash. May fight these close angles off guard here, but Musty and the rest of the CTs are so far away as they should be able to pick and choose the fights they want.
Need to find some headshots quickly with the Deagles if this is going to go well for York, but instead they're being torn apart by the AK-47s. Musty and CT is going to shut down any chance of a bomb plant with that Molotov, and Sigma left alone. Another flawless round. It's going to be for Warwick as they don't lose a player across 3 in a row. It's
And
pretty
this
disgusting.
is just so ideal for them, and Musty chiming in with his FAMAS, and they played that round perfectly. They've sat far back. They've denied the T's the ability to push and get that plant down. So they are going to be on buy anyway, but Team W not got the most nades with the AWP in hand, but T's are looking very strong into this round. The Molotov into window will extinguish the smoke that goes down late, I think.
Oh,
A
that's
lot of
frustrating.
Molotovs and smokes. Or smokes and Molotovs here.
Sigma's still trained on this angle. He should have a free
Oh.
kill. Instead, Josh tagged through the wall down to 15 HP.
Lucky to get away with his life there. An unnecessary wide peek there. And with no flash in to fight off the angle. Could have proved very dangerous, and lucky to get away with his life.
So bold sitting on that little wall and connector, still taking the fight towards connector. That's a aggressive angle to take on 15 health, but there's a bit of an opening towards the B side. It's been left open by Warwick, just Don Harold towards the short position holding it down, and the bomb is gradually going to make its way towards B. I suspect we'll see a fake come in from Iron and Collide before they begin to move backwards. Sigma in mid, but they're going to be a retake from mid control here from Warwick as 4 players converge and he
He
can't find
cannot
a
hit the
single
shot.
one.
And they're going straight back towards B here, and they could catch these B pushers off guard, but they could be taken in the jaws as well, but they win both of them outright here, and these the other 2 rotators are left with nothing to work with, no map control, and they're looking to walk on out here, but a player in van, and that's Jamie's going to shut him down. The ledge being removed helps him out a lot here. And Warwick with another clean round. Was that 5 players staying alive? And so far, on their T side, York have got 1 kill.
It's not a good luck 5 rounds in, is it? It's been a struggle so far, and they looked so dominant on that CT side towards the end of that half. They won 7 or 8 rounds in a row, if I recall correctly. 9 rounds in a row, looking at the scoreboard. So quick pause coming in here. I think they're requesting an unpause already, so should be getting underway again very quickly. And we need to see something new coming in from the T side here. If they're going to make any impact on this match, if they're not going to go out with a whimper on their terrorist side.
And we'll see how things progress here. Maybe time to change the pace up on the T side here. Just battle it out for these trades. You haven't been able to find any kills defaulting so far, so maybe it's time to go into a quick burst. So a couple of lamp flashes. Maybe no need for any smokes. Get those 2 lamp flashes going out, bind those close players, try and go for the trades, but Jacob's going to head on towards A, and they've only got one smoke in hand, so we'll see what you're up to do with this as they look to potentially try and get that bomb plant down. With Sigma W walking up mid, it's going to be difficult for these A players to hold on here, but they should be able to do so. But
Oh.
I1 finds a headshot onto Musty, who's with the kill, and that's going to mean Jacob's going to have to fall back, but Josh goes for the spray transfer and cannot find him. That's 2 kills quickly taken.
Yeah, and the bomb
Teams have
plant
got a
gonna
lot of
go
space.
down. That's 3 players towards CT as well. Jamie can't retake through this hole. That does never go well for you, and Collide's going to punish that. So this should be now a round for York, because Don Harold and Jacob left it a pretty impossible 2v4 retake, given where the bomb is and where the terrorists are.
They've got a lot of money, so they don't necessarily have to save, but saving here would be good for the economy, and I feel that's off the back of Musty not being able to connect onto I1. He's got the angle, he should have that duel, but he's just whiffed the spray, not hit the headshot. And that allows them to get some space, and Jacob has to fall back, and they isolate another duel onto Josh, who goes aggressive. And Warwick, they've been doing so well maintaining bodies alive. Hopefully Jacob can maintain his AWP here, but too little too late as they do collect it over, and York, they've managed to steal around with it with just Eagles, and they picked up an AWP and an AK as well.
It's quite interesting coming into that round. Musty is finally fed up with the FAMAS. He'd been playing in CT the whole time. Dropped an AWP over to Jacob and picked up an AK of his own. Played aggressive, got picked off very easily by Iwan, as you pointed out. And then Jacob, with the AWP, couldn't retake easily because he had the sniper instead of a rifle. I wonder if they just kept sticking with the FAMAS, they'd have been fine in that round. But instead, York gonna somehow take that round with just the pistols and a couple of flashbangs. And we're gonna see an A exec coming in early. Sigma showing some presence towards mid once again. He's alone here with 3 players to potentially contend with.
But it's going to be like a bit of an A-heavy execute here, just trying to draw some attention away towards middle and isolate this one player in sight, and that should be Musty again, playing towards that default position, which is easily traded out, and there's no aggression or information towards B, so the CTs haven't got the appropriate read on here. So the Molotov's going to come down. That's very good from Musty just to shut down. It only allows Collide to go out, and the frag comes out, and that means the T's are stopped in their path. No rotation in hand, though, means Musty's going to have to keep on holding for a little bit longer whilst they try and wait it out here for the T side.
Yeah, this leg from Sigma's drawn the attention of 2 players towards connector. That's Josh and Jacob, both the players who'd be helping out Musty. But the York side don't look very confident with doing anything right now. They're still grouped up towards the A ramp. Sigma's trying to sell a fake, but he's just firing off bullets, not doing a huge amount. Musty, though, Molotov out, drops the smoke grenade. Josh has got to go huge with the help. Jacob, though, from jungle, and Josh from connector is shutting this one down. Musty's got to do nothing.
Oh!
Wow, you shot my one, but too little too late with that flick, unfortunately.
3 HP though, so anything will take him out, but no nades on the board here, but he has to pick the perfect duels to win this clutch, and he will find the perfect pixel angle onto Jamie. He's looking to find one onto Josh and cannot find it there, but a very nice attempt coming out from I1 here, but very good job from Musty, and we disrespect him in one round, but he comes up clutch in the next. So we are going to see the Warwick team back on the board now. There's a little bit of a hiccup losing 1 round that they shouldn't have lost, and now they're bringing it back again. And the T's are going to be on a good buy after winning a forced buy, so...
Yeah, there were 4 players towards ramp there, and I think only 3 smokes used in that execute, so I'm not sure if they just didn't want to extinguish that molly for some reason. But I think they could have gone through to help Collide. Sigma going to get picked off just on the elbow, I assume, by Jacob there with that. But that just leaves this B hit. Collide's got up quite far. Don Harold's under a lot of pressure. Drops the smoke, backs away smartly, but LSW's going to pick off his help in Jamie.
And Don Harold's smoke is just not ideal there. It allows the T's just to be taking fights because he's not got his gun up. And now the CTs are fully boxed out this site with smoke and window and door means a retake. Cannot begin to happen.
Musty could have re-Molotov the bomb there. LSW was the planter, and Musty had a HE grenade and a Molotov. He could have at least stopped or killed the planter there and made that retake a possibility. But as it is, they're going to fall back, go for the save. 13-10 is not a situation you can't come back from, especially on the CT side of Mirage. And they're just going to hold for some exits with Josh in T-spawn and Jacob trained on that shop angle in CT. But double entry from LSW, he takes a lot of damage for it, but like you said, that smoke from Don Howell, if that's just a little bit better, he can play around that a little bit more easily, and maybe LSW can't push through that to help find that.
Yeah, it felt like he was a little bit indecisive wondering whether to play aggressive towards Van, try and take some fights there, but then he resigns himself to go back towards bench, drops the smoke late, makes a big gap into it. It doesn't allow himself to secure his and cement his position. So it allows Tatis to get out and catches him on the timing. So just a little bit of confidence, I think, there. And they're going to pass. Okay, Collide's bought a scout and they've bought a Krieg. So I don't think the Krieg will be the worst gun in this game or on this map. With the changes, making it a little bit harder, putting it in the hands of Iwan, who's been trying to get these taps going, might be able to find a pick towards B or in middle, just trying to find that one-shot headshot that it still has. But Jacob over towards Connector doesn't find the frag onto Sigma W, who is unfortunate timing for himself. However, York have developed this middle control.
You can see Sigma's cautious after being picked off by the AWP and connector a couple of rounds ago. Collide's been holding out on this A ramp as the mid control comes in for the terrorists. They've got 2 in underpass, 2 top mid posturing, and the AWPs have fallen away from this position. Don Harold is in the ladder room, and he's got Joshinho for support from the other side of window. So there could be a pretty lethal crossfire if York do aggress onto this position, and looks like that's what they're going to be doing now. Iwan, though, is lurked under the window. Gives up the angle at the perfect time for Don Harold not to be able to land a headshot.
But Don Harold's got a great position to hold on to, and he finds a headshot and a take onto Sigma W. Quick trade, though. Comes out, and Jacob finds a frag, and Jamie looking to hold on here. Aggressive in Ab's going to have to hold on for dear life here, as he just runs into the smoke here, blocking players, and the frag should come out. Shots should know, but
how have they not?
The wall, and Jamie survives somehow, and Joshinho cleans it up, and could have been a very different situation there. Jamie doesn't have that smoke and gets fragged out, and they find the kills onto site. But Warwick, they get another round onto the board, and they're trying to break up the streak, but the loss bonus with the changes is still there for York side.
It's going to be
very difficult. With the old changes, they'd be on so many more ecos, but they can keep on buying round in, round out, especially with these bomb pants that occasionally go down.
Sigma towards B, trying to sell a fake. We can see this is going to be a palace pop, but will Warwick figure this out? We're going to see just Musty towards CT. Closest player is in connector. Jacob, thankfully for him, is rotating around towards CT to help out with the AWP, but will he be posted up in time? Musty gets dropped, and Jacob, Joshinho, oh wow, that was Jamie finding that frag from short, but he gets traded.
Oh, but Hep with a double kill, looking to get third here, does a lot of damage on towards Jacob, and they've really caught him on the timing there. The contact players really caught Warwick off guard, nothing to really kind of keep them busy, and being sold a little bit by the fake. And there's Sigma W hiding on the bench, and Jacob cannot find the shot, and we'll have to start running now.
And he's scared of this B-lurk because Sigma was there originally, but instead now it's going to be Iwan pushing CT spawn. He's not ready for this. Does finally turn around and find the AWP shot and should be able to save towards CT. Just Collide, who's even remotely close nearby. But he is going to push through that murder hole. York throwing their money into disregard right now, trying to hunt down this AWP. Will succeed, fortunately for them. But that was pretty risky from York there. I'm not sure I agree with that hunt so much, especially given the state the Warwick economy is in. They can buy up for another round at least.
But they've damaged the Warwick economy, so we'll see how things progress. And we'll see if they get the AWP out again. They go for the double AWP setup, and Don Harold also have an M4 here. But York, they're two rounds away from winning this best of 3 series and progressing on into the semi-finals. Jacob is going to go for this early con peek, and the T's are swarming out, and the flashes are good here to fight him off that angle. And they're going to go fast and aggressive towards this middle. There's so many in there right now. They may be looking to split up towards short, but a little bit of hesitation so far.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on in mid. That's an interesting smoke on the angle. I'm not sure if Josh is going to have a gap through that. But I went quickly into this window position. Jacob's rotating back to have a look at it. But with the smoke in place, he's not going to be spotted out for a while. And such a skirmish towards mid with neither side really ready to commit to a fight yet. Don Harold's going to be swinging quite wide, but he's going to make it into the ladder room safely. So Iwan versus Don Harold is going to be the fight.
And he will find the frag, and Don Harold's not really even jiggled it. And Iwan's so prepared for this jungle player.
Oh, wow.
And we'll find the frag as well, and that means Joshinho is going to be collapsed upon, and Musty's going to have to hold on here as Jamie rotates around short. And the T's can go anywhere. They can go back anywhere they want. They can push into CT, and that's looking like they like looking like what they will do here as well. Jamie's
Just
just gonna maybe be a little bit more aware from this.
looks like he is finally turning around that sort of internal clock ticking. This is the timing. He's scoped up on this door and he's going to land the first shot onto Sigma. It's falling apart for York. This was a 4-on-2 at one point. Here's the steps in the apartment. Hep can't walk into the scope. Iwan needs to get the bomb down and hope that Hep can help out in the post plant, but this is such a weird round now with that bomb plant. Iwan pushes in towards Musty and Musty can't land that frag. That was huge, but he's left on just 11 points of health and
Ivan's
Jamie
just
can't
running
punish the
around
cross.
right now, and now he knows where the final player is. And Hep, he hasn't got the angle as of yet, and the bomb's not planted for him. So Jamie's going to tap it, and Hep's going to be forced into a peek here, and he will not find that headshot just yet, and he will go for the USP spam.
Goodness.
Hep clutches out just in the last few rounds of his AK spray here. Musty, I don't know how he's not won that fight. Ivan's run into it thinking, I think Kitchen is clear, and
Yeah,
being caught off guard.
I went jumping around with no concern for his own life or even the round at some point there. He was pretty reckless, but Hep's going to clutch it out in the 1v1 against Jamie. Came very close, and that's the CT economy broken up against match point. Their best weapons are UMP and MP9. Like, it's not looking good for them.
Definitely not here, and the jump spot is spotted out, so Don Harold hopefully will not go for another one of those anytime soon while Sigma W's trained on the angle, but the smoke comes in to help him out, but he goes aggressive for a peek here, and James tried to chime in with some Deagle spam, but they've given up that full mid control on the CT side here. He's able to work with that and choose where they want to go.
Iwan maintaining this A ramp control. I would have liked to see a bit of aggression come out somewhere on the map from the CT side. It's going to be Palace, actually. We have Jorginho pushing in with that MP9, and they're going to be retaking Palace. Hopefully, you'd think on this A execute, but let's see. We have 2 players going towards Palace, so if they can't trade out this MP9, 3 players Palace, so that's huge, actually. They're going to clear this position out. But they have knives, they're playing around. Sigma just runs through the bullets and doesn't give a damn, as it's going to be this A exec coming out. Musty and CT with a CZ, that's not going to get any work done. Jacob, similar position with the MP9. Will find one. Musty finds a second, actually. Suddenly this is doable for the CTs, but Harold on the smoke can't find one. Iwan lands the next headshot, and Jamie with the Deagle pushing through. Misses his shot. Iwan another headshot, looking to close this out. Jacob left in a 1v3. Mollied out behind the ticket booth. They know exactly where he is. This is undoable. This is going to be map 3 going in the favor of York. And there it is. They'll be advancing to our semi-finals. They'll be going up against the UWE Sea Stags, but we'll actually be hopping over to the other side of the bracket and going into the game between DMU and Portsmouth, who took down Edge Hill and the other Portsmouth team, respectively.
Yeah, some very close rounds there, and this best of 3 went the full distance, being a very tight series overall. So we are going to hop over to a quick break, but after that, we will be watching DMU come up against Portsmouth Paladins. Be sure to check in for that one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are heading on into our semi-finals of the NSE CSGO Stay-at-Home Series. We've got in the top side of the bracket, we've got UE Sea Stags versus York National Railway Museum, and in the bottom side of the bracket, the game that we are following is DUM from De Montfort University versus Portsmouth Paladins. Joining me today is Robert BCG
Hello.
Thomas.
Hello, John Dr. Pike here. So you know a lot more about these teams than I do. I knew quite a bit about the York and the Warwick sides, but DMU and Portsmouth Paladins are a bit less known to me. Could you tell me a bit about either of these sides?
So Portsmouth are a team that have been they sprouted into the scene properly, or they've been around for a while, but this kind of lineup has been around not so long. Just this year, the Portsmouth Core won the NFC Summer Finals, I do believe. But after that, they've kind of been a little bit uh, unheard of. Some of the players they play on the ESEA teams, they don't want to commit to Newell or NSE, so they're a little bit further away and don't want to play so much. So we have got some fresher names coming on into the lineup, but DUM from De Montfort University are a team that have been around a while, and if you played against them, you'll recognize some of the names, and they're quite a decent team. They're not the best aimers and they're not the best stratters, but they're quite well rounded overall. Having played them in a best of three and beat them a couple of weeks ago to come fifth, I'd say that DMU have some work to do, but I think this is a matchup that they definitely could potentially win here if they just
Okay.
kind of pop off.
Yeah, but you think we're still favouring the Portsmouth side coming into this match?
Um, I think Portsmouth have a lot more individual skill. They're going to be a lot puggier, so I don't know how DMU will cope with that. Having played against DMU, they seem to be difficult to make those reactionary mid-round plays that often win you the rounds if they make the right call. So we'll see how things go. But they have done the vetoes earlier, and so we are going to see those pop up on screen just now. But the first map
S-
pick over is Inferno. I don't know whose map pick that is. However, we're going
I
to see the exact same three maps, it seems like.
Inferno was picked by DMU, I'm being told, and Overpass by
Okay.
Portsmouth. But yeah, like you mentioned, identical three maps to the previous series between York and Warwick. We'll be starting off on Inferno, that's DMU's map pick, or DUM's map pick, whether you're going by the uni or the team name. So quite a puggy map set. We've got Mirage again, we've got Inferno again, and we've got Overpass, which is perhaps a bit more strategic for the Portsmouth guys. I remember playing a couple of these Portsmouth players, like you mentioned, sort of ESEA players, quite individually skilled. And they absolutely wrecked me. So I'm a bit scared if I'm DMU on the other side of the server here.
Yeah, definitely so. And I kind of keep using my personal experience to help give me some knowledge around this DMU side. And I think coming up against Portsmouth Paladins here is going to be very difficult for them to kind of outright win this game. I think they may win the series overall, but it's going to be a bloodbath for sure. And especially when they're trying to execute into these sites, I think they'll get swamped out quite quickly here. And maybe with some roster changes that I think they have on the side of DME for this tournament. They may be more or less equipped to kind of compete against the guns of Portsmouth, but we'll see how things pan out. But I'm not too optimistic.
Okay, so we should be getting into this match very quickly. We'll see if Dr. Pie's predictions ring true and Paladins maybe take this one by storm a bit. Less close than previous series between York and Warwick. And we'll see which of these teams will be progressing to that grand finals, looking to play for £250 and a supply of Monster Energy as well. So very exciting stuff on the line here. Of course, just winning this match guarantees you're going to place in the money. Third place will get some, but fourth, unfortunately, not the case.
But
So
they will
a
get
lot
a
on the line
case of
here.
Monster to
And
help
of
back
course,
them up through these hard times,
far more valuable than money, of course. That's where it's at.
I think in these harsh conditions, it definitely will be, you know,
Uh, can't go
the
and
currency
spend
of
your
the
money,
future.
but Monster Energy. I can see it happening. The different flavors going to be different values, like different denominations on our notes. It's going to be a whole system already set up for us.
Yeah, but it's going to be an interesting matchup here for sure. But if DMU can get a good start, maybe they can carry on rolling into this. But looking at some of these players on the Portsmouth side, I just don't see them losing those Angels that often. I know the DMU players are lacking that firepower typically. See how things kind of pan out.
Well, it's
We are
all
gonna
going to
head
come
on
down to the
into
headshots as we get into this map in just a moment as the warm-up is being ended and we'll move into the pistol round. I'm assuming since this is DMU's map pick, they're going to be starting on the T side, and it looks like that will indeed be the case as we get into game.
yeah. It's often good. I think when we played them in a best of three, they pick Inferno into us, and just getting that start on CT side just allowed a bank of rounds to be built up. And their T side, I don't think is too good on the side of DMU here. We're gonna see a smoke, a flash, and a PT50 on Jojo, not dropping that over. A little bit of information spotted out, but they are gonna peek down towards Banana, and early map control being taken here, but no commitment from the side of DMU anywhere just as of yet.
No,
Misty
identical
could be finding
buys
some packs.
from both sides. That smoke had a huge gap in it as it hit Pinu as he ran back from the banana. And we're going to see the T is posturing now towards top banana. The smoke and flash on Jojo. He's going to be walking in with that P250 and the bomb. Smoke towards CT spawn. This flashbang's going to be coming in soon as DUM go for the hit.
Yeah, flashes comes out. Nobody's gonna be white here. Missy's just kind of bait in, but Pinu finds a headshot onto one. Will get traded out quickly by Sovereign here as Misty chimes back in, trades out, and Jojo again 2 for 2 right now. And Infinity comes flying through the smoke and takes down Joke.
This flank from Devil could be huge. He's going to have a free fight onto Infinity, but Infinity, another instant headshot, and will finish off the kill. It's all left on Faith in the 1v3. No kit dropped, none of them bought up, so he needs to find these headshots, and he needs to find them quickly. Polo baiting for Infinity. He's looking for a third. He will get dropped, but no trade frag just yet. Jojo going to be chased down. 1v1 now. Faith needs to find this kill ASAP. Polo's baiting behind the boxes. Can't quite find the frag. Little Faith will finally hit the headshot, but no time left. Polo's wasted enough time off the clock, and that bomb's going to explode whether Faith likes it or not.
Yeah, really nice headshots coming out from Little Faith, isolating those duels into some one-on-one fights and playing up very well in the end there. Unfortunately, no kit on the side of Portsmouth means he cannot get that defuse off. However, it's, they've shown something to impress me there, getting some kills. But DMU get a couple of frags out here, and they're going for this full SMG buy here. And so
That's a
if the
Bison.
CTs start to force, could be shut down, but they are going to go for a full eco here. And the Bison, the increased armor penetration here apparently isn't awful, but nice little pull stack coming out from CTs could catch some terrorists off guard.
Definitely. This Astralis stack's very surprising when you walk around that corner, especially if you don't have a flashbang to help you. Of course, one flash and you can completely ruin this setup, blinding all 4 players. But with the current setup on the T side, they're just taking some basic map control, trying to figure out if there is a stack like this. It wouldn't surprise me if we see one of these SMGs just going on their own somewhere, try and find out what the CTs are setting up for.
Yeah, definitely is something that the T's just need to be doing is just send one guy in with a Mac 10 just to try and spot some information out. But the CTs are grouping up. They find the frag on A, and the CTs start running in over towards B. They find one frag, and Jojo's looking to hold on. But that's the bomb in hand. A lot of damage being put out there.
Goodness.
And so it might be worth it for the T's, but should be a DMU round all here now, unless there's a miracle being pulled out. And
Bison.
done quite a little bit of work there.
That's 3 kills on the
But
Bison.
DMU let it slip a little bit. I feel
Yeah.
there was a lack of commitment and a lack of map control being taken. They just wanted to hold on and wait here, and they lost 2 Mac 10s in the process, but it's not going to hamper their economy too much here. But they are going to have 3 SMGs still. But coming into this round, the CTs have a lack of head armor.
3 players without head armor for 3 SMGs. If I can do any maths, that adds up to me. Let's see if they can land some headshots. We also see our first A1S of the day. That's out on Devil. Maybe we'd have seen that come out. They'd have won that pistol round, but unfortunately was not to be. Polo's been chunked down to 48 points of health just from some grenades. And there's quite a good assortment of nades still left on the Portsmouth side, despite 30 seconds being gone into the round. 4 smokes and a Molotov. They could choke off Banana for most of this round if they really wanted to.
Yeah, and I think DMU are taking it way too slowly here. They've got these SMGs, they need to be a bit more explosive, but they are looking to take brackets control. Devil gets some information spotted. Little Faith takes another re-swing towards long. But the T's, they're trying to develop this map control, but they haven't really even secured brackets properly yet. And they have just about got it now as they head over towards B.
There's fake smoke coming in from Nero towards Moto, but with no noise towards brackets, it wouldn't surprise me if Portsmouth make an aggressive play somewhere for some information. Instead, they're just going to deploy a smoke towards the B side, but the way that the SMGs are stacked up here, it wouldn't surprise me if they try and burst through this one as it fades.
But nice flash through, and could have thought that a CT player could have been flashed through for info here, but the BX going to come down. The rotate is going to be very far away. No counter utility to stop this. But Pinu does a lot of damage through that smoke, and Misty will get taken out by the Mac 10. That head armor not being there has punished him dearly. As the CTs look to maybe engage in a 4 versus 5 retake situation. Molotov coming down early. And a nice little spam as well to clean up Jojo here. Evened it up, but there's no real utility left to help these CTs out, but they've got a lot of map presence here, so walking on in. Devil takes down Infinity, but the Dark Player is getting spotted out now, and Devil is just owning it with the A1S right now, and they're looking to clean on up.
Oh no. Oh.
But there's
No
a
kit?
kit somewhere, but
I think he's just about got it.
Yeah, they just got it there.
I was not ready to cast a Bison 1v4.
But very close situation there. And the T's, I feel they've just allowed the CTs to walk on in rather than trying to contest them at CT, try and put some pressure on, try and force out some misplays there.
They got stuck in a really quite awkward situation where Infinity, the only one with a rifle, was stuck in pool, and all the SMGs were towards Banana and backside, having to take long range fights, which is pretty much the opposite of what they wanted. We're seeing a glass cannon AWP on Polo. We mentioned on the last Inferno map that we don't see many T-side AWPs, but this isn't just a T-side AWP. He's got no armor. Little Faith going aggressive towards second mid, swings and lands a headshot onto Infinity, does get traded out though by Nero eventually into an early 4-on-4, and that's gotta favour the terrorist side.
Yeah, having played against some of these Portsmouth players randomly in some other cups, Little Faith does do these very aggressive, very pug style peaks towards second mid and outside. I'd say they're a bit stupid peaks, and he has been punished for it this round. But Devil's gone back for the trade, so they've maintained that man advantage here in this round. But DMU, they're so slow. They just wait for people to walk into them here. And it's not an ideal setup. Sovereign's not playing Antiflash. There's nobody there to help him, and they've still got this AWP. So curious to see how they're going to pull off this round. If they're going to smoke coffins and CT and just try and entry on into the site with no flashbangs here. But Misty's got a full set of utility.
2 smokes. They might try and just walk in and take contact and try and save those smokes for the afterplant. Let the AWP take some picks, try and find that player towards backside perhaps. But I just can't see this working out well for them without a flashbang on the entry. There's still a Molotov in CT. There's a HE grenade. I think he even has a flash still. So
I think the contact player is definitely the ideal thing to do here. But the Molotov goes down, and a counter smoke in CT goes down as well with the coffin smoke.
Oh no.
So it's just not ideal timing. You see that Molotov go down, just hold it on out, and they're just waiting and burning down the clock with these Molotovs. And DMU, I don't know what they're thinking into this round. As Sovereign walks to a full Molotov and gets chipped down away, and Jojo is just going to trade out onto Joe, save the AWP. But that was a very poor round coming out from DMU there.
Yeah, credit where it's due to the Portsmouth Paladins. They held onto that utility as late as they could and used it perfectly to shut down any chance of DMU winning that round. But you are right, that was incredibly slow from DMU, and I think they need to go a little bit faster on that contact play and try and save the smokes, because if you throw any flashes, then that counter utility is coming in instantly, just like that.
Yeah, they've just tried to wait, but like somebody to give them an opportunity into the round, and with the Portsmouth players playing so passively, it's just not going to happen there. A lot of nade damage being put down middle means Hero is going to say bye-bye. As Infinity sits low as well, and Jojo with the AWP. We'll see what he can do in this round, but I feel with the way Portsmouth are playing right now that he's not going to be able to find much.
No, not giving him any free looks into any of these bomb sites. Not fighting Banana where there's AWP's posted up currently, and smoking off mid as they get that feeling that there could be some pressure there from the terrorists right as they walk up towards the choke point. The A apartments have been taken now. Resmoke up mid. Again, they can't fight this, just trying to buy more time off the clock. We got Devil towards that short side. We got Faith towards that long side, just trying to fight anyone coming out with the pistols. And you've got to favour the Paladins with their aim to win these fights every single time.
Yeah, definitely so. And again, DMU are so slow. This is something I noticed when playing against them. They just wait. They play default and they wait. And they don't really get this map control with utility. They just try and walk in and play contact everywhere. And Jojo, he's going to try and contact a pick here and gets a full load of bullets into his shoulder there. Stays alive somehow. However, the T's are fully known. They've made a lot of noise now, and they're not opting to go back as of yet. And Devil will hear all of these steps. And he will find a frag, looking to clean up a second here. Back in on out, and that's going to be the round secured.
Jojo just saving again. Polo needs to go in and die so he gets the loss bonus, but this AWP's going to be carried over from 2 rounds, and it's had absolutely zero impact.
T-side AWPing is so unimpactful. He needs to be put into positions where he can get these kills rather than just sitting around waiting, looking up banana and things like that here. And
Oh no.
he's gone for
He didn't
an
get
angle.
money.
Why has he done that? Jojo, hello?
He has absolutely zero money. Jojo, on a bizarre adventure of his own there, has nothing coming into this round, as we're going to see the 5 rifles of Portsmouth surely going to storm through this round. The way they're looking, they're not missing any shots, not doing anything silly. Deagle surely going to be dropped over. CZ to Jojo, so he's got something to his name, but 3 smokes, 2 flashes, that's it. What are you going to get done on Inferno with that much utility? You can't just wait, like you're saying, against a team like Portsmouth. You know, they have the aim that they're going to win the aim fights when you do take them, and you know they're smart enough not to give anyone these free kills.
It does a little bit of damage over towards Little Faith at the start of the round, swinging into second mid. But again, this is what I'm saying. They just try and contact into these fights. Sovereign doesn't attempt to take banana controllers, just go sit all the way back. And Jojo might find a frag here, but cannot even find that there. Devil's just too quick on the turn. But they just walk into angles and they hope to hold them for the longest time. If there's a contact in the angle when they try to peek it, they'll probably lose it seems like. And they're just playing so slow. There's no cohesion. There's no teamwork. There's no gusto.
Devil gonna spray down another one. Joke's gonna pick off Infinity coming out of the apartment and finds a second onto Nero. Sovereign left alone. He took some damage from a nade at Banana early on. And I think the bomb's up on Torch, is it? Or is it in the apartment?
It doesn't matter. It's too little too late as they're shut down. They get 2 kills there in that round, but trade frags are what they are, and they need to be taking banana on these buy rounds. You know, get the Molotovs out, throw a Molotov hook car, flash it. You know, get the Fnatic smokes in if you need to. Just take banana. You know, like Warwick, what Warwick were doing, it's not much. It's nothing special. Don't have to be a special IGL to call it. You just have to be aware of how to play Team CS, and it seems like something DMU can't at the moment.
No, their utility usage has been pretty weak so far. Only round 7, and their money's not been great, especially given that Jojo had absolutely no funds going into this S round. Heavy B presence coming out. Let's see if the counter utility from the CT is going to be perfect again. Deep Molotov coming in as the smokes and flashes get committed from the CT side. So they're left with just 1 smoke and absolutely 0 map control. Devil's pushed down mid. He's going to get a free kill. 2 headshots, 3 headshots coming out from him with the taps. Can't quite land the 4th. It's going to back away now, surely, but there's just no chance for DMU to get anything going in these rounds.
And not at all. And coming in on this is DMU's map pick, you said, right?
So I do believe so, yeah.
Don't know what they expect to do here. And their CT side is a lot stronger as they're able to hold their angles that they want to hold on T side. It's like they've tried to play CT side on T side, you know? They just move into angles, they just hold them, they just wait. There's no team flashes, you know, there's nothing to really assist them to get up that map control. They just need to be called, okay, can you flash up banana? Can you flash left side banana? You know, get those flashes in, help them work up banana. Can you flash mid? Can you flash short? You know, take this map control together as a team rather than just holding an angle and expecting to get a pick or a double pick here. But we are going to see Polo aggressive with the AWP here.
This HG is going to do some dangerous.
But he gets past it, and he will find a frag here. The trade isn't in. And Misty will be the unlucky recipient of the AWP shot. But they are working this map control now. So finally, they've worked themselves a little bit of map control. And brackets seem to be given a little bit more easily here.
Yeah, that was due to a little mistake in the CT utility there, I believe. I don't know if they were fully aware of the gap in that smoke at top banana that allowed Polo to get that pick. He still gets tagged down to just 20 health, and with Joke up on this boost, then any B execute with what utility DMU do use could be shut down. Instead, though, with the 2-2 split for Portsmouth, I've got to favour DMU in picking up this round. chimney flash just to try and bait some presence, maybe get that Molotov out of Lil Faith and Pit. That's something that could shut down this hit, and they're going to finally take Bracket's control with over a minute gone in the round,
But the
and
counter
they
Molotov just
fall away
means that you
straight
fully
away.
give it. There's no presence there. Nobody's really been forced off this. They've shown nothing. They've just smoked long, jiggled mid, and the counter Molotovs come back and they've immediately rotated. There's nothing to really sell it. And Portsmouth, they've not kind of stacked any sites. They're split 2-2, but there's no counter rotation. There's not one on this B site, and they're fully prepared for this. The pull flash comes in, and the counter
Oh
Molotov,
no.
and this is a great crossfire go come out. But these smokes are going to deny a lot of information here, and they will find those entry frags, and they will get this bomb down in the nick of time here. But Sovereign strolling through.
That could have gone.
Picked up a kill very quickly, and I don't know what's going on, Rob.
This is still doable for Portsmouth somehow. The entries onto that site looked pretty unbeatable, but given how long they took to get the bomb down and Devil finding that kill through the smoke, this is very losable. One player Pillar, one player Dark, and the AWP towards Banana, trained on CT. He's going to get picked off. Pillar player drops, Dark player peeks wide. Devil knows where he is and finds the kill. He's got a kit. That's another round for the Portsmouth Paladins, despite DMU finally looking good onto a site.
Yeah, DMU, I think they got lucky there. The Molotov was great. And they've thrown the CT smoke, which has bloomed quite high up close to the boost player. And they've also thrown a front sight smoke, which has just denied us so much info and cut off that crossfire. And I think it's completely by accident. I think Pinu could have been a little bit more conservative with his pull flash and held it on just a little bit longer. An extra second might have allowed them to get the kills. But when it came down to that retake, they just fell apart.
Portsmouth still win the round. These HE grenades. Polo chunked down to 23 health. Again, another flash. They're going to peek this and get picked off by the orb. I think they're a bit surprised that he could even afford it, to be honest. But this smoke in mid, as Pinu's taken the banana presence, that's going to allow Misty to rotate back towards the A site just to reinforce his team there. Another HE grenade does a lot of damage, and Faith actually going to lose that duel onto Infinity. 3 DMU players tagged down low, but 2-man advantage going into this A site.
Yeah, definitely a good start into this round. Looking to get a third on the board here. And Joke is just eating a full set of utility, but manages to get into mini pit with his life. And there's a player gone into sight now, and they've gone to frags for himself. But Jojo gets 2 back as well. Left on to Pinu 1 versus 3 with the orb here, but he doesn't know all 3 players are very low and could be one shot by a rifle. Molotov isn't great. It will allow the plan to get down here. I think DMU will be a little bit scared coming into this post-ban situation, having lost one last round, but it should be winnable here, very winnable.
Oh wow, that's very close on the wall bang, but taking some damage there. He knows he's not got a chance of winning this, and even though the CT money is quite strong, saving this orb is a huge economic boon for them later on in the match. And 6-3 on the CT side, they're still pretty happy with that moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. So again, it maybe a little bit of an unnecessary aggression from Devil and Little Faith in towards middle, and Boiler gave DMU 2 free kills to begin this round here. However, you know, get a bit more discipline on the side of Portsmouth and they won't be winning anything. You know, just give brackets. You can give brackets at the start of the round, contest it a little bit, but give it and then just retake later or play a heavy crossfire from site. And DMU have kind of not got that ability to come mid-round to kind of, you know, call these wraps and to counter this heavy like site stack that could be thrown out here.
Yeah, given the way DMU are playing, you don't want to give them any confidence where they can just start walking into these sites and actually winning in duels against the Portsmouth players. As long as Portsmouth are keeping them at bay with the nades, with the utility, and making these late round decisions that seem to be working out so well for them, then I can't see any way that DMU is going to be able to get a foothold into this map. That said, though, the way they are now winning some aim duels just gives them a fighting chance of taking some of these sites, winning a few rounds, so that when they get onto their CT side, if they can be a bit more disciplined, then they do actually have a shot.
Yeah, definitely. So, and Little Faith looking to get aggressive again towards Boiler here, and there's another frag given up. And I said he plays a bit without brain here, and this custom again, taking fights into Boiler is not something you want to be doing, especially like that. But Devil in a bit of an off angle here, very aggressive. Could encounter some players here, but walks into Boiler, cleans up here, and they're going to pop out mid. And Joke gets one, and Devil's allowed to run back here. But fakes the sound cues, and The T's are so spread apart that they weren't really ready for
Oh
this, and they're
no.
gonna head back towards B, and
Are they going to commit to B still?
they're very unsure. There's no information towards B. There's no information really towards A. They don't really know what they're gonna do, and they're gonna head back towards A as the CTs and the T's are gonna head towards B. So bit of a curious call here from both sides.
Pretty 50-50 from both teams, just hoping they happen to hit the right site and it's going to work out for DMU in the
I
end.
don't know why DMU has opted to go for this B site here. They
No,
don't have any utility to throw down to kind of isolate the jewels, and they got that pick over towards A and can try and catch the reposition here. As Polo with the ult could have caught the rotator out of that B site if they wanted to. However, we're seeing a 1 versus 3 situation. Just a little bit of damage over towards Polo.
this
However,
crossfire is so brutal. One in pit, one banana, and one pillar. Like, he's got no chance of moving forward into the
no,
site.
not.
So, again, the call, pretty 50-50, I think. I don't think there's anything overly wrong with going towards the B site there. You've got kills on both sides of the map to some degree, and the rotation from the CTs is definitely going to be interesting. They're going to be going for these retakes. They've been looking confident in a 2v3, so I think it's fine to go B. I'm just surprised that Portsmouth fully rotated to A as well so quickly.
Yeah, I'd call it would be an A hit. You get killed peeking aggressive into A, and you've lost 2 frags there, 2 or 3, and why wouldn't the T's hit that site, which is definitely weaker, and there's a lot more room for them to work with. They can start to wrap towards long, can go short, can go apps. There's not a lot where you can really hold from there. So I see why you'd stack A, but I don't really see why you'd stack B. It's a very hard side to crack into, and a lot more potential for multi-frags from the dedicated B players. However, we are just going to see a little bit of a pause come out here from the
I think
side of DMU, but they have got a couple more rounds than I thought they should have had.
Yeah, quick tag pause coming in. We're going to be getting back into this very quickly. Looks like the guys on Portsmouth are going to be going for a little half buy here. We've got a M41S on Devil. We've got a Mag 7 being invested into. So a bit of a mixed bag of purchases coming out for the CT side. Terrorist, though, they're going to be rocking the AKs. They've got plenty of money to go around. Should hopefully be buying all that utility up and putting it to good use. They've been a bit better, I think, with their utility towards Banana, fighting off some of these aggressive plays that the CTs have been going for there. And it's definitely showing in the scoreboard as well.
I just think Little Faith needs to stop peeking in towards mid.
Oh,
Devil's been
definitely.
doing a lot of working it and a lot of kills doing it. But Little Faith has not had any success doing it, and Joke spots out the AWP here, and they're going to go aggressive towards Banana now that they finally have the utility, and Pinu's with this Mag 7.
This
with
is where
Fizzy
it gets
back
put to
up.
work.
Counter smoke means that Nero's not even going to push it. They had the flashes in, but they don't commit. So they're going to play passive, and they haven't successfully acquired that top Banana control, and they've used a lot of utility to try and get it, but one smoke has really boxed them out for now.
But speaking of smokes, Portsmouth have just expended their last one towards middle, so they can regress with their utility. There's enough left on the T side to take this properly and still have plenty left for an execute. So if they just go walking around this corner blind trying to take fights, then I'm going to be very upset with the way they've played it.
But still, lots of smokes being used down by the T's.
Ooh.
And Pinu will go for the swing here. Doesn't get Nero there. The Mag's having the spread just a little bit too much for him to handle. However, the CTs, they've still got so much map control and Infinity. Taking maybe an unexpected fight with Devil here. CTs are looking to regain this map control, and 35 seconds on the clock, and they haven't got brackets yet, and Devil's dinged one down. I think that's going to cause them to go back towards B here, as Nero's trying to maybe sell the fake. They are going to commit to A wrap. Or A short, sorry.
This is the right call. Devil's here alone. He's going to have to land some shots very quickly for this round to go in the Portsmouth Paladin's favour. Sovereign going to pop his head instead, and Joke on the rotation with just a deagle. Probably not going to end up going very well for him.
But again, it was a bit of an odd call there. I feel like there's no information there. The play towards B, I think it's Nero was just throwing a smoke, some flashes just to try and say, okay, I faked B, let's hit A. There's no confirmation on any rotation. They had no idea if it was a 4-man stack at B, a 3-man stack, a A stack,
Oh, wow.
And they're going to pick up kills themselves and pick up some rifles. But
they can't.
DMU are just playing without the correct information, and they've won some rounds just because maybe Little Faith has trolled a little bit, and now they've lost the economy game.
Oh, no. Polo's going to die to the bomb if this goes up. I think he's just far enough away, actually, with that plant. So he's going to hold on to the AWP. And I know what you mean. I feel like Portsmouth are maybe mind gaming themselves and expecting DMU to do what seems obvious to them, but instead,
Just keep
DMU
that.
just,
I think keep it in a 5-on-5 and Portsmouth win the round every time. They
yeah.
seem to be giving up by contesting early into places of the map that DMU can't even take convincingly when it's given for free. You know, they've given brackets for free, and you know they jiggle it about 10 times from boiler and mid, and then they just, yeah, okay, we cleared brackets and then walk back. And Polo going for a bit of a jumping off, but
Don't think that was the gun that was buffed. He's going to jump through the smoke. What
they
is that
will find
play?
the
That's
entry.
crazy.
And Misty fell back to sight in the meantime, so you know, a lack of teamwork from the CTs here, and they're going aggressive towards A apartments, and they've kind of countered themselves and walked into across a DMU here.
I
And
feel
they
like,
got
yeah, Joke's thinking like, oh, Devil got a kill in the apartment, so the player watching this is going to look away. Instead, Devil's going to regress and find another kill in the
but
apartment.
Sovereign's still holding that angle towards second
Yeah,
mid. It's unbelievably puggy right now, but not even in like the term it's not usually used for. It's so individual and people just
yeah.
holding very passive. Everyone, it seems like, is being a bit of a beta here, but they are looking to entry into the site, and Misty's looking to hold on here with the AK. Cannot find the shot and will get taken down. So
There's
it's
a
going to be
quick
another
flank coming in
retake.
from Devil, though. Okay, Nero's smartly going to move away from that plant position. But Devil still
Oh,
finds another quick headshot. He's got 3 kills so far in this round, working on the 5k. Nero, Dark, he's going to get naded quite heavily, tagged out, and
oh,
Faith from
nice
CT
flash.
is going to spot him shortly.
Surely they find these frags here, but the flashes have worn off now, and they're going to take the duels 1-on-1. As Devil starts to swing out, and Nero's just running around with his knife out, and Polo's found 3 kills with the ult that kind of
I'm just
magically appeared here, and he
lost for
puts it in
words.
chat. So I don't understand why he's kind of piping up. I don't know what he's really done that's been too impactful, but you know,
I mean, they're winning rounds. We were somewhat writing them off, to be honest, at 6-2, but that's 4 in a row for DMU. And the CT economy, again, looking pretty shoddy. Fate's forced himself up to $450 left and going for another aggressive mid play. His flash is pretty predictable. Gonna go 1-for-1, but what's the point? Oh my
Oh,
goodness, Devil. He is absolutely on fire right now. Misty's pushed Banana with a Mag 7 and got close in on the
but
T
this is
side
a
of the
bit of
wall.
an unexpected
Oh
angle, and he
no!
will just go and put his barrel in Sovereign's face, and trade couldn't come soon enough. This is left to Pinu on the site alone, and the rotation is coming in now.
I like that DMU have gone quickly behind this. Penu was Misty in this back position last time. He didn't get checked, but Penu will fire off the first shot. Devil can't find a kill this time, and Penu does get dropped eventually. Jokes picked up the Mag 7 from Banana. He's going to stick with the Deagle, has to take a fight against Polo. Will be Molotoved out. Moves forward. That sound cue should have been given over, but
I don't think
Jojo,
he's
it looks like, didn't
enough.
hear it.
But
Well, that
Prefire
definitely
comes
went.
out, and Polo's just gonna try and flash. No, Pete's gonna come in, but see how things go. Polo doesn't need to fight here. He just has to play passive. Crossfire is established, and Joke's just shooting all his bullets into walls right now, and not at anyone.
Can't quite land that kill. Jumping around to Coffins with the Mag 7, looking to find the kill onto Polo. Exposes the back of his head to Jojo, who'll take advantage of that fact. And I don't understand what that push into second mid was from Faith. I mean, it gets traded through a sick deagle shot from Devil, but at best, surely you think you're going 1-for-1 there.
Yeah, there was no flashes in second mid to help him out. Only his own flash, which catches a player off guard that it shouldn't have. But if you got your long player banging flashes over the top into second mid, then it's a potentially viable strat. But you know, it's so individual. And Little Faith, I feel, has cost him a lot of rounds here. Maybe he's being able to shoot people. And if you look at his score, he's 10-10. You wouldn't maybe necessarily blame him by just looking at that, but I'd say the rounds lost on this Portsmouth side are really because of the back of Little Face just not being able to run, stop running at people. If he just plays in sight, then I feel like they can win this game so quickly.
We've praised Devil for some of his holds towards Boiler and towards mid here, but often they've been necessary because Little Faith's gone down so early in the round. If they're just playing together and holding a crossfire, I don't see any way DMU can get in with the way both of them are aiming right now. It's been these
Definitely.
B-site hits that have been the successful ones for DMU, but when Little Faith stayed alive towards A, then there's no way for them to get into that site.
I was so confused what DMU are doing here. They smoke Coffin, so smoke CT. Then one flash, but they get one smoke in return, and no rotations have been bought, and I don't understand how you know why these teams are doing this. It's not really told anything.
Yeah, if anything, they're just sort of going through the motions of what they feel like they should be doing, but not necessarily thinking through what that could be doing in reality to the rotations of the other team and to the mindset of the other team as to what mid-rank calls they'll be making. This is going to be another B hit. These have been very successful over the past few rounds. Misty's going to have to hit some shots with this up. Finds the
But where
first
the
kill onto
flashes?
Sovereign. And finally there'll be an entry onto the site, but Misty's still just peek and drive from Coffins. There's no smoke there.
There's no smoke. There's no flashes, Rob. Misty is just allowed to look for free here. Polo finds one running through the smoke, but Devil just comes back through as well. And
There you have it.
just because you throw the CT smoke, you throw like a Molotov or two, doesn't mean you get the sight on this exec. You need the flashes. Flashes are so important, especially coming up against some of these Portsmouth players who know how to kind of counter these executes, and that flashes will buy you more space. But they
It's
threw
just
none, and it's just not helped them. And Missy's not being allowed to just play whack-a-mole, crouching up and down at coffins with the AWP.
exactly. It's all well and good having the backside Molotovs. If you're just gonna walk into an AWPer with no flashes and no smokes in the way, what's the point of it all? Little Faith this time has an AWP, so hopefully will be a little bit less aggressive towards the mid and boiler positions. Maybe not quite running all the way into second mid as Sovereign will be taken top banana. It's good to see that they've been doing this a bit more proactively towards the latter stages of this half.
But they leave themselves very vulnerable to reflashes in. Something Portsmouth haven't been doing, but with neither playing anti-flash, if there was a coffins flash for a repeat, they don't clear corner, they lose that top banana control all for one flash. And I don't think
Yeah.
DMU have really expected this, or maybe played against anyone that has done that. So I feel like if they progress into the next stage and play Inferno again, and play against a team like Yui, that they'll get punished very quickly and very easily for that.
So, John, tell me, how do you feel about an AWPer being the solo lurker with no utility to sell a fake?
I feel like Polo must be the caller of this team.
Yeah, I'm
He
getting
must
that
be.
feeling.
I bet he thinks he's individually the best. He just makes these solo plays, gets his team to sell a 4-man hit into a site, and then tries to lurk out here. He's playing like happy. It feels like. Throw
Yeah,
some nades, try and bait out a rotate, but
can't
you know,
even do that. He had no utility for most of this round, and yeah, Little Fate's going to be rotating off. Joke is going to smoke him out of the apartment. So Polo has absolutely no input into this round unless he pushes that smoke, which he might be doing. But in the meantime, the actual hit's coming in towards the B site, and there's 3 players here already. Misty, again, going to peek through from Coffins, lands the first kill for free. Jojo finally peeking out of the apartments, but Sovereign's going to get traded instantly by Faith through the smoke. That's a pretty disgusting shot from Desert Eagle. And finally a Coffin smoke, but there's a huge gap in it, and Faith can just peek for free, and that's the round over. Because
look,
Polo
Polo's
is
in
in
Mexico.
underpass with no
30
time
seconds
left.
left, and they've tried to sell this hit in towards B, but there's nothing to really back up. They've all thrown the smokes and the flashes, but nobody's gone in on the DMU side, and Polo's not showed any presence or killed anyone or done anything, so it's really proved very poorly out for them, and I don't understand why they're doing these sorts of things, Rob.
I'd love to
It's
watch that.
hardcore
Yeah.
baiting.
I'd love to watch the back and see if Polo even made any noise in that beyond maybe
I saw him go
scoping
out
out.
on the mini map,
Yeah.
and he
I don't
didn't
know,
kill
did
the
he fire
player.
off a shot? I don't know what.
He fired off a shot. He went out as like a late lurk to catch a rotate, and
After they'd
catching the
committed at
rotates would
B
be
though.
fine if they could kill the B players, but they haven't been killing the B players.
It's just bizarre. Anyway, the ultimate sign of a skirmishy map is 10 sets of armor in the pistol round, and that's exactly what we've got going into this one. 8-7 to Portsmouth, a slender advantage moving on to the T side of Inferno, and they're going to be looking for some aim jewels. Sovereign on this angle going to be running back as Faith takes the peak, and Polo going to land a goosh onto Joke through the wall, I think that was. So a bit of early damage going in favor of DMU, but definitely not enough. And there's been 2 players sat at the bottom of Banana this whole time, hoping that DMU are going to regress. But instead they're sitting back on the bomb site, just trying to show some mid presence here, and now falling back into this B hit. Quite telegraphed, I think, here from Portsmouth.
Yeah, they still maintain that bracket control with the long player. So with so much time being brought over, they are starting to rotate over, and this is the appropriate read here. No utility on either team. 10 sets of armor. They are getting contact into B here, and the rotation is fast into CT, and so many shots are being fired here, but Infinity finally lands one into Little Faith here, but quickly traded out, and the CTs haven't found much, but Jojo will finally get killed for himself, as the Teats are going to struggle to plant this bomb here. They need to take these duels, and they need to win some very quickly now here, as Polo finds another headshot onto Misty, and Nero taking down Devil, and Joke, he's going to try and twist and turn, but DMU finally clean up that round. That looked a lot more convincing from there.
I think the only way to sum that up is a skirmish. It was just people taking pot shots, trying to peek around corners quickly and fire a lucky Glock spam perhaps, but there was no real in-depth strategy. There wasn't much teamwork going on there. It was just a bit of a mishmash of players running at each other and hoping for the best. Gonna see another Bison coming out. I really want to see Infinity get some work done with this gun, just because it's never seen in any CSGO matches ever outside of Silver. So hopefully we can see some work done like that.
But, you know, they've got some deagles on the side of Portsmouth, so they can find the shots. They may be able to find a way into this round, especially because they keep on constantly peeking B, but Little Faith takes an MP9 bullet on the pre-fire here, and they will fall back, but the rest of the terrorists are over towards second mid, and the CTs have gone aggressive into apartments here, and not something that you usually see here, and Polo just wants to go aggressive, and will get quickly traded. And unnecessary aggression here, people hunting for frags, it's Eco Cobras all over again.
Definitely. Devil will be taken down. If there was anyone on the Portsmouth side I'd be scared of with a deagle right now, it's him. So quite a big frag found by Polo before he gets dropped. Kind of see Portsmouth grouping up towards the B side. They've got one Molotov to their name, but it's not like there's any utility to come out from the CTs either. So just going to come down to these raw aim fights. One Glock, but the Deagles could land these headshots very quickly. And a Bison backside, who knows what that's going to get done.
They have got one Molotov. They're going to use it to CT, but it's not going to completely cut off the angle. And you cannot find the train in Infinity with the Bison. Nero chiming in, cleaning it up. Well, that's going to build up their economy quite a bit with these MP9 kills. However, T's have got a lot of AKs, and they still have 3 MP9s on the CT side, so we'll see what sort of aggressive push they should be able to do. Try and take the fight to Portsmouth before the AKs overwhelm them.
I'm curious as to whether they thought that Molotov there was actually going to block any vision, or they were just hoping that it might force a player back and rotate them round. Would I like to see a contact play perhaps come out, just try and find a free headshot with the Deagle, but quick banana presence from DMU. 3 players here. Polo peeking with that AWP early on into the round, and Devil going to be going up into that head-on-head fight.
Triple swing banana, traded 1 for 1. Polo manages to find the frag with the AWP, and he's just shooting wildly. And they are going to give it now, so Portsmouth haven't completed their banana control yet, but
that smoke from Nero is going to give away that the CTs have given it up, but the actual hit looks like it's going to be gathering up for some brackets control now. 1 player in the apartments, 2 players in mid. And as this smoke fades, they're going to figure out they have this for free. There's absolutely no presence aggressive anywhere on the map from the CTs right now.
CTs
they're boosting
up.
B. Yeah.
The rotation is so far away, and the T's again just jiggling these angles, but you know, once you've jiggled them 4 times, I think you're free to walk out here and just keep on player posted on, but you can work up this site here. We're going to see what the one smoke from Pin you can do. So they look to boost up potentially on the flower bed. Nice flash comes out, and thanks for the info. The rotation's going to come in rapidly, but great flash white soften off the angle, but Little Faith is not gone out. He's just holding, he's baiting here. That's 2 MP9 kills as Little Faith finally chimes back in here. Looking to clean up onto this final side play, and Misty gets that frag.
Click down onto that headshot. The information there from his teammates just enough to get that pre-fire landing. I thought, yeah, Sovereign in the pit had done enough there. He'd stayed alive, and because Little Faith hadn't dropped down to try and find the kill, I thought he might be able to get a lot of work done from pit. But Faith will find that frag and the second into this round, and Polo's left in a pretty much impossible 1v2 retake here. Just a simple crossfire here.
But Misty is aggressive in the angle, but the flash takes him off it, so he cannot find Misty just as of yet, and another one just to buy some space for himself. But he's going to commit. Little Faith peeks out on the second flash, and Portsmouth, they tie things up again, and it's been a very tough battle for them. A game that we didn't think would be so tough. We thought Portsmouth would roll away with it, especially with some of the calls that DMU have been making. It felt like Portsmouth had this one in the bag, but we'll see how things pan out. But we do see Pinus out of 4 kills still, and not a lot.
No, not 18 rounds into a match. Devil, though, he's more than making up for it. He's hit 22 already. Polo on the other side, 18 frags. But with just the pistols on the CT side, this should be the Portsmouth Paladins finally building a lead up, and Devil's going to land another headshot onto Nero. All the pressure on Infinity. Polo's pushed down, and he's going to be cleaned up with just the USP. Surely, there we go. And another, well, a clean round finally for the Portsmouth Paladins by the looks of things. It's not like there have been many of those going forward into this match.
No, definitely not. Hopefully, they can clean this one up to the final conclusion of the round here. But Infinity might be able to find one, and of course, it has to be Pinu. Unfortunate for him, the flash a little bit too late there. Pinu just holds on for that flash. It's a kill for him. However, he will fall and take one for his team. He seems to be a little bit of a lamb for the slaughter there, just going in to find the information. And maybe that's what he wants to do, just go, okay, trade me.
And no big deal either. Joke only had a deagle into that round, so they save all the rifles that they brought into that round. Gonna be a pretty shoddy buy coming out for DMU here. They do have 3 M4s, but also a FAMAS and an MP9, and low utility across the board bar Sovereign. So if Portsmouth can draw the clock out on this one, Faith gonna eat a grenade towards Banana. But if Portsmouth can draw the clock out, then there's gonna be a distinct lack of utility for the CTs to counter any hit.
We'll see how things pan out into this round here. CTs have gone over it for like a triple short setup here with one player on balcony. I don't like kind of this position. If you're gonna play triple short, I am a believer of having 3 players on short. You know, one on the porch, one top porch, and one playing by the bicycle, looking towards apartments here, just so the trades can be quickly put into place. As if the teams are coordinated, they can isolate these duels into one-on-ones very easily, and that's what they have done there. Triple short setup, isolate into a one-on-one. Pinu giving his life away, but Jojo and Sovereign get one apiece, and they get head back towards Banana now without much hope here.
Yeah, that flash in towards mid from Jojo was huge. Gave Polo a free kill there. Gets played out eventually, but Jojo winning his aim fight after that. Infinity may be rotating off a bit too soon here. Gonna leave Nero alone. Backside, no utility. But with this flank coming in towards the Coffin's position, I don't think that T's have gone quickly enough to take advantage of it, and indeed Infinity will shut down Faith, and Misty will follow soon after. Pretty clean round for DMU this time, building up their economy a bit.
Yeah, I thought that round was quite lost. They managed to get a 1-for-1 trade, which I didn't think they should have done. I thought they'd clean up the first under porch player, but coming in, they managed to get one each towards apartments and short, and from there on out, the round was very clean. Because he Pinu opted in for the CZ here, and he really seems to have resigned himself to this non-fragging role, giving up, it feels like.
There's a difference, I think, between not really fragging that hard and giving up. If he's self-throwing utility, if he's baiting for his team, like, that's okay. Devil, though, gonna be picked off on that shoulder peek by Polo. Very quick reactions to land that shot. And Faith tagged down so low towards Banana by the nades means this is going to be a very difficult round now for the Paladin to get a foothold in. Polo will miss that shot, though, towards Pinu. He's been given a new lease on life, but can be forced back anyway.
Pinu
Polo,
still stood in the Molotov here, but yeah, Polo just aggressive here, and he's found an opening here, and he will find a second one. Lil Faith cannot find the fight. Pinu cannot trade him out as well. Polo, how has he managed to get away with that one?
That was disgusting from Polo. I was watching him walking into that smoke thinking he's just potentially throwing the round away, and instead he comes out with 4 kills. Jojo's going to take away the ace, but I mean, full credit to Polo there. That was pretty disgusting.
Yeah, just the teaser of Portsmouth Paladins really uncoordinated on this T side, and I said DMU's CT side would be a lot more, a lot stronger for them since they can just hold those angles more effectively rather than how they committed on the T side here. But you know, Portsmouth, they don't seem to be working as a team again.
Gonna see the B rush coming in here. 2 players on the other side of it. Utility should tear them to pieces as all of the nades from Portsmouth have been expended, but instead Infinity's caught unawares. Will recover though, sprays down 2, and Nero's gonna find 1. Finishes off Little Faith. This could be a bomb plant though for Misty. He's looking for that quickly. just to try and get that extra cash injection, and they're not going to be able to stop him. He has picked up an AK and a smoke, so this is actually winnable if he's able to rattle off a couple of headshots towards CT.
But the smoke towards Coffin. Now he's going to take a fight towards CT. The flash comes in, but Jojo kills him quickly before that. So a clean round for DMU here, losing 2 against full eco, but at least it's only 2 and nothing more here. But Portsmouth Paladins will look at that bomb plant and give themselves an extra $800 so they can buy up properly into this 23rd round here. Is DMU looking to close out this map right now, it feels like?
This surely now is the round where Devil says, okay, my team isn't really pulling their weight. Pinyu's still got 4 kills, I believe. I'm going to need to get an entry frag somewhere and just try and win a round on my own. So I think he's going to go somewhere aggressive. Try and pick up a couple of entries. Polo, again, going for some quick frags. Going to be another B-rush coming in fact. A lot of damage from that grenade, and they're going to get slowed down a bit. But Nero and Infinity, all the pressure's on them. Both Molotovs thrown out early.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive play here. The T's have been boxed out by these Molotovs, and there's 4 CTs ready to stop down this B push. Nero finds the first kill, gets a double now. Joke trades out, but how much space have they got to work with in Infinity? He is very low health HP, but CTs look to be all in preparation for this site retake here. Once that bomb gets taken, I think they're starting to walk in. Little Faith didn't even spot the booster here. Jojo chimes in, trades him on out, and that was a 2-on-3. And Misty comes back from Banana after not seeing anyone, and it looks to be round over from here on out. Unless they can find these jewels, they pick down Sovereign, and they avoid the trade.
Misty tag low though, and they've got no nades left whatsoever to help them retrieve this bomb. Polo's going to keep walking up, but Joke's pushed into CT spawn. Jojo's ready for this and lands the headshot instantly. Well aware that that's the only thing that could happen for Joke if Polo was taking the angles. And pretty solid hold again from the B site players there. They've been doing well. It looked like they might be caught unawares, and they did burn both their Molotovs at the same time, but it bought just enough time for the rotation to come in. 4 players there, and they could never get the bomb down after that.
Yeah, they're just so telegraphed from Portsmouth. They have so much sound information given away, and they don't opt to smoke the Molotov and just have to wait it out. And that was 20-30 seconds burned off the clock, and the rotation was fully in hand. And now we're going to see him force up again. 1 AK over towards Misty, and the rest of them buying down towards 2K. So a bit of miscommunication then. The smoke from the Molotov just means Polo won't see him, and Misty gets away with his life there.
Quick bracket take. 3 players committed to the A site side of this map. Polo's towards long, but he won't see much action as the players are already up short. Joker going to be picked off. Devil finds one onto the site, but with Sovereign still alive in the pit, no chance of getting onto site. Sovereign's going huge. He's picked up 4 kills this round, working on an ace as Misty has picked up Polo now.
And Misty looking to clutch on out here, but the rotation so quickly in hand, and he cannot even find the frag on towards Nero. Commits to the spray, but cannot find the frag, and now they are 14-10 down. The economy is again ruined for the Portsmouth Paladins here. Max loss bonus, but not much you can work with when you can't really find any kills in these rounds. They've just gone in for rushes on B and then A, and they've not found anything as DMU managed to hold on and use that money they have to buy the utility to box them out.
No, the trading just hasn't been there for the Portsmouth side. The teamwork from these 2 teams. Oh no, Polo's going to be dropped by Faith in the middle. That Molotov not quite doing its job. So that's a free opening into this round for the Paladins. So Polo's probably not too happy with that. The orb retrieved and 2-2 split for the CTs. A lot of utility left for Portsmouth. They should be shutting this one down. I mean, a lot of things should have happened in this match and just haven't so far.
Yeah, for sure here, but we'll see how Portsmouth can do. They've got this man advantage, something they haven't had in a while on their T side. And so the B exec is going to come down. Coffins and CT smoke. Molotov's going to come in hand as well. Not much counter utility for the CT side here. Nero looking to spray down. Will find a headshot. Will find a second kill. And Misty finally trades. Oh, it's looking like a frag that Nero could have picked up, doing 75 damage as well. And the rotation is always here. Infinity cannot find that spray.
With Misty on 25 HP, 1 bullet there, that's a huge frag, especially given how far away the other 2 players were for this bomb plant. Now the crossfire's looking to come in. One player first orange. Devil's going to swing wide, sees all three players, and Misty's going to be the first point of contact, but Sovereign will drop him. Player towards Banana now. Little Faith has to go huge, but Sovereign's on for a 2k, so Devil swings wide and can't get anything done. Huge retake coming in, 3v3 for DMU there. And Sovereign, you've got to say, he's really turned it up these past couple of rounds. He didn't have a huge amount of frags, but he's picked up 4 in the last one and a couple there on the retake. They're big impact frags.
Yeah, it felt like that retake, like 3-on-3, they isolated a 3-on-1, a 3-on-1, and a 3-on-1. They just took those duels together, and the T side weren't working together as well. They left each other for dead, really, and they managed to get the defuse off in time, and it's not really ideal for them.
No, Polo aggressive peek into the apartments, gonna be trying to find a kill with the AWP. Misty's jumping up right by him, and somehow Polo keeps finding these frags. I just don't understand. Can't quite find the kill onto Pinu, but Pinu's unable to trade it either. He's still
not punished
struggling.
for it.
No.
He gets away with 10 HP, but it's not 100.
Pinu
They
needs to
haven't done
find his
that
kill.
damage, and Sovereign should look to die here, and Pinu will finally pick up his 5th kill in the game, 26 rounds in. See if he can put a couple more on the board to bring this game to overtime is what Portsmouth Paladin wants. And there's going to have to be 5 in a row to do that.
This is such a passive A setup, and with 3 players now walking up towards the middle in the apartments, then you can't see any eventuality apart from DMU just giving this site up with Polo and one other player towards long. Jojo, they're going to be more on top of that position. They're committing to the site now, and that's just in time, though.
Yeah, nice call there to get into the site, but the rest of the teams are so far apart, unless Little Faith wants to rotate through long, but Ding's coming out here. Polo will chime back in 1-for-1 trade, but cannot find the frag as Joke cuts him down, and a little bit of team damage being put out, but the teams managed to work their way through that A site.
Eventually an execute working out for Portsmouth. Only 2 players on that A bomb site, so it got a bit dicey at times despite that. This retake now from Infinity and Nero looking unlikely, but I wouldn't put it past them, especially with Devil and Misty, the 2 heavy hitters so far for the Portsmouth sides out of action. Pinion needs to stay alive in this pit. He can't ever peek there. He's the only one anchoring this retake right now. As Joke's gonna get dinked down as well, but I think with the amount of time gone, surely this is too late. And Faith on the flank. Joke just needs to buy a bit more time.
Gotta hop on the bomb. There's no chance in hell that he'll be able to get this one off. And Portsmouth Paladin will finally get another round on their T side, but they lose all their guns for that. And they will get that bomb plant, so they will get a little bit more money, I do believe, here. But they have not got the ideal utility or weaponry to go into this round of facing match point. This is DMU's map pick here. The second map of the series will be Overpass. If it needs to go to a third map, it will be on Mirage here.
Indeed, we're going to see Infinity throwing these nades towards Banana again. They've done a lot of damage in the past, but not so much this time, and that's Banana control given up very quickly to Faith. Takes a quick peek towards CT, spots out Nero, but going to fall back and just be happy with his map control so far. And this is a very passive hold so far from the T's. Polo taking this peek, not going to land the shot, but with Joke just on the Galil, I wouldn't have put it past Polo winning that fight.
A very close shot there. Or it might have been able to clip one away. The T's have got so little util left, only 2 smokes and 2 flashes, so I think they are just going to head on back towards B here. Little Faith tried to take an early fight whilst there are 3 CTs in rotation. So it's going to be a very hard site to hit.
This execute's going to have to come in as the smoke fades, surely. They can't give this much information up, but Polo's just going to take another dry peek into middle. I just can't believe the audacity of this guy sometimes. He's done
But he's not being punished, Rob.
No,
There's
exactly.
no punishment. But Lil Faith finally finds a frag over towards the player in the back of sight, but there's 2 more players towards B, and a third one rotating quickly over. They're yet to be in sight, and 2 frags quickly their ways. Devil gets one back, but Jojo runs through the smoke and will find a frag. Cannot find the connection of the spray. Devil left in a 1 versus 2 here. Cannot find the shot as Dovin double taps him down. And DMU wins 16-11 on Inferno here.
definitely
They're
not
gonna
the
move.
outcome we expected moving there, but they do
Yeah,
pick up their map pick, especially the way that match started. There was some pretty shoddy team play coming in from both sides, to be fair, but it was DMU being punished for it over and over again. But they do bring out in the end, take that map 1611 on their map choice. We'll be moving to Overpass next after a short break.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for map two of the NSE CSGO Stay at Home Series, the semi finals between Portsmouth Paladins and DUM from DMU here. Map one went the way of DMU, closing out in the end here, but we are going over to map two, which is Portsmouth Paladins map pick of Overpass here. But to give you a quick update on the other side of the bracket, Rob will fill you in on that one.
Yeah, of course. So we had York National Rail Museum going up against UWE Sea Stags. Of course, the UWE side, the favourites coming into this tournament, but it was York running out the victors 16-12, I believe, on Overpass. I think that'll be York's pick. We had two 30 bombs, one from Sigma W from York and one from Magic from the UWE side. So exciting to see how that one unfolds. Of course, the winner of that match will be playing the winner of this game in the finals, which will be coming up after this best of three is over some point later this evening.
Yeah, so exciting stuff here. And I think it is a bit of an upset map victory and that best of three you're talking about between York and UE. But, you know, UE are a team with a lot of veterancy behind them now, having won a split or two and getting up there. But York are another very strong team. And you'd think these two teams would be heading off against each other in the finals. However, they're facing off semi-finals. And on the other side of the bracket, we have got kind of two lesser known teams of Portsmouth and DMU. So going to be an interesting finals to see whether kind of the underdogs in this matchup that we're watching now will be able to step up and fight these kind of two big name teams.
Yeah, I think whichever side makes it through from the other semi-final is the favored one. Two established teams. They've got a lot of team play going forwards. I think they were the two teams that made it to the NSE finals last split. Actually, it was York up against UWE. So,
Yeah, potentially there. And
potentially that's
well, to be
that's
fair,
going to
we
be the
can't
favored
really
side.
write off DMU. I know they've gone through a little bit of roster changes, but I do believe they won the spring split of the first season or the first year that NSC was founded. They won that spring split. I do believe they had a few different players. I think they had a mini and kind of some better players potentially. However, you know, they are there. They know how to play the game. And hopefully, they bring that kind of talent back into map two here, which should be Overpass coming up soon here. We're just having a few server issues as of right now. But with it being Portsmouth map pick, it could kind of go either way. I don't think this is a map that DMU typically play.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to be careful. We've got DMU starting on the CT side. Fortunately for them, hopefully they'll be able to find a bit of rhythm when we do eventually get into this match. But I'm looking to see the players like Devil, like Misty, who were feeling it in the last game, like Little Faith as well, who was hitting his shots, trying to go out, take some fights against the DMU side that likely isn't well prepared for this match. They are pugging a bit. They don't have their full roster that they might normally be playing with. So you can't expect a team to set up on overpass and be able to hold a site like B, where it depends so much on what your teammates doing. How are you going to play off where they're playing, what flashes they're playing? They can probably just pug out there quite easily and find those entry kills with some consistency.
Yeah, I think when DMU get on that CT side, I think that as well they'll be able to get the bank of their rounds. I think they did surprisingly well in Inferno to get a streak of rounds going. However, if Portsmouth look to kind of maintain themselves into the series, they're going to show a little bit more discipline, show a little bit more respect towards DMU, and they kind of
Yeah,
battle it out there, not give away too many early frags for people hunting for kills for the scoreboard, like we saw Little Faith doing. So it'll
yeah,
be an
definitely.
interesting matchup going into uh, this second map.
Yeah, it's definitely a map that does rely a bit more heavily on team play and is quite easy. You can have one player just walk into a site sometimes and just headshot everyone because of the layout of the map. And if there's anyone who's going to do that in the server, it's Devil right now. He hit some incredibly crisp 1Ds in that Inferno matchup, and although they weren't able to win out in the round in the end, he was undoubtedly the best player individually in the server. And I think that will actually play a much bigger role now that the team might be more sure of what they're doing against a less confident roster.
Yeah, I think with Devil being kind of such a veteran player, I think he's had a couple of UCA seasons under his belt. You know, he's quite a good team player. He knows how to play that team CS. Hopefully, he's trying to coordinate his team around him, try and get those frags. But he's been playing very well and using that information gained to his advantage to get himself some very safe and secure kills. So we'll see how they kind of cope coming into this matchup here. But his overpass it plays out a lot more differently to Inferno. Sorry. There's a
One
lot more
player,
to
yeah,
watch.
I want to bring up as well, again, is Pinyu. He was on 4 kills for the longest time on that Inferno T side. And if he can step it up even just a little bit, maybe double his kills to 10, then that's going to open up a lot of leeway for the heavier fraggers on the side to come forward and put in just that little bit more work to get them over the line.
Yeah. So we'll see. Like if Pinu's been going into aim bots in kind of in between the matchups, just get a little bit more confidence going in his aim. I think he's maybe not. Maybe he's tilted himself a little bit. Thinks he's not able to frag out. I know Pinu's got the ability to do to perform well individually. However, I don't think Inferno was his map there. But coming on to Overpass with a lot more nuance in the map, a lot more potential for kind of flanks for aggressive CT plays and T plays. Hopefully, we'll see him shine throughout that rather than to kind of be the lamb to the slaughter on the entries on T executes. If he can
Yeah.
find that space that he can work with, then I think he'll perform a lot better.
Definitely, and if he's playing with one of the more solid players, sort of helping them out, because in on Inferno he was left on the extremes of the map, often on his own, and just being picked off by players like Sovereign who were winning those aim fights every time. Whereas if he's sort of partnered with a player like Devil or Little Faith who are helping him and playing together with him, and even just playing off each other more, because it's one thing if you're playing badly and you're not hitting your shots and you're left on your own to try and do your role still, and you can't really get back into the game that way. But if you're playing with your teammates and you're running in and either you're trade fragging or being traded, that's still important. You can run into a site and get no kills, but if you give all the information over, that's still a huge part of the game. And if Pin can do that well, then he can enable his team to win without getting on the scoreboard.
Yeah, definitely so. And hopefully, we're looking to move on into the map. The server is still just having issues, but should be a very close matchup again. I just think we're a little bit unsure on how DMU perform on Overpass, but it is a map that I know Portsmouth like to play a lot in the past, a lot, especially between a lot of their teams. As Portsmouth like to field several teams during the regulation split, and so mixing these teams together and them all having Overpass as kind of their default map, I think hopefully their coherency together will be a lot better and they'll have a lot more
Yeah.
confidence coming into this map, and especially putting Devil maybe towards Aeon overpass and allowing him to work solo and having the rest of his team try and fight out towards B. I think this could be potentially a very successful map for Portsmouth.
Yeah, I think the one time I ever played against Portsmouth in one of the uni leagues was on Overpass, and we had an absolutely awful T side. My team would just get shut down running out towards Fountain every single round. We couldn't get any foothold in the game because of how aggressive they were and how many fights they kept on taking. And that does remind me a bit of how Faith and how Devil were playing that mid area on Inferno. If they can do that again, but towards the Fountain and just completely shut down that avenue of the map, all it takes is a quick spray down or a smoke towards monster and a bit of good utility usage over towards the B site, and you're completely locked out of anywhere on the T side.
Yeah, hopefully Portsmouth don't kind of carry on their streak from the last game. Is just try to run in into A, run into B. Just try and on their T side, just try and brawl out where they got shut down by some of these DMU players individual ability to aim. And if we see players like Polo popping off again on the AWP, having roam around the A site for free, then could again be very devastating for Portsmouth. So it's a lot up in the air as of right now, and I think we're just trying to figure out who potentially would win this matchup. I don't know about your prediction, Rob, but I'm thinking from seeing Polo perform last time, I think DMU might take this 2-0 now.
Definitely possible. Polo was hitting some pretty nutty shots with the AWP, and on a map like Overpass, it can really take over sometimes just because of how quick the rotation is from the A site to a position like Heaven. So if Polo is playing that rotate role like you often see AWPers doing, then they can really shut down hits towards both sides of the site, often within sort of 10-15 seconds of each other. And we didn't really see anyone on the Portsmouth side picking up the AWP and being effective with it, at least. Little Faith picked it up a few times, went for some aggressive peaks, couldn't really land any shots with it though. Um, Towards the end of their CT half, but Polo is really the one who sticks out in your mind if you want to pick an AWPer to be watching out for.
I think it was his playstyle coming into that late half of this, like the CT side for them, where he was able to kind of be given a lot of space to work with, and he kind of accepted that. But instead of just kind of holding an angle, he started to take aggressive peeks, looking down mid, getting that information for his team. Along with that information, passing on for a good rotate, he's finding frags as well. So I think if he keeps up that performance, especially towards A on overpass, which is very AWP dominant, then I feel like they can definitely run away with it, especially if they are starting out on that CTU side. They can get maybe 12 rounds on the board here if he really starts to shine.
And that would be a pretty heavy shutdown if DMU were to pick that up. Of course, that all depends on them winning the pistol round. And we saw in Inferno, some of the pistol rounds got very scrappy indeed. They were pretty aggressive. There wasn't much strategy put into them. And I kind of expect we're going to see the same thing here. We're going to see many sets of armor, maybe a basic flash, maybe a basic smoke. It's going to be very scrimmy, quite quick as well. So these players are going to have to be warm going into this game as we are finally getting all the 5 players into the server. Hopefully, we'll be starting this one up very soon.
Yeah, definitely. So it's been a long time waiting for the second map, and hopefully the players are all still warm up ready for this one, and we'll get a good matchup going. I expect to see some brawl come out from the Portsmouth T side pistol 5 armors again. I think they're looking to probably just maybe go down corn, come up it, try and fight towards toilets and take those jewels. That's what I'm gonna expect to see. I don't expect to see any util come out from either team, but the
Yeah,
match is starting to go live now.
at last, we're going to be getting into this second match of this best of 3 series in the semi-final of the NSE stay-at-home series. We've got the Portsmouth Paladins and DUM from DMU. We're going to be seeing who takes the map pick of Portsmouth. This is Overpass as we are getting into the pistol round.
See what happens, but we are going to see Nero on a flash or 2 flashes and a smoke, so those might be thrown over towards Monster. Get some early information. Yeah, and the Monster smoke comes down, so they're looking to retake that Monster control, but the terrorists are going to send one up towards Playground and 4 down into Con. Sovereign backs off early here. Doesn't want to get caught off guard as they look to run on up. The rotation is not in as Sovereign has only started to spot them out now, and he needs to stop taking part. He starts to fall back and allow the crossfires to be established here as Nero cannot find any headshots, gets dinked down, but Sovereign finds 2, looking for a third frag. Cannot find it as Joke takes him down.
The T's have got the bomb site. All 4 players coming on the retake from the dumpster and bank positions. Quick pick onto Joke, but Fate's going to land a dink back onto Infinity and trade that out. Devil, though, get taken down by Polo and leaves Faith in a 1v3 situation. 1 player low, could be spamming these 3 players down as they all face him, but an excellent triple peek from DMU as they pick up another pistol round.
Yeah, very clean stuff coming out from DMU, falling back. Sovereign manages to pick up 2 headshots before falling. And that's what happens when you don't really have the util on the Portsmouth side. There's nothing to really help fight the CTs off these angles, and it has to be the Glocks to do it. But with that bump hunt down, they do get enough money to buy Galil and armor. 1 AK being dropped over
Oh my
towards Devil,
goodness.
so a lot of faith by Misty there to give him that gun, and he will pick a full set of utility to go behind with it.
They've got 4 rifles up against DMU's 1 in this round. That's an absolutely disgusting buy coming out after losing the round. We're going to have to wait out this Molotov here to watch this short position, but there's no aggression coming out from the CTs, so they could take that real estate for free. Instead, Infinity spamming Monster with a Bison. I still can't believe we're seeing that gun being bought legitimately in this kind of round.
I think it's still there's potential for it to kind of come back in. I don't see it being too impactful, except for when you think the CTs are the Ts or CTs are an eco. But unfortunately not here, as there are more rifles out on the T side than there are on the CT side here.
Ooh.
But Jojo finds one through the smoke, and that's an aggressive play, unpunished. And that's Little Face taken down there. Gun passed over towards Misty there, but no
but no
armor.
armor. Anyway, as Pinu's going to be lurking out, he's going in first, trying to take this attention, but Devil's going to swing wide, lands first headshot, second headshot coming in from Devil. Misty and Pinu will be dropped, so it's all on Devil now to try and find 3 kills to secure the round and the ace.
But it is Devil here, and he is one of these players that can perform these clutch situations, and opting out from the walk up site. It's very dangerous, and he could see a lot of crossfire, but we'll catch the player rotating up connected now. He knows there's a little bit of space to work with, so I think he's going to head back on in towards Monster here. Still 2 players towards this B site, but they're playing very passive.
And Polo's running away. Perfect timing here from Devil. If he can find this frag onto Sovereign, he has a free bomb plant as Polo's just given up this angle for a moment. Finds the first. Polo, though, will surely peek out and shut this round down. There it is. M4 saved into the next round, and a lot of investment there from the Ts for 3 kills. Quite good, but they'd have been looking for more.
Very nice stuff coming out from the CT side there. Very risky round with all those rifles coming out on the T side here, but they are going to sustain themselves through it, and they are going to pick up a couple more SMGs into this next round where they know they're going to be on eco now. Portsmouth, they're just going to run an over one player AFK in the CT. He's looking to take the fight in towards middle here.
Quite an aggressive use of their nades to take fights against pistols, and it's going to be Devil finding the first kill onto Jojo. Polo's left out to dry here with just the M4 on his own. No trade potential whatsoever, and Devil's going to find the second kill once again. And with
Yeah,
Pinu lurking up short, he could get a lot of map control that Infinity isn't ready for him to have yet.
one player still AFK for the Portsmouth side, which is not ideal, which turns this 4-on-3 into a 3-on-3. The CTs have fully given up that B side to work up connector, and Little Faith seems to be fairly aware this could be a possibility. He cannot find that first headshot. The rising bench means he just misses away, but the M4 now in his hands. CT's run back towards B here, and with Joke leaving the server from being AFK, they realize it's a 3-on-3 now, but the CT's positions are so far away, they should be able to win this round out, but they could be isolated into 1v1 duels.
Yeah, they're making a lot of noise here. Nero jumping around on site, but Devil realizes he's alone with the bomb. He's got no help anywhere near him, so he's got to wait. He can't try and punish that. Little Faith's the one with the M4, so he's going to be looking to do some damage here. Infinity with the Bison trying to lock down A site alone. I think Sovereign's in heaven, and then Nero helping out. No, Sovereign's on A, so this B site is ripe for the taking. Just Nero here right now. But he does have a Molotov. If he can put that down on the short position with just 15 seconds left or so, then that could shut the round down. But instead, Devil's walking into the site, Little Faith as well. And Nero's revealed his position, but Faith just looks away from it, and Devil can't get the bomb down now.
We're going to see this T creep up in 5 seconds on the clock, and here's just going to clean up then. Another clean-ish round for the DMU side. They maintain 3 players alive, but they lose 2 against full eco, but we'll see what happens in as we're going to have a little bit of a pause just while we're waiting for everyone to reconnect. Everyone's good.
It's quite
We'll see
awkward
what
that. I
they're
wonder
going
if they realised the joke had disconnected earlier on into the round and thought, oh, it's just an eco, let's not bother. But then it gets down to that sort of 3-on-3 situation where having an extra man could have been very impactful, actually. More than likely, they just didn't realise he was AFK for a bit too long. But you never know. That might have been a conscious decision. Devil, he's got 5 kills already. Same with Polo. So the 2 top fraggers from both games, both performing already early on into round 4. And it looks like we're going to see a bit of a default coming out from the Portsmouth Paladins here. Some minor pheasants towards Fountain, but looks like B Water's their main target right now.
Yeah, we don't see Polo on the up as of yet, but the connector control and the short water control has been quickly taken by the terrorists, so a lot of map control given up from the CT side here. And so it means they're going to be very vulnerable for these late site executes with rotations so far away. We have got Jojo and Polo playing a double long toilet setup, a setup that you don't see very often, if at all. So we'll see how that pans out here. And we've got 3 towards that B site, and Nada hitting a little bit of an unfortunate chimney pipe.
I did not know that had collision on it, so you learned something new.
I don't think
every
I've ever
day.
seen anyone hit that, so...
Impressive. Bit of spam coming through the wooden panels there. 3 players on towards this B site. Plenty of utility still to repel this hit. And bullets as well, as Nero's going to find 2 towards the monster tunnel. Leaves it up to Infinity and Sovereign to cover off short, but they're mollied out. This hit's so disjointed from Portsmouth. They're finally going to clean up Nero, open up a second avenue of attack, but Sovereign hops up onto the site, drops Joke. Faith tagged down to 4 HP, finished off, and Misty can't get anything done. That was a convincing hold from DMU there.
Yeah, just the Portsmouth side so disjointed, as you said. There's very little cohesion between them, especially coming into that site. And if we look at the the scoreboards, the kills on the scoreboard, sorry. We've got Devil on 5 kills, Little Faith on 3, and none for the rest of the players. And we're 5 rounds in now. So they need to be really stepping up. So we'll see how things progress as they go into a bit of a Deagle force by buying down to around $2,000 here. So that they will be able to buy back with this max loss bonus coming into the next round here. As Jojo is spotted out, but they're working together. Polo and Jojo trade 2 for 1 here. As Polo's just run away, left Jojo a little bit isolated here. See, it looks to creep up towards A.
Sovereign not going to go for the spray to deny the plant until it's a bit too late, and Pinu will get the bomb down, but Polo's going to swing from long, and now Devil and Faith left in a 2-on-4 with just Desert Eagles. This is very difficult. Smoked off Devil. He's got a huge gap to work with, though. Should be conversed over to Polo. He's going to swing wide and insta-dink through the wall. Sovereign drops Little Faith, and now Devil. He's good, but I don't think he's this good.
No, definitely not. And I think they succeeded in what they wanted to do. They tried to get that bomb plant down as a secondary objective coming into this round. And since they didn't find those early frags, getting that bomb plant down helps boost their economy a little bit more. Potentially could whip out the AWP on the T side of Overpass. Not the best side to bring it out on, but if you're trying to contest another AWP, it's viable. And they are going to start bringing it out here on to Joke. So we'll see where he can put that to good use. Typically played towards that A side of the map, trying to take those long range angles, take long off the CTs here.
Yeah, the CT's having pretty aggro towards the Phantom position with their HEs. Faith flashed up, forced back. The Devil and Faith going to swing wide, lines up for Sovereign, but can only convert onto one. But with Faith so low, he's taking this fight, and Nero's going to punish him for it. Misty Molotov's out. Perfect timing by Polo on that grenade, and he knows exactly where Joke is. Can't land a shot, and just like that, Misty's left into this 1v4 situation.
Oh, double nades almost catching a player off guard, and it seems to be the communication from DMU is so much better. They've really stepped up their performance going in from Inferno, where we kind of ripped them off before they started on their T side, into what seems to be a very cohesive CT team on Overpass.
Misty will pick up one kill, but with the bomb in T-spawn and him being converged on all sides by the CTs even, then this is looking pretty difficult. Does get some damage out onto Jojo, and Infinity's going to swing wide, so pretty risky business from them. But with Polo rotating in, there should be a locked round, and there it is, the AWP shot. 3 kills for Polo. That AWP rescued from Joke, so he's not even invested in that one. He's been given it for free, and he's got 10 kills already.
Very well played by Polo. He's just performing so well, leading his team into this and trying to progress them on into the finals on what seems to be Portsmouth map pick, and they're 6-0 down already. And they haven't really showed much in the way of anything impressive. You know, they seem very out of these rounds from the very start, and they only start to get close in the clutch situations here. But little Faith lights Jojo, but Jojo spots him just before the flash pops, and that's a frag given up here. And Jojo's isolated in connector here, but Misty goes through the smoke, and we'll find a second. Joke tries to help. Joke takes down Polo, helping out, but Jojo's got 3 in a round and did 93 damage to the 4th player. So he's done way more in a position that should be one and done really here.
It's a lot of map control Devil's been given, but Nero knows exactly where he is and lands that headshot instantly. Pinu 1-on-3 with 7 health, and I don't want to go on about it, but he wasn't finding kills in the first map. I can't see him finding kills in this situation either.
So he's got 2 kills on the board right now, which was half of which was what he had for the majority of the Inferno map. So we'll see if he can find any more here, but Sovereign seems so prepared here, and one shot's going to take him down, and it will, and 7-0 now. And DMU, I said they could be on for a 12-3 half, and it's looking to be 15-0 at this rate. There doesn't seem anything that can stop them right now. And Devil's performance has really gone missing as his team. They don't have... the CTs are not boxed into those sites like they are in Inferno, and Devil cannot find those frags because the CTs are playing so dynamically.
The fact Jojo got 3 kills there from that connector position is pretty much all you need to know. He had 3 separate 1v1s. Somehow one of them was fully blind and couldn't find the kill onto him either, but the fact that he gets to take those fights without being punished, without being naded out of position, just says enough about the team play. Jojo again will get caught out this time. Finds 1 frag onto Devil, but Little Faith will trade. Jumping Deagle, patented new technique coming in there, but no one home. And Misty here on the other side of the map. He can maybe hear a bit of a walk away from the B site as the remaining members of his team are grouped up outside the bathrooms, and Polo is waiting to greet them with his AWP.
Yeah, I like this aggressive positioning from Polo. Doesn't want to resign himself into the site, but on the other side of the map, he will take down Infinity. And if that's the jump peak going down, that's a nice shot coming out. And one player's jumping out con into B short, and obviously starting to walk up. So again, a little bit of disparity in what the T's are doing. They're not really playing so together. as the one player that's gone out con is going towards that B side, and it's Little Faith alone again. He's such an individual player, and he's found a pick, and he's calling that rotation as Sovereign kills him, and now Polo's over towards that B side, and the A side should be free. And if Polo wants to come back in, it's going to be a late rotate. And can he catch the T's off guard? No, the T's get in there just in the nick of time, but it doesn't matter as Misty gets his head ripped clean off. As Pinyu finds a nice headshot, and now it's a 1 versus 2 for Sovereign.
Huge kill for Pinyu there, just to get off the site. If he's isolated there and loses that, then leaves Joke in a 1v2, and they know exactly where he's going to be playing that post plant from. Now Sovereign having to walk up in a very difficult situation. Does have a kit, just got a flashbang left, needs to try and find these two Ts. The flashbang from Joke coming in. Knows where they both are now, swings wide, but can't run the shot. Pinyu, huge 2k from him. He's stepped it up already in this match. If he can keep this going, then they've got a good shot of bringing this one back. Ooh,
Yeah, definitely
unfortunately,
now.
yeah, they were only able to
Wait.
rescue one of the rifles there, though. Couldn't find the AWP, couldn't find any secondary gun for Pinyu to save. So that's a bit of a blow to the economy there.
But their economy's still good. They've still got quite a lot of loss bonus going into this, so you know the T-side economy is a lot easier to maintain than the CT economy. But if we look at this, if Portsmouth win this round, then the CT economy is going to be quite shattered there, and they're going to be forced into a bit of a force barrier in eco. The CTs look to maybe try and stabilize into this round and keep their streak of rounds going, kick it off again. But the T's have got that short control. They have got that connector control. So it's working out where to go from here.
They've given up everywhere else on the map, though. The CT surely know exactly what's going on here. We're going to see Jojo and Polo rotating away from the aggressive A positions. Joke couldn't quite land that tap onto the jumping Sovereign, and with Polo staying aggressive towards bathroom, that's going to let them put 4 players onto this B site, waiting for this hit. Smoke
nice
gets
utility going down to kind of calm down the push. And a great counter Molotov, but they smoke it out, and now they're looking to burst on through, but they're just waiting because the Molotov hasn't been fully extinguished, and Jojo takes down Little Faith.
That was such a sick play to boost so late. Devil now needs to entry out for Monster because the players in short still smoked out. Infinity's fully blinded, and they're working their way up towards the ramp. He will be dropped by Pinyu, but that gets traded as Nero sprays down 1. Jojo sprays down 2. Sovereign comes in with the last
4 players
round.
on B,
Wow.
and the Portsmouth Paladins are so telegraphed there. The counter utility coming out from DMU is just so vital, and stopping these executes coming out from Portsmouth or just delaying them long enough so that there's a full rotation. And even though they trade out, I think it was Infinity towards Barrel, so 3 players towards that water and default where they just absolutely mown down with the A4s.
Yeah, and I love that counter boost coming out as well from the CTs. You can't see that happen if there's 3 players on that site, but with 4, they completely trust their teammates to hold down short and long while they do that boost. Jojo somehow swivels and finds one.
No
Can't
way.
quite do a second as Joke finally trades that kill. But he's mollied out, and will drop Polo as well, so that's the A players gone. They need to accelerate behind this before Sovereign and Nero can get up onto the site.
Sovereign's crept up there, and if he isn't checked, he could prove to be very, very painful in the backside. However, Joke will find him after he couldn't hit that shot. Nero trades out quickly though, and you still sat in the middle of sight and sneaks through the smoke and picks up a frag. Quick trade though. That's left into another 1 versus 2 situation. The one round that Portsmouth Paladins has won is in this same situation here, and it's a very difficult retake for Infinity to pull off, as will get taken down there in the end. As Portsmouth Paladin gets a second round on the board, and the economy for the CT side is quite low now.
Yeah, Joke coming out of the connector there. Polo thought that Molotov was going to hold him back given his HP, and indeed Joke gets tagged down to about 8 health, but manages to make his way out of the con, picks up Polo with that AWP, and Devil save that one forward into this next round. We are going to see a tactical pause coming in here from the DMU side, trying to figure out exactly how that happens. That's 2 rounds now with minimal sort of investment, pistols and armor for the most part, which the Portsmouth Paladin side have just been able to run up the A bathrooms and take.
We'll see how Portsmouth Paladins could kind of step into this tactical pause being called out by the CT side after losing 2 rounds here, just maybe trying to iron out any kinks in their hold here. But they're doing very well so far, 8 rounds to 2. If they can maintain their economy and just close this out, then they can have a very dominant half. But on the other side of the coin, if Portsmouth win this round, force them onto an eco, and then win that bye round after that, then you know, they could be quite even with an 8-7 scoreline, so it could go either way right now. And Polo going for an early comp peek and will find it.
Nice. He got that front left spawn. You saw as soon as he got the op thrown for him, he was going for a peek, whether it was mid or connector, and he finds that frag, and this time they do just fall away. Jojo covers the connector exit, he's falling back to the flower beds now, and Infinity will find Little Faith pushing through that monster smoke. That's not an optimal peek to take. Polo's hanging around too long again on short, though. He's been a bit over
Yeah,
aggressive,
that
really.
divider Molotov, he can go back through toilets, but he opts to try and run out and go up towards Banana there, and will get punished for it. However, Devil takes a shot through the connected door, and the leg is seen, and he goes for the peek on the AWP that you could tell was really using that AWP, and now the lead from DMU has been given up.
Oh, Nero's playing with fire with that jump peak. Nero and Sovereign now. They know this is likely going to be a B hit based on the presence, and Misty's picking up the bomb and making his way over there now, but with no utility left, 50 seconds left on the round, this is going to be a very difficult hold or even retake for the CT side.
The nice utility coming out. Nero has not much space to work with, but Devil is taken down by Sovereign coming in from Heaven, I do believe, or CT side. Nero looks to creep up and will find Pinu, but Pinu lands the headshot, and Misty will get taken down. Nice left to Sovereign in a 1 versus 1, and he knows where he could potentially be.
I don't think he saw him sneak out towards Monster. That's been incredibly well played by Pinu. Sovereign's trying to play this sort of
But
ring
no
around the
kit.
rosy game of the pillar, and with no kit, you're right, this round's pretty much over as long as Pinu doesn't die instantly here on the swing from Sovereign, which he will. Does he have time to get this defuse off? I think he does.
Just about has it. I think if he went towards Shortbridge, there'd be a kit there for him to quickly snatch up. However, DMU do win that retake situation, and they're going to put another round on the board, and they survive, but their economy has been damaged.
That was such an unnecessary swing from Misty there down the ramp, though. A 2v1 situation, your teammate's on lowish health as well. Like, you need to hang around and help him. You can't be going for that solo fight trying to find the frag and end the round before it needs to be ended. Polo's got their AWP, but the rest of his team's pretty hamstring on the buy. Jojo, Nero, and Infinity all with suboptimal weaponry. And it's going to be 5 AK to the T side, so despite DMU picking up that round, it's Portsmouth with the superior buy.
Devil's just going aggressive, trying to take the fight over towards short, trying to play in water instead. Polo chimes one back over towards A, and Little Fake cleans up Jojo in connectors. So the B side is very weak at the moment, and there's not much help that can come over. However, CT side looking to stabilize here. Satis hold off out for a little bit longer before entering in. Now they're starting to contact it, but will Infinity and Sovereign find the frags here? Is Polo so far away with the orb? They need some information now or a good flashbang.
Infinity's so low, he's going to go down in a moment, so it's all on Sovereign to hold this site. He's found the first kill onto Misty, but 3 players in front of him. Needs to pick up another kill with Polo rotating in from Heaven. He's smoked out by that center side smoke, so he feels very isolated, but Polo isolates Joke towards backside. We've got 1 player Little Faith towards short, and Devil's just got the bomb down. He's still trapped in that smoke, can't really get too far away from it because of this Heaven presence.
Yeah, and Polo spotted out 1 player, looking to find that shot again when he re-peaks, but cannot find it. Hits the barrels. Now Sovereign's creeping on up, and Devil takes him down, and Polo's got an impossible retake to go for here. Portsmouth pick up their 3rd round on the board, and do not choose to save the orb here. They're looking to keep an AK only buy on this T side.
As soon as Polo took that step off from the Heaven, his teammate died, and at that point he's like, I should be saving it now. And he gets stuck in that no
And
man's
now
land
they are
of,
on eco.
oh no, what's going on? So with an AWP here, they've got a shot into this round given how aggressive Polo's been and how quality he's been with the AWP, but instead, 3 USPs, 2 P2Ks, absolute bare bones buy for them.
But they have got a lot of A control here, and should be heard by T's side, and will they get crunched on? His Little Faith picks up 2 frags, and the Molotov goes on to help him out, and he will find a 3rd eco frag into the round. As they've snuck down connector, and Little Faith heading on back into them, will find a 4th into the round. Can he secure the ace here? Looking to find it, and he will to clean it up, and that's 1 ace on the board. And I do think there is an NSE monster challenge for the most number of aces, and with Little Faith on 1 now, that'll help add his numbers up.
Definitely.
I don't see many players getting too many aces.
No, they'll be looking to take it to a 3rd map and obviously to the finals as well to try and pump those numbers up. And it's going to be another pretty hot eco coming out from DMU here. Just a couple of Deagles, armor on Jojo, but for the most part, nothing doing. So, very hard reset. Pretty reminiscent of the older economy, to be honest,
Yeah,
where
and
you
it's
see two
unfortunate for
players. Yeah.
DMU here, where their economy's been so ruined. Just at the end, when it was looking so good, they had so many rounds in a row, but they started to let a couple of frags slip, and it's allowed Portsmouth to get an edge in on their economy and to just steal it away right in the last second here. I think two players have just seen each other at a very unfortunate time, but Joke takes a
Nippo landed
headshot,
dink.
and they both dink each other, I think, but the spam comes out and two frags go in their ways. Devil looks to clean it up on that B bomb site. This is where all the CTs are, and they're walking to a bit of a stack, and Jojo with two nice deagle headshots cannot find a third, unfortunately, as Misty cleans up, and Portsmouth, they've got fairly reputable half now.
Yeah, you'd take a 9-6, you'd take a 10-5 as well, to be honest. And this buy coming out from the CT side, finally they're going to have all that they need. Polar's going to pick up his favorite gun, the AWP, and there's pretty solid utility across the board. But Portsmouth have been running it back on this half. That's 3 rounds in a row for them, and 5 out of the last 7, I believe. From 7-0 down to 9-5, they've got to be thanking themselves that they've got back to such a good position. Polo's going super aggressive out towards long, which is going to let the CT stack heavily towards this B site once again. And we saw what happened last time.
Ooh, a
Eight
leg
cheek
shot comes
grenades.
out.
Nice from
That's a nice
Polo.
nade. I didn't think he'd be able to reach that far, but that's a man advantage claimed for the Pokeball here as DMU trying to close it out 10-5 now and get a good start on the T side in the second map to bring it a 2-0 home for them. But Nero will cut down Devil. The flash not good enough for going too deep over Monster.
There was definitely a window there where Devil could have found the kill, but unable to hit it, and that leaves Misty, Pinu, and Joke trying to work their way back into this bomb site. Pinu's on his own trying to sell some kind of fake against Jojo and Polo, but surely not going to find anything as Polo hits another just disgusting kill. Misty dropped by Infinity, Joke struggling to get onto a wooden pallet to retrieve the bomb. Looks like it's going to be a 10-5 half coming out here, unless he can produce a miracle of some kind.
Yeah, should be a very clean round for the CT side as they edge out this half. They would take a Miracle, and Miracle is not what they have as they go 10-5 into the second half with DMU swapping over to the T side here. We're going to see what pistol strat they can come out with, but if they get this pistol round down, it will help boost their rounds for their T side and hopefully kind of will get them the economic and round advantage that they want to clean up this map, close out the series.
Yeah, they're even going to invest a tactical pause into a pistol round. That's not something you see coming out very often. As we see 5 sets of armor from the Portsmouth Paladins invested so far. I can't think what DMU will be thinking about right now. Surely a pistol round strategy is something that doesn't
Yeah,
need
I think
that much depth to go into it.
I think it's definitely better to call this tac pause here, ensure everybody knows what they're doing on the strat, and then go into the pistol round rather than try and say it all in freeze time and have people confused. I think, call the tac pause. It doesn't, it's what their second one
I
out of
think that
4. They've got
first,
a lot left still,
yeah,
so nothing to worry
yeah,
about right now. But you know, it's better to call a tac pause and discuss things and make sure
yeah, you
everyone's
are
on the
right.
same page rather than to kind of waste it. But we are going to see a bit of a split up, and Little Faith takes down that immediate headshot. So I don't
That's
think
the
that was
utility.
just. And I think the smoke was thrown to they maintained that flashbang, but
Yeah,
there's not sold a fake. And I think this is a
no,
pistol round
definitely
you
not.
talked about, the 2 towards ramp and 3 towards monster, and
Yeah,
the
but they
flash
took.
got to be great here.
There it comes. Pinion not blinded at all. He lands the first headshot, lands a second as well, gets some help from his teammates. Devil behind the pillar. Pinion with a third kill in the round, looking for a 4K as Infinity's left alone in a 1v5. Can't find any heads despite everyone lining up in front of him. Perfect pistol round from Portsmouth.
Poor work from DMU there, getting a player caught off guard. Peeking into middle, you should be aware that a CT can do that and fight that angle quite easily, but you got to play a little bit more passive, play a bit more aware, and that flash wasn't good enough to help get the rest of the teams out towards Monster. So
No.
unfortunately for them, they let that one slip here, but it's not all hopes lost. They've still got a 4-round lead now still to work with, so they resign themselves to a bit of an eco here. So they look to buy back into the next round. The CTs have got a lot of SMGs on their side.
Like, Faith going to be swinging
Oh,
wide
oh.
onto Nero. Can't land the shots initially, but does eventually find the kill. A bit of spray going through the smoke does some damage as well, but he's going to be happy to be out of there after that initial whiffed spray. Jojo taking some fights towards mid, but Devil's just going to fall on back as well. And looks like DMU came into this round without too much of a plan. They're going to be grouping up now towards the fountain, looking to walk into Little Faith's MP9 right now. Jojo can't land a headshot with the Deagle, and that's going to allow Little Faith and Devil to farm with these submachine guns.
Yeah, a lot of money being passed over towards those two players. And we'll see if they opt to buy up an M4 or two in the next round. Or will they carry on with this kind of quasi buy of MP9s and one UMP?
I mean, given the map like Overpass, you can go aggressive in the bathrooms, as
Very,
Sovereign will find one kill. You can go aggressive in places like bathrooms and be short, so these SMGs are very viable moving forward into the next round, but that said, I don't think they'd be too upset to lose a couple of players to upgrade onto rifles, as Sovereign will land that
should
long-range
not
shot.
be giving up 2 kills there.
No, definitely not for the money as well from that SMG. That's given a lot of money into Sovereign's bank account. But given how much they invested in the last round, the utility on 4 of these players is going to be minimal. Sovereign's the only one with enough money to really invest into a full kit. Infinity's going to drop down onto the Galil just so he can get flash smoke. But I'd like to have seen a bit more saving going on in the last round
Yeah,
if you intend to get a buy
I
up now.
think with the kills that Sovereign found, it made him go straight into a buy that's forced his team to buy around it. And if he doesn't get that kill, maybe they're on 8k and armor, but no utility. So we'll see how they can put this to good use. And it has to be to good use.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter if Jojo spams Little Faith around the con smoke. And now they're a man down and Polo steps out. Trade comes back in very quickly. So T should probably slow it down here. But Pinu going swinging with the UMP and
It's over. Nice round.
yeah. The buys worked. It doesn't matter if you have utility or not when you can just win your angels, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what that UMP spray was towards Monster, but hey, it worked out for DMU in the end. Infinity with the Galil will upgrade to an M4, and the AKs will be up against 3 Desert Eagles and just the 5.7 on Pinu. So, should be another solid round for DMU, as they're going to move up to 12.7, assuming nothing crazy happens. That's a very solid standpoint to be building into a map and series win from.
Yeah, but you're gonna be careful on these kind of against these force buys on overpass. The pistols can do a lot of work, especially in these kind of boost angles towards B site. You could get caught off guard, but it doesn't matter with the nade from Nero slapping Misty in the face, and Little Faith gets caught off guard, and Polo takes him down, and the rest of the teams are looking to head over towards B. But Devil has found an opening behind them.
And this is the bomb alone here with Infinity. The remaining players are towards long connector, and if Infinity goes down and Devil can pick up perhaps even the smoke grenade, then that's actually
Oh,
an
knife him,
avenue back
please.
into this round.
Oosh.
Love to see it.
No,
He's got
and
the smoke.
Soppin
He's got
doesn't
another
move.
kill.
Another
Oh, no.
CT just straight back into this round. The T's going to have to contest a position that's very difficult to contest. Joke in a very vulnerable place right now, as there's a flank from Heaven that is not aware of, and so he will probably get cut down sooner or later. But the later means that Team UK have a very hard time trying to get this bomb down. Jojo carries on walking. It's taken so long that Joker's rotated out of that barrel's position. Will he get caught here? And he looks like he will be. And now the rest of the teams are going to group on in. A lot of util left to maybe isolate the bomb. Flash is going into the train, and Don actually will love that. Devil finds him, and he's looking to win another long range shot, and that's 2 long range shots. And now Devil, all he has to do is run away. There's no time. There's no time.
Devil's sticking around though. Polo's got to find the frag. He's looking the wrong way. And Devil, that's an ace from Devil. He's countered out from the previous half, and somehow with that knife kill and picking up the smoke grenade as well.
Full eco and 4 kills behind that as well to clean up the ace in an extremely important round, which really it should never have happened in DMU. They've got to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, definitely. That's a round you can't be letting slip. I mean, you just the way that Jojo and Devil must have passed each other towards this Phantom position is obviously incredibly unlucky. But for him to then go ahead and get an ace from just that one little bit of timing is... You can't be letting that happen against pistols.
I don't know how that's been allowed to happen. Now, Jojo's on the Mac 10 here. the CT side have a lot of head armor, only Misty without it. However, I don't think that will be too much of an issue. Have to be that correct one-on-one fight to be taken, but Polo
Oh
with a
my
nice
goodness.
jiggle peek on towards Little Faith, and he edges that one out just to clean him on up here. And now he's going to just fall back, and Devil's left to re-aggress to find some more back control to contest right now. And Jojo might be the one to be found here, and he will get taken down. And that Devil's
Devil's
going to fall
tacked
back,
so
but
low.
yeah, the T's all working up towards A, and they're creeping up towards Long as well.
There's no rotation whatsoever from Portsmouth here. They've got Devil on 13 health, solo holding A, and that's it. No one's even moved a muscle. Polo eventually will finish off that kill. Looked shaky for a moment, but that's round over. There's such a slow rotation that there's no way they can retake this.
I think that's Devil's kind of call there to just say, okay, just stay B, I've got this. However, he did not have this.
No, not in the slightest, especially not on such low health. Is that a dink through the box and the wall there onto Polo? Deals just 23 odd damage, and there's another smoke on Sovereign as well if they want to get rid of one of these choke points. Polo, though, will deal it with bullets, lands the first. Pinu, who steps up this game, will find a headshot in return, but this retake's still looking nigh on impossible. So he gets fully blinded and just runs out of ammo and hopelessness, really. They need to run away and save these weapons because they're not winning the round. Instead, they're going to be dropped by the AKs and 12-8 to DMU, and the money for Portsmouth is absolutely wrecked. Devil and Pinu have a bit in the coffers, but 1400, 1450, and 1750 across the remaining players.
Yeah, and DMU looking to close this one out there. The money's not great, but neither is it on the CT side, so it's a battle of attrition right now with no loss bonus stacking up for either team. So rounds are being traded very rapidly. It's a lot more of a messy T side from DMU, or second half, let me say.
Yeah.
However, they aren't stringing rounds back to back, and this would be for the benefit of DMU here, since their economy is easier to maintain. And if they're trading rounds, they're gaining rounds, and that puts them closer to 16 here as they get their first kill into this round 21 here. Now the rotate will come up towards A site for this time. Didn't happen last round. However, Little Faith is Molotov down and connected, so they know where he may be. And there's not a lot of space for him to work with. And he's left isolated. His teammates aren't really helping him out.
No, he needs to go huge individually to get any work done this round. He's just trapped in that connector position. Polo takes the face towards Long, and Misty with that deagle needs to land a hell of a shot to win this fight, especially given how well Polo's been playing. Faith trying to hit a timing coming up through connector, but Jojo is well aware of it.
Oh, but can he find a timing? Oh, I don't think he can do, and he will back off. He hears the steps and he backs off. Smart play from him to keep alive here, but the T's are getting ready to just execute down, and it's just going to be a one man holding down connector, and Polo will find that frag onto Misty, and they're running down. No. Little Faith gets two and traded out, and unnecessary aggression there to clean him up, and Little Faith will do very well to pick up two frags for himself, and now they've got a winnable retake situation here. But one player is so far away, and that's Pinu in connector. It's going to make it very difficult for him unless he sits to the net. But he's going to take a fight towards Sovereign.
Can't quite land the internet headshot. Kind of needed that one to give them a chance in this round. He's going to have to retake now while Joke's pushing through the smoke. Polo with his third kill of the round. Sovereign shuts down the flank. And another round for DMU on the board. That was pretty risky and connected there, though. If Faith had been able to land one more kill, that was the bomb on Jojo, left alone. So, a huge trade from Jojo there. Not doing the best on the scoreboard right now, but it's a very important frag to be picking up.
Definitely. So now they're leading 13-8 here, and the gap is getting bigger. And if they can pick this one up, it's going to be very difficult for Portsmouth to come back in. They'd need a lot of rounds in a row. It's 8 rounds in a row to win this one out for them. However, you know, Devil did it before with the Deagle.
You wouldn't put it past him, would you?
I don't think he can do it again. They fought him off the angle. They're going to force him very far back now.
And 3 USPs holding on to B. Yeah, this is looking very tough for the Portsmouth Paladins to win this round.
Yeah, they've resigned themselves to the sides to be exec upon, especially on the B site. However, Little Faith is down towards Long, and they're going to start to contest him soon, and they are going to win that fight as Polo takes him down here. And that Devil may have a little bit more space to work with. However, it's be a very tall order for him.
Polo's been consistently winning these aim duels against Devil and Faith towards the A site, getting the entry kills on. Devil's lurked his way into a pretty useful position here, but Infinity goes back to check it. He gets spotted out, so he's going to be pinched given Sovereign and Nero are coming up the connector as well. And with 3 USPs then retaking, Devil needs to go huge here. Finds the first, but can't quite spam down the second as Nero picks up a huge kill there. And Misty, stuck in the open, hasn't got a hope in hell of getting out of there alive.
No, and DMU looking to close this one out as Polo goes through the smoke, looking for a third kill in the round on these ecoing players, and that's 14-8. DMU very close to taking this 2-0.
Polo dragging his team into this final right now. He's got 27 kills in just 22 rounds. A very impressive performance, carrying on where he left off on Inferno, and just taking his team into this best of 3 series, and showing that for all we've talked up Devil as one of the best skilled players in the server, Polo can frag with him.
Yeah, and Polo's just being able to find the positions that work out for him. He's just finding these opening frags over towards his A bomb site, winning towards the long, and he's not doing anything special. He's just kind of jiggling in these angles, clearing them out one by one, and it allows him to kind of get the space and get the picks that DMU need right now. However, not much has happened as of late. They are 3 outside monster, maybe holding for an aggressive push. Since the utility is so low on the Portsmouth side, they're gonna have to, get some information somewhere on the map, since they have little utility to stop an execute coming on in. However, we haven't really seen any set executes from either team so far.
No, it has been very puggy. With Devil so advanced up in the bathrooms, he gets a lot of information, but he's been losing out to Polo quite regularly, so he needs to be very careful with the fights he's taking. This wide swing out, he's pretty exposed to anyone swinging through, whereas Sovereign's going to push that B-shot water. I think that was another kill onto a jumping player, maybe boosted that time, but Joke's going to be dropped, and Polo's lurked his way up onto the A-bomb site again. He might be
And he
calling this his
snuck
clear, but
past Devil,
Devil, yeah, he's stuck in this
but
little close cubby.
when they sneak past each other, it often gives Devil a position where he can then flank back through connector and come at the
Oh,
behind them. But Devil is aware, and the noise sounds where on through, and Polo is taken down, but fights are being taken towards his B site, and so with Polo's attempted flank failed, they will commit just straight into this B bomb site. 1-for-1 trade right now. Sovereign's getting a lot of duels taken with him, but his teammates aren't there. And 7
8
seconds on the
seconds,
clock
yeah.
means that the round is over. And Sovereign's gone out alone, and Jojo and Infinity have really hard baited him there. They've not swung out to contest anyone. I know it's a difficult fight to take towards Heaven or Graffiti or wherever, but leaving Sovereign alone to take 3 fights is not ideal.
No, definitely not. A bit of team play lacking again. The DMU of early Inferno creeping back in, but credit to them, they have been pretty together for the most part over this map. Polo, unfortunately, they're not quite able to find the timing to get all the way past Devil. He's going to pick up the AWP for I think the first time on this TR. He's creeping over the smoke, and Faith firing off a couple of hopeful shots, but unable to land anything. As once again, B-shot water's been given up for free consistently over this T side for DMU.
Yeah, but they haven't been able to manipulate rotation and catch people playing off guard over towards the short position. So it's something that could be worked upon here. A couple of Molotovs to maybe force a player out, but the boost comes on in, and Joke is not spotted yet, but he can possibly see the helmet here, and he swings on out back into Wars as the counter utility comes out, and that's going to force the T's back off guard just yet. But I don't like these regular rail boosts. I think that the concrete boost is so much more effective and so much safer for these T sides, as they're having to scamper around just to stay safe on these wall bangs, but Little Faith takes a lot of damage in return.
Definitely, he does get tagged down to 12 HP. A couple of nades and Molotovs have tagged Jokler, and Polo's picked up that kill onto Devil. He was solo on the A side. It's quite a weird situation. We've got Polo and Devil just playing around with each other on the A side, and the 8 remaining players all towards B. So with Polo picking up that kill, he's going to force a rotation up towards A. That's Little Faith. He's got 12 HP. He's the only player here. But the hit is now coming in towards the B side. One player backside missed his kill on the first headshot, but it's traded by Nero and Jojo as they pick up all the kills they need, and that's unlucky for Little Faith. Lands the leg shot onto Polo, who finishes off the round. 59, a match and map point for DMU now. They've got 6 attempts to take this at 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tall order for Portsmouth Paladins here, as they are back onto the Deagle force bind. a little bit of utility behind them will help buy them some time here. But with how Polo's been playing, he's just trying to kind of it's kind of two separate games going on. There's the B side of things where the rest of DMU face off against a couple of players towards that B bomb site, but then it's that one-on-one between Polo and uh, and Devil, where
And
Polo's been winning
it's
out as of late quite effectively.
Yeah, definitely. Little Faith, though, in Connector, he's been the thorn in the side of TMU a couple of times, but Polo's going to remove that thorn immediately as Joe's got to be very careful going for the jumping one deeks, but Sovereign not able to land the shot this time. And once again, we've got Devil alone towards the A-bomb site, 3 players on B for the CT side, and Polo posturing towards A, and 3 players outside B for DMU. It's again this bizarre setup where there's 2 separate fights going on across the map consistently.
Yeah, and it's something that has been paying off for DMU these T-side rounds. We can see if Pele can pick up a jump spot towards A, and I think that's how Devil got caught last round, where they just wait, holding towards that default angle, and there's no re-aggression, there's no potential flanks that are really happening. And so once Pele finds that frag, there's going to be an aggressive rotation because Devil is that kind of heavy carry player for the DMU
Oh,
side,
there it
and
is.
there it goes. And you just don't want to be doing that round in, round out. Now they get hit over towards B. They kind of caught Devil and maybe bought a little bit of space, and now they're creeping on through, and it's all onto Joke, and he cannot find it as Jojo cleans up, and Devil disconnects from the server already. A bit of BM between his own team as Misty's left, and a 1v4 with the Deagle in hand. We'll see
Yeah,
if
this
he can
is
pull this one
nigh on
off.
impossible. Finds
Oh,
the
but he
first shot
finds
onto
one.
Jojo, though. Gotta find 3 more kills, though, and that bomb's already been taken for a bit of time. Infinity Ride swings. That's the round over. That's the match over, and it's going to be DMU moving forward into our grand final.
Yeah, definitely not what we predicted early on in, but DMU really showed quite a lot of prowess towards the end of the series and really stepped up and started performing a lot better individually and a lot better as a team, especially coming on into Europass. And they cleaned that one up, capitalizing on basically the lack of teamwork between Portsmouth. And so they move on into the finals. I don't know if we have an updated score from the upper or the top side of the
Yes, I
bracket.
can give you one right now. I believe last time I checked, the UWEC Stags were up 12-0 on the CT side of Vertigo, which is
Phew.
their map pick. So we're waiting on the winner of UWEC Stags and National Railway Museum to face off against DUM in the final.
Yeah, and so we'll wait for that match to conclude before bringing you the finals. Don't go anywhere. Hopefully, we'll be right up the grand final. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just here to give you a quick update on the scoreline of the other semi-finals game that is currently going on between York National Railway Museum and UEC Staff. So map one was taken by National Railway Museum, and that was Overpass, I do believe. Heading on into map two, Vertigo was stomped over by UE, and then we're on to map three, which is Nuke. So we are going to wait for that match to conclude before heading on back. Finals will be streamed. So we'll see you in approximately 45 minutes for the final game. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals of the NSE CSGO Stay at Home series. It's been a long day today and a long day for the teams, and we have got UEC Stags beating out York in the semi-finals, and now they are going to come up against DUM from De Montfort University. So a very tough game here, and the vetoes already have been done in advance. So I'll let Robert Thomas, my co-caster for today, talk you through those.
Thank you, John. We'll be starting off on Overpass. That's the map pick of DUM. We watched them take down the side from Portsmouth earlier on the stream. Then we'll be moving on to Nuke. That's a map where UEC Stags beat the National Railway Museum side, I think 16-3, 16-4, something like that on their map pick. So that's a strong map coming in for the Sea Stags. And then should we get to it, our third map will be Inferno once again. That'll be the third time we'd have shown it on stream. So lots of Inferno coming out today.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think these are some very reasonable sounding vetoes coming out from both sides here. DUM taking out Vertigo, which is a map that I don't think UEC Stags has ever lost in the in the Newell or NSE spring split. So a very dominating team on that map, and picking the Overpass for themselves, a map that UEC Stags has already lost today to York. So again, another sound veto, and then you be picking up Nuke, a map that DUM don't often play, and then heading on into Inferno, which is a middle ground map that both teams are very happy to play on. So should be a close series here, but it's going to be a tough one for DMU here, as UEC Stags, they're kind of taking over from Warwick as that top team. There's a time where it was Lancaster a couple of years ago when me and Robert were both kind of playing, and then it swapped over to Warwick Stretchy Boys, and then there's a little bit of a lull after their period where Swansea took over, Portsmouth were looking big, but now it looks like the year and kind of that time period where UE start to come out on top of all the games, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. They've been pretty dominant across Newell and NSE over this year. And we're going to be going into the match right now. We've got the pistol round starting up. UEC Stag starting on that CT side, looking to find the headshots with the USP. Smoke and a kit on Twirl. It's going to be 5 sets of armor for DUM. And we saw DUM manage to pick up a win against the Portsmouth Paladins on this map. The Sea Stags are going to be a completely different kettle of fish, and I think they're going to find it a lot harder to have some of these weird puggy rounds where Polo goes out solo, tries to find a kill towards A, but they're going to be running 3 towards long, and there's absolutely no presence here for the CT side. Just Magic here on his own, trying to spot out any information coming towards them.
Yeah. Once he spots the information, he'll be able to then try and stabilize, put his feet down, look to hold on. Here's the Teasel starting to creep up between toilets and long here, but immediate double dink comes down from Sovereign, and that's an extremely important kill here as 12 drops the smoke to try and buy himself some space, playing aggressive around it here. And Infinity, they spot him out and they cut him down, but Craig, the non-Krieger, comes in with 2 quick headshots. A lot of damage put onto the planter, and the CT retake is already in full swing here. As Crit takes down 2 for himself, and it's all left to Jojo. In a matter of seconds, it's turned all the way around, and with Worse Than Me sticking the bomb, it looks like it's round over. In a swift retake from UEC Stags, catches DMU completely off guard, but they had a very good start into that site take.
Yeah, that's a sign of things to come, and this match could be over very quickly. Sea Stags just storming their way back into the site, losing the first 2 kills, and then from there, nothing goes the way of DUM. Got a bomb plant down quickly, that pick towards long onto Magic, he gets caught unawares, but even then, the retake just too quick, too efficient, the headshots just flying in for the Sea Stags.
And it's going to be interesting to see how a team that isn't as regimented as UEC Stags have. So I'm gonna be interested to see how DMU come up against UEC Stags, knowing that they are quite a strong teamwork based team and have that individual kind of skill on players such as 12, Magic, and Crit. Those 3 players, they individually can carry each game every time. So we'll see how they kind of show up against the MU here. And if Polo has another top tier performance like we saw before, they could compete against them.
Definitely. Gonna be this A-site hit coming in. Sovereign out towards long. Gonna be traded out as Worse Than Me swings wide, but only finds the 1. Gonna be 2 more players on the A-site holding this down as the Jojo actually finds another kill onto the scout, but the HE grenade, the peek from Crit, he's gonna shut this down. Looked a bit scary for a moment there, but in the end, only a couple of guns lost. Not going to be too damaging for the Sea Stags. They're going to be able to buy back up onto those two players. And we're finally going to see the buy coming out from DUM now. AWP straight away for Polo, 4 AK-47s and a full band of utility on all their players, bar Polo. Pretty much a good buy list. This is a lot better than the Sea Stags
Yeah.
have been able to muster.
Yeah, especially with this all taking a fight initially towards middle. It could catch Crit off guard, but he is going to play very far back. I think, don't know how he's playing it, maybe to look towards top connector, but a nice little a double long push here. One playing anti-flash and one facing with the MP9 and the FAMAS, looking to get some quick trades in. As they start to creep up here, it seems to be that Polo solo push towards A to get some information caught quickly off guard by Magic and swiftly taken down. And so the
Yeah,
T's all forced into this B hit.
given that Sea Stags weren't able to watch the game that was on stream between DUM and Portsmouth, then I'm not sure if they've been able to get any information about Polo making those solo plays, but this B hit's going in. It's not going too well for the T so far. Nero's been able to pick up one, but it's just Infinity left. He's smoked out behind the short position. Jumps through, has 4 players to contend with, all converging on this site. Crit's taking the peak, and finally Magic's going to trade. But anyway, that point I was making, it's not like Sea Stag's got to sit here and watch DUM play after 2-0ing York very quickly. They had to battle through themselves in that 2-1 match, and the DUM Portsmouth game was over before. So if that's something Polo is only really doing against Devil in that last match we streamed, Sea Stags wouldn't know that Polo likes solo pushing there, but I'm curious to see if it's something they've been able to pick up on in perhaps a bit of demo watching, maybe a bit of research before the tournament.
I think with UE being much more of a regimented team, they maybe have played each other beforehand. However, Polo's, I think, solo plays towards A, I think, would get punished quite easily by this more regimented team. But Infinity with a nice deagle headshot to crit. And that cuts down his 8 kill streak there. No kill streaks coming in, but those pistols are doing a little bit of work here. Potential for a second kill there onto Worcester B, but Polo wasn't able to find it here.
Well-timed Molotov to force Jojo back as well. Just 2 players now for the T side left up against 4 Sea Stags. They're spread out across the map, one towards B, one in these bathrooms, just trying to find a lucky pick. But Sea Stags backing off into the sites, playing together, not giving anything up, not giving a route back into this round for DUM.
And I think from the way this map has started, that UC Stags are looking to probably roll on over. DMU haven't really found much, but it is early showings right now. Don't want to be that biased caster that I always am. We'll try and remain impartial here, but it's going to take a lot of work for DMU to pull out around here. And Worse Than Me hits a nice crisp headshot. It's onto Jojo, position known, and Worse Than Me starting to engage the spray and will eventually cut him down. Maybe a few too many bullets used for that one, but clean round coming out from the CT side, only losing 1 player. So their economy is doing very well, and they are adopting these AUGs, a gun that did also get changed in the recent patches.
Yeah, was it the standing accuracy while unscoped has been buffed?
Yeah, the scoped accuracy has been
scoped
nerfed.
accuracy has actually been nerfed, so a bit of a mixed bag for that.
So it could be a potentially, and a double-edged sword. We'll see how it plays out. I haven't seen it being used in pro play as of yet. But Sovereign with a nice double frag onto the short push, and that's cut it down there. Nice crit, and Craig quickly cut down, and Sovereign's picked up the AUG. So maybe it is the gun that they want to use.
It's that good now. It's better than the AK. That was a surely should have been traded there towards short by Craig there, but 3-on-5 situation is DUM looking finally with an advantage into one of these rounds. Twirl up on this jail position. This is a pretty tricky spot to clear out if you don't have the right flashbangs. And we're going to see DUM slow it down a bit. We're going to see Polo towards A on his own again, trying to show some presence, take a bit of map control before we fall back into this B hit.
Yeah, Troll with a nice position at the back of Monster. Should be able to at least get one coming out here, but Magic on the jump spot, and Polo's been so pivotal at finding this frag. Cannot land that flick, so nearly got it. However, without this extra pick, the T side is still very indecisive of where they want to go, but here they start to come out towards Monster. Infinity smokes and flashes over, and Twirl looking to find that frag, puts him so low, and cannot find it just as of yet, but he will go for the reswing here, and they're heading back on up to A.
Yeah, Magic though gonna find another kill with the AWP, and Polo's gonna miss another shot. That's uncharacteristic for him, but Magic will be tagged down low. Worse than me running in, does get fragged out by Polo, and with Twirl on this long rotation coming in from Monster, this should be around for DUM so long as Polo doesn't overpeak. Instead, he's gonna find another kill, headshot onto Twirl, and Magic with 9 health.
Whew.
6 shot onto Polo, but there's surely no way he goes for this.
Well, the Molotov down means it's a lot more difficult. And no utility in hand means he's probably going to have to opt for this save here, and that's what he will do. And DMU are going to pick up the first round for themselves on the board, and that will take it to a 4-1 scoreline. Nero opting to just try and steal this AWP away. Got
Nicely
enough
done.
health points, should be able to survive here. And so good play from him, good management of the weapons, and especially don't want to do that during that kind of potential retake time.
No,
That'll
as
take
soon
the
as
round
they
away.
probably heard Magic running away there towards the lower side of B as well. I'm not sure if he was running and making any steps, but if not, you definitely want to wait it out and make sure you're not throwing away a life needlessly. They probably didn't realize quite how low Magic was as well, given that damage came in through the wall, through that spam towards the dumpster. So might have been considering the retake a bit more of a possibility than we were. Deep monster smoke coming out, but it's going to be the short water aggression once again from the T side. No one on the other side to fight them this time and give away that man advantage.
Sovereign already pre-aiming this boost, and it could be so dangerous as Crit taken down, and Sovereign so aware. And nice work from them to get an early frag here. So if they can capitalize on this, gonna look to start to whittle away the economy of the CTs, which is very low at the moment. And after this round, if they lose it without maintaining these players alive, it will be forced very low down. But 12 steps out and finds an equalizer here. And another flashbang, almost perfect, catches Jojo, but he finds a frag and rather back down, a man disadvantaged now.
Yeah, I assume that seems like a missmoke from the T's onto bridge, so hopefully they realize that if they do decide to execute onto the site. But Polo once again looking for map control on the other side of the map. It's going to be one player over onto the A site. Magic and Craig, the non-Krieger, towards B, waiting for these players to eventually walk in. But Magic's going to be walking away on that presence from Polo. And he's doing a great job, to be fair to him. He's doing the same thing every round, and you'd hope the CTs would catch on to it at some point. But he is drawing some level of rotation away onto the A site.
Yeah, and the fake seems to have worked here. And triple man rotation here is Craig the Krieger double guessing himself a bit early, and it's going to cause him to have a missed position here. But he will find a nice headshot, but cannot find the second frag. Magic tags down Nero, and bomb punt has to go down, and the bomb
Oh no.
becomes caught, and Nero goes aggressive. And if Magic hits that shot, that's round over here. But it's a big nade, and that's going to take one player down. The next two are now known. As Nero manages to sneak away just for now here, but worse than me is on the hunt. Will back out a little bit too far potentially here, as worse than me is looking to isolate another one-on-one.
Timing though, he didn't quite catch sight of Polo there, and he's backed away now into the safety of the pipe. Realize he's not going to get a free kill, so he's just going to get on this bomb and stick it. Polo's running up, he's going to peek wide though, and
Oh,
there's the kill. Few milliseconds left on that bomb, a bit close for comfort, but he knew the timing. He was counting those 5 seconds down in his head and knew exactly when he had to peek to shut that round down. And another one for DUM. They pick up 2 in a row and they're beginning to get back into this game. The money, as you mentioned, for UWE, not looking too strong. They're going to get a bit of pistol upgrades, a bit of armor, but nothing really going to write home about going into this round.
yeah, definitely. So, like, clutch was so winnable. Just a little bit of lack of commitment to clearing out short there, but the CTs are now going to be put back onto an eco round. I'm going to buy up in the next one here, and the $1,900 loss bonus coming in after, or $2,400, sorry, which will allow them a perfect buy coming into this next round. But allowing them
Nice
to potentially
nade.
get 3 should mean that DOM close up the gap a little bit more, and the CTs are starting to push, and he runs away.
Very smart from there. Doesn't want to give up an AK and connect. He's just going to fall back to the next holdable position. Doesn't need to overcommit to this fight. His team playing very passive across the map, but he's got no help whatsoever. If he'd gone down there, that's just a free gun given up.
Yeah, definitely so. And Pele's going to start to work his way over towards long, and the rest of the teams are trying to get a bit more map control, except towards B here. So they're going to look to force up towards A, and Magic getting a little impatient here, and DMU hold very strongly, very
Think
patiently for a minute in their own spawn just to get that kill.
we're
But they
gonna
only
see
have
a
40
bit of
seconds
a
left, and
stack
there's
here as
yeah, a bit of
well.
a gamble stack, which is the appropriate read here. And DMU, they've wasted so much time that they're gonna have to commit fast if they want to have a chance of getting this bomb down.
It's going to be a huge gap in that bank smoke. Polo runs out first with the AWP trying to kill. Crit swings wide, but Polo's surely going to go down here too. 2-on-2 situation. Craig and Twirl both behind the truck. They know he's here. 1-on-1 suddenly. Jojo, 16 seconds left. Needs to find this frag. Does eventually, but that got way too close for comfort if you're DUM.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's what happens when you don't get the map control, Rob. You just allow yourself to be stacked upon. The CTs, they had so much information and heard nothing over towards that B side of the map. So they just sent everyone up to A, and they almost won all the jewels there, but with the lack of armor and utility, it made it very difficult for them to close it out. But they did a lot of economical damage, and we can see the T economy is very low. So very tough situation coming in now, and Magic gets a frag
Nice
onto
shot.
Polo, and that's so important there. And they're going to start to take towards short though.
Again,
And
Sovereign.
Sovereign almost finds a double, and it's not what you want to see though. There's no flash in for the CETs there.
Sovereign has done so much damage from the B water. He got that double spray down one round. He picked a player off the boost another round after that, and then there nearly gets 2 kills again. They really need to figure out a way to shut him down without taking so much damage, because if that keeps happening like that, then chances are they're going to lose more engagement than they're winning.
Definitely so. And the more guns the CTs lose, the harder it is for them to string rounds back to back, since their economy is already very low. They need to maintain as many players alive as they can in the rounds they win. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for them to continue to buy up full sets of rifles and AWPs into their coming buy rounds. However, same could be said for the T side. Their economy not looking too good. They look to start to creep up towards A. They still have one player towards B short. I'd like to see them group up as three and start to maybe contact it out. But the jump spot here from Worse Than Me may be able to see the legs of Nero and
There we go.
almost
These,
sees the the bullet.
yeah, these jump peaks are getting pretty dicey already for the Z Stags. The DUM side have shown an affinity for taking people off that jump. But they are going to be committing now to the ASEC. 2 players here. We've got Magic on the up towards Bank and Worse Than Me on the site with SM4. If he wants to deny the bomb plant, he's going to have to do it all himself. Magic gets one, Worse Than Me with another. And Jojo finds 1 kill, but with 4 seconds left, he's got absolutely no chance of winning this round.
Yeah, he almost got a couple of kills there at the very end. And if he was able to connect a few more shots, he might not have had a chance to win the round. But the economical damage put out would have been so impactful. But the CTs do manage to keep 3 up into the next round here, round number 9. Is Yui 5-3 right now, not as convincing as they'd like it to be. However, overpasses a map that they're not super confident on. So we'll see how things progress, see how strong they are onto the T side. But right now they're trying to get themselves a bank of rounds to work with. The Magic finds the first shot, starts to fall back. This crossfire could be broken down soon, but it's looking to hold on strong here. 2 apiece for the A players, and Worse Than Me looking to close it out with a 3rd kill for himself.
Nicely done.
And
Perfect
very clean
crossfire
round.
there. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see against the Nico rounds. Just complete shutdown of the players before they can even get anywhere near the site. And you're right in saying the Sea Stags aren't as confident on overpass, but I feel if they get to nuke and they are able to take this map, then we're going to be in for a very quick 2-0 series because Udemy Sea Stags, they're just unmatched right now on nuke and vertigo, I feel. There's no team in the university scene that I think can really go toe-to-toe with them on either of those maps. Sovereign here is going to be working his way towards B water, and there's a bit of aggression again here from Krieger. He's going to be flashback, hanging around a bit more than I'd like to see, just jiggling it, knife out so he
Yeah,
can move away a bit faster. This is okay, as long as he's not committing to a fight, not taking any unnecessary risks there.
definitely not wanting to give another player away, but 12 does that instead, peeking down towards Monster. The flashes haven't been too precise for the UE side, peeking over towards Monster, and something that needs to be kind of perfected. It's a long tunnel, so if the flash goes too wide one way or the other, it will not blind perfectly, and it's not always the greatest flash. They maybe need to commit more to flashing over the top of Monster. into
Yeah,
where the train tracks
definitely.
are to get those flashbangs fully effective. However, beneficial for the
Oh,
DMU side as they go 5-4, but even back up.
and it's going to be the B hit coming in right now. On the back of that death towards A, they're committing. 2 players out Monster, 2 players out Short, all the utility being thrown in. Craig stuck into water along with his teammate Crit, but he's going to walk up towards the barrels. Crit's found 1 kill through awkward angle. Sovereign being spammed down on the bomb plant. Craig can't quite find that kill, but he's done a lot of damage. Polo picks the AWP from heaven with his AWP, but that's magic gone. Craig just trying to find a cheeky angle through the edge of the smoke as it fades.
Yeah, Nero taking down worse than me, and Crit on top of Sovereign means it's going to be a very difficult retake, but Craig the Krieger finds 2 frags now, looking to find the last one. The flashes are coming over short, so should be aware of the position, and with Perla being that dedicated AWPer, it's going to be hard for him to clutch this one out, but he's just going to go peek late, and the jiggle cost him there, and he's going to get off the bomb again, and Perla seems to have won this one here out for the team. And in that situation, you'd like to see Craig just stick the bomb. Polo's at AWPer, just get in close, get on that bomb. With so little time on the clock, it's going to be hard for you to kind of try and find the frag first.
Yeah, it's tough with the AWP in those situations. You can't, you miss your shot, you're done for. If you swing too wide and try and take the peak and the player's off the bomb, then you get a headshot pretty instantly unless you hit a pretty wide flick. So if you're in that situation, you do just stick the bomb as the CT, you've got a pretty good chance that the op is just going to hope you faked it for the first time. But that's 2 1v ones, I believe, that Polo's won towards the side now. I might be getting mixed up with the previous map, to be honest with you. It's been a bit of a long evening. We have a quick tech pause coming
Yeah,
in
nobody knows really what's going on
from the
in the production
from the
side of
T
things. I
side.
think our brains are all melting, but that just might be because I'm a bit of a biased caster. Yeah.
Quite possibly. Someone's being bothered by their parents. There we go. That's a perfectly viable reason for a technical pause. It's the
Getting
trappings of
banned.
online CS, to be fair.
Getting banned. That's not a legit technical reason. Getting banned. You
Being
got to
called
use
for
tag
dinner.
pauses for that. You got to use tag pauses for that.
Do you reckon the parents are Counter-Strike experts and they're coming in with some top tips? They've been watching the stream. Nero's parents, if
yeah,
you're watching, don't ghost. It's
yeah.
not
This
how.
this should be a tag pause here. Don't want to give too much information away. The coaches come in to bother Nero here, telling him to go shoot head. As the rest of the DMU team, they're all negative on the board yet. They have so many rounds.
Yeah, that's quite surprising, actually. Wow,
Hopefully, we'll get
that's
into
yeah.
the game soon. But the
And there we
unpause
go,
is
actually.
being called. So if Nero has some insane read this round, we know why.
He's in the heads. He's in the Sea Stag's heads. He's figured it out. He's got the tips from his parents. As there's going to be a heavy bombardment of flashes towards mid. 4 players going quickly on the back of this. Magic's have a... God, he's going to have to do a lot. There's a
But
huge
this is
gap
a
in that
big
smoke
gap
zone.
in that smoke, and he could pick up a double frag there. One apiece for worse than me, and Magic gets a double kill. As Simon picks up worse than me, and it's no point doing 10 flashes if you can't find the frags when they're
No, and
right.
Nero's
The
just going to
flashes have
walk
bought
in
some
here as
space, but
well.
they haven't found any kills off the back.
Oh,
And
dear.
Crit
Ooh.
manages to control the org in the end. But Sovereign finds Craig, and Crit will trade out. So UEC stags back with another dominant round, and it wasn't the slow play that we were used to seeing from DMU. If they slowed it down a little bit and tried to work that pick like they have been doing, it could have been a different scenario. But they opted to go fast, and now they're back onto an eco.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to go fast every now and then. You want to throw in those mix-ups just so you don't have the CTs thinking, they're playing slow every round, I can hold on to all of my counter-utility. They have 5 Molotovs left at the end of the round. Going to see a B-rush coming in. There should be a quick eco cleanup for the CTs. Crit's going to mow down 2. Can't quite find any more, but Craig's going to swing wide. Sprays down another. Crit finds Infinity, and Sovereign's about to be dropped. So anyway, as I was saying, sometimes you need to throw in those quick strats so you don't have the CTs thinking, oh, we can just hold on to our nades, hold on to our utility. We know what they're doing. They're going to play late round, so no point expending it early. But if you're going to do it, at least don't miss your smoke from bathrooms. Don't expend all your nades immediately on the first choke point and then have no plan beyond that. It's one thing
Yeah,
to
those flashes
play
were
a
just
fast
not
strat, but
ideal.
there's no point in throwing like 5
Well,
flashes at
they're
the
throwing
stairs.
5 flashes into mid. but really nothing to kind of deal with the toilets players. And
Yeah.
obviously they tried to smoke it off, and Magic gets two around that because it was an ideal smoke. Save some flashes for front toilets. You don't need to all flash mid. And
What is Polo
whoa,
doing?
what is that? That's just a dumb peak coming out there, living
It
up
was,
to the team name.
yeah. It wasn't even a peak. It was just
It's just
sprinting
like
at him.
clearing
Yeah.
map control for the sake of clearing map control, thinking it's cleared.
Yeah.
Tough clearing it, and he gets punished for it. And hopefully he'll learn not to do that into the next few rounds. However, teams are still working that B control, and they've been doing so quite successfully.
Yeah, the
The
Sea Stags are
rotation never
so
really comes in.
insistent. They're so aggressive here. They want to take peaks. They want to go for these boosts. We've seen the off boost. We're seeing a sight boost now. We've seen the sandbags boost. They're just trying to take fights when they really don't need to be honest. And it's maybe a reason the Sea Stags overpass isn't quite as good as their other maps. They're so insistent on taking fights when you don't really need to.
Yeah, and they're not very successful. Instead of boosting every round, you can potentially go for short aggression, monster aggression. There are strats where you can take a monster away from the T side, but we'll see how things pan out. The boost was spotted from a counter boost from DMU, but no frags were found, so the T's are going to have to exit on the last 20 seconds of the round, and they know it's going to be B here. And so we'll see how the CETs can hold on. Troll playing in that close angle, but Jojo takes down Crit early on. Troll trades back as Craig the Krieger loses out on his duel, and Troll with the MP9 finds another. Magic chiming in. The site hold seems to be shut down as the retakes seems to be pushing on through, and the Molotov's going to force him to swing, and it's so perfect that he cooks fully into it, but losing a bit too many players.
Not too much of a worry for the Sea Stags there. They've got money for days in their accounts, and you cannot say the same for DUM. I think that's the CT side comfortable buying up for the rest of this half now. But DUM, they're stuck in a weird position. They got 3.3k on Jojo after buying just body armor. Go surely for the full armor and AK and a bit of utility, but no, they're gonna play it conservative. They're gonna just
But they
invest
have
in some body armor and
3.4k loss
pistols.
bonus. They should definitely be forcing a little bit more into this. They're not going
Yeah.
to be able to use all the money that they're gonna have next round. But Crit going aggressive here, swinging into Polo, and that's a revenge from last round where players swinging into each other. But Magic looking to get revenge, gets one back here. Go full
Did
back for
see the
free now.
yeah, he can't hold that position unfortunately because there's no one in connector, and as we can see now on this handy little camera angle, thank you to Pace, our observer, by the way, he's been doing a great job. He's been with us all day as well, so a long day for him, I'm sure. We can see the connector has been lost. The CT is just setting up in bathrooms. Magic's pushing up towards Longdo, gathering a lot of information as he trusts worse than me to hold down this angle. And he trusts them for a good reason. He finds the first headshot onto Sovereign. Magic's pushed long. He's found another kill onto Polo, and it's just Infinity and Nero left alone now in a 2-on-4.
Yeah, nice teamwork coming out from Yui. This is what we like to see. Round in, round out, they're always working together and they're always playing together, and it's been paying off for them as they get these frags and they get this re-aggression even in kind of awkward situations, so awkward 4-on-4s where they don't have the info. I just get a step up onto default, and using that smoke as a bit of a one-way cuts down Infinity and Nero looking to get closed out and squeezed out of the round by the worse than me.
There was
However,
that, yeah, 3-round period where DUM run 3 in a row, and since then they've just looked wasteful. Like they had 1 round in the previous one to that where they got the bomb plant, but that retake came in pretty swiftly, and otherwise they've just not looked like winning a round. Magic's got 17 kills, Crit's got 17 kills. We're only 14 rounds into this game, so the fact they've even got 4 rounds just looking at the scoreboard, actually kind of a miracle.
yeah, those rounds that they got seem to have kind of appeared out of nowhere here. However, they still have an opportunity. They had a very strong CT side when we watched them playing. Infinity takes down Craig the Krieger, and
It's that wall
he's not
spam.
very happy.
Yeah. 12
A
out,
nice
trades back
headshot.
up to Milo, and can't quite find the second as Jojo swings
Good
wide
trade
for the
from
three.
Jojo.
Yeah, that had to happen.
Yeah,
That
Troll gets both there. They've got so much more map control. Troll can then potentially go in for a 3k into the round and maybe more. However, the quick trade comes out and there's no potential for a refag, which means that the T's can walk back and retake the map control wherever they need to. It looks like they are grouping up towards A Magic. potentially might go for some re-aggression towards the long. And with this position, when they execute up banana, if they give up the site, they can retake quickly via long and from the stairs and potentially up connector. However, worse than me attempts to
Oh,
swing on out. I don't know why worse than me has swung on out there. And that's forced Magic into a fight that he doesn't want to take and he will get shut down. But a nice round coming out from DMU and some good franks and awareness from Jojo. Means they will pick up a 10-5 half here. And moving on to the CT side, if they can win that pistol, they can start to string together these CT rounds. They were much better on the CT side when we last saw them in the previous best of 3.
definitely. It's far from over, but it does start with that pistol round win. We're going to see 2 flashes, 2 smokes, and a Molotov brought up already for the Sea Stag. So something a bit more strategically heavy from them compared to what we've seen previously. DUM sticking with that 5 pistol armor strat. No kits, no nades. They just want to take these fights, and it's not really been working out for them so far.
But a quick B exec, short bridge smoke and a mid-sight smoke and a Molotov in barrel means that the CTs have to play very aggressive or very passive here, but they opt in to play aggressive in a 1v1 trade out,
Oh
but
my
Jojo gets
God.
a quick ace, and that's gone in so quickly that nobody knows what's gone on there, and Jojo has absolutely cleaned up, and that is definitely going to be submitted for the NSE monster play, and he will definitely be picking himself up some free monster there. That was so quick. Nobody could catch
Yeah.
that.
Like, I have no idea what just happened. I'm looking forward to
I think he's
seeing
playing that
seeing that
pillar
one flip.
angle and just twisting and turning around monster and short tunnel. And that means UE have lost the pistol and they're reluctant to go onto a little bit of an eco now. They're giving up a little bit of a lead, but Jojo again holding aggressive. 2 frags, 3 frags, 4 frags
Not
almost.
this time.
But cannot find it. Polo helps chime in with this USP here. And it's Craig to shut him down, but cannot find it. And Jojo is feeling it right now. Sat at 19-14. The only player on the DMU side to be positive right now. And he's really showing his impact.
Yeah, 8 kills in the past 2 rounds, definitely helping out there. But needs the rest of his team to step up if they're going to be able to complete this comeback and win out their map pick. Infinity right now sat on 3 kills. He died every single round of the first half, so we need Infinity to pick up his game a bit, stop picking up those kills, because he's playing towards the B-bomb site there. And that's going to be pretty instrumental with some of the executes that the Sea Stags have. Polo's on an awkward angle up on that bench. That's not one you check every day, but Twirl's just made it across, fortunately for him.
But they're still playing aggressive towards the playgrounds area, or the balloons area, sorry. However, they are starting to back off now as the crunch between long front toilets and the connector is coming on in. But Jojo will take down Twirl now. And now they're in a 4 versus 5 UE. Not a lot of utility left, only some smokes and flashes. Enough to execute with, but no Molotovs to help the CTs back. But will they get to that position as the CTs are still very aggressive towards toilets? And it doesn't matter though, as Crick comes from behind and catches them off guard when they were looking to contest long. The T's are creeping on up
now.
here.
Oh no, Sovereign's been dropped on the site. Polo's been caught from 2 angles. Finds the kill onto Magic, but gets tagged so low. But worse than me's tagged as well. He can't take this fight. And if he's smart about this, Polo could catch the bomb on rotation. They're taking the bomb long. That's risky. I like it because they've lost connector, so they need to try and pinch onto this player. And we're going to see Crit
Nobody's
swinging
creeping
wide
on
now.
into this long player. It's only going to be left onto Craig to try and take him down, and Craig is cut down by Polo, who is fully aware, but unfortunately the rest of his team can't capitalize on the position that Polo was making. He had long fully secured for himself, and the T's couldn't do much. He drops it, he gets the bomb caught down, and T's would have been forced into a very long rotation. Fortunately, just let that one slip away, and Yui pick up a round in very narrow fashion. And I think, they need to be thinking about how they're doing these executes, but they are going to force the CTs onto an eco. So they've kind of proven a bit worth it for them.
Yeah, Polo got so much work done there, far more than he should have been able to, but it works out in the end for Yui. Worse than me picks up that final kill on just 20 points of health. If he'd lost that one with crit out towards long and the bomb miles away, it's a very difficult 1v1 for him to win. Polo has pushed up towards A long as we see this short push in water. The Mac 10 from Craig needs to farm some cash here, but he's going to take a lot of bullets and will go down for just one. And now Polo needs to get out, stays alive for now, but going to be chased down surely by Magic.
Yeah, the T's creeping up, but he will manage to sneak on back to site, and the rotation is in hand,
Sovereign,
and
he's
a
about to be
flank
picked up.
coming up from Sovereign, yeah. And he will be shot in the back of the head by 12, holding an extremely passive angle so far back that nobody would have ever cleared that. However, the T's are still having to creep on up and take this A site here. They are getting spotted out, and Crit somehow dodges all these bullets here. And the T's are just going to close on in on Jojo, last alive, and will not be able to find some headshots like he did in the pistol round. And Yuri, they're taking a bit of a dominating lead now, 5 rounds apart.
Yeah, and the money for DUM still not looking that good. Only one player over 4K. It's going to have to be the pistols and a bit of armor, perhaps, once again. Go for that hard save. Make sure you can get that AWP onto Polo in the next round. Hopefully he can find some impact. But they need to start doing some damage to this round count, and they need to start doing some damage to the economy of UWEC stacks if they're going to be able to pick this one up moving forwards.
We have got one flash on Nero, so we'll see where that can go down. But the Molotov from Crit is going to force Polo out into an opposing angle here, but they are still aware that could potentially be dangerous. But Crit is playing with fire here as he finds a double kill, double headshot, 180 there.
That was disgusting.
Nero running on up, and Crit gets caught out by the 12 bullet pre-fire. AK couldn't find anything more. However, Sovereign, on the other hand, has pushed down Monster and picked up Craig. And 12,
Oh,
will he
don't do
go
it
for
to
the
him.
knife? And he will punish Infinity.
Oh,
And now they know where Sovereign roughly is, and they're just going to get that bomb secured and get a 13th round on the board, extending that lead to 6 rounds apart. Sovereign saving that AK. They will be able to buy up next round here, so not the worst thing if they do hunt him down and take that AK out the hands. The T side economy is looking very strong. However, you know, when it's this close to the finishing line, the MU really needs to start thinking about their own and is trying to string these rounds back to back and how they're going to do it.
Yeah, and I think it starts with P and ends with Olo, and he's going to pick up that AWP, and he needs to start turning on. He's been resoundingly quiet compared to how he'd been in the previous maps we've seen him. He's 11 for 17 now. He had 20 plus kills at this point in the maps we watched previously, so he needs to pick up that AWP, and he needs to have impact with it straight away.
Definitely so, and hopefully if he gets it up in his hands, it can start taking these fights and start to force you to play with a bit more respect. No more knife kills, you know. Nice to see Infinity back on that A1S. However, it'd be nicer to see him get a couple more kills. Currently sat at 3 and 18, 7 and 16 on Nero. Only Jojo really dominating with 20 frags. But we've got Crit and Magic on 23 and 20 as well, just being a lot more dominating, a lot more impactful so far.
Polo's posted himself up on that awkward angle on the bench, looking towards the party peak, but he's going to fall off based on the spam from Magic. Jojo thinks better of going into connector, and that's probably a good idea given there's 2 players directly below him. As worse than me, he's going to hear the players running back onto the A site. And they'll turn their attentions a bit towards the B water, try and get some control there. And it's a very passive setup from DUM. It's a complete opposite of what we were seeing from the C Stags on their CT side, where they were flashing themselves into B water, flashing into monster regularly, and going for these awkward boosts and trying to catch an off angle.
Yeah, and hopefully DMU can find around here. This is their map. We're going to head on to Nuke in the second map here. And it's a map that I don't think DMU often play. It's not their permaban here, as they have laid it through the best of 3, but they definitely need this map pick, in my opinion, if they want to sustain themselves throughout the series. But Polo, he's looking to do it all here. Goes aggressive, picks up Crit, but Twirl and worse than me chime back in. And Sovereign, with a nice frag, almost makes it a double. As a nade from Nero shuts down Twirling. Brought it into a 2-on-2 post-plant situation here. No
Craig
smoke
was
for
miles
Infinity
away.
or Nero.
They're going to see that smoke coming in. It's way too late. Both players already into the site, so that's not helped them at all. Infinity and Nero, though, the 2 bottom fraggers so far for this team, need to go absolutely huge. There's a flashbang on worse than me, but the Krieg is going to be taking the first contact here. As Nero swings wide, lands the headshot, and another one. That was what we needed to see out of him.
I think that was poor post-plant positioning by Craig there. I think he just wanted to throw smokes. He throws the smokes down for stairs. He picks another one up and he throws it down, and it forces him into this awkward angle where he is known and cleared out rather than falling back to Divider and playing this retake like it should be, where they just jiggle the bomb plant and just check the diffuser and keep him off the bomb. You know, it's not necessary to go for those peaks all the time, and it's allowed DMU a way back into the series, getting those double kills from Nero. Very nice shots, and T's are going to be able to get a buy out here. However, their economy not looking too healthy, and if they lose this round, they might be back onto another eco unless they get this bomb plant down.
They're looking to bully these B-side players. 5 players towards Monster early on for them, but we're going to see the rotation back towards the A site from the A players. So they're going to be quite quick on this rotation. Infinity sees the gun barrel and spams down worse than me with a headshot through the wall. The nades coming in are going to force him forward, and that's the bomb. But he's mollied off now. He's forced into an awkward fight. Nero fully blind, and suddenly, just like that, the turns have tabled. Sovereign's alone on the side. 4 angry T's facing him down.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult situation for the CETs here. Boxed off so many smokes means that they will not be able to find a frag here. Twirl takes some Molotov damage, but Craig the Cutter moves into that default position and leaves himself vulnerable from the AWP and from Sovereign. Will get taken down, and so they're trying to even it up, but Sovereign picks up crit now. It's left onto Twirl and Magic. Magic posted up with the AWP towards Monster. Eats a flash here, but has he baited successfully in? And he has done as they line up there. Polo tries to stick it. Sovereign steps in front. And Dewey CSGO will put themselves on 14 rounds. And I could have gone the other way. It so nearly went the other way. Sovereign was aware of where Troll could be, but Polo helped line himself up.
Yeah, quite unfortunate there. Yeah, you've got to feel for them in that case, to be honest. That retake looked pretty impossible. Then Craig, as you mentioned, works his way into that awkward position and is caught trying to run away again. But in the end, Sea Stags pull it through in that 1v2 clutch from 12, and Polo is left close to the smoke now, trying to get something done with the Deagle. They need to get something done in this round, because otherwise they're up against a match point, and they have to win 7 in a row.
Flash comes through here, and they're looking to aggress towards Connector here. Jojo wins one fight, and wins a second a fight that he should not have won, and left on 1 HP. And now the CTs have retaken that Connector control, and Magic is forced on out. The Molotov's not going to be able to do anything, and it limits his own ability to come down the ladder. So Troll is going to hold the top Connector exit, but they've already got that B short control, and so they shouldn't be fighting up here. And in my opinion, should just retake that short control and just head on back to A site through Banana or through B site here.
Yeah, definitely. Get some help from one of the B players, Infinity. And there we go. Polo's going to make it out with that AK-47. Jojo staying aggressive. He's got 1 health, but he doesn't care. He's going for another little push through the connector area, trying to get a more advanced position. But because of how much map control the CTs gave up towards A, they're unsure if they've pushed that long. They could even be getting close towards front bathrooms right now, and that's exactly what Twirl is doing. Trying to sell a bit of a fake while the main hit's coming through Monster.
And that's caused a lot of rotation here. One of the B players already run off here. It's only Nero left, and they have spotted him out. So the rotation should come back in, but Twirl is a thorn in the back, and he will find 2 for himself. Magic chimes in. 10 seconds on the clock. Nero needs to go huge, but cut down. There's all left to Jojo on 1 HP on that late flank, and Twirl sold it, and Magic punished as UEC Stags put themselves on match point on DMU's map pick of Overpass here.
Not looking good for DMU if they wanted to take the stay-at-home series. And I can't see things getting better for them moving on to Nuke. That was such a good fake by Twirl, not just because he threw the nades, but because he went in, he committed, he got a couple of kills moving forwards, and that needs to pull a rotation at that point. And by the time they realise that Magic's at Monster, he's already got a kill.
Nero on the Nova, but they're going to go aggressive towards middle, I'd say, but so white is Jojo. A full team flash and a flash from Magic means that Tor is just able to run on in full free and pick up 2 kills, and Nero cannot do anything with the Nova, and now it's left in a 2-on-5. No hope for these DMU players as Chor steps out and cleans up, and now it's on to Infinity.
1v5. He'd need more kills in this round, and he's got the entire map, and he's not even going to find the first. Craig with the headshot shuts it down. 16-8 on DMU's map pick for the UWEC Stags, and I don't think it's going to get any better for them moving on to Nuke. That's our next map.
Yeah, extremely impressive performance on a map pick that Yui are not too impressive upon normally here, and they went out quite cleanly, 16-8, with a lot of their players fragging out. And on, if you look over at the side of DMU, it's Infinity on 4 kills and Jojo on 22. There's an 18 kill disparage between the two teams, and so if Infinity can step up that fragging performance on towards Nuke, where they start out on the CT side, hopefully they have a better showing. But we are going to throw it to a quick 2 or 3 minute break whilst we get the map changed over. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into map 2 of the NSE CSGO Stay at Home series. I hope you're all staying at home and not going out here as we head on over into Nuke after Sea Stags take a dominating map victory over towards Overpass. How are you feeling about this map coming up, Robert?
I think it's going to be very difficult for DUM to get anything going on this map. I was keeping an eye on the UWC Stags when they took it on York earlier on today on this map, and they absolutely destroyed them 16-3, 16-4, something like that. I can't recall exactly, but all around a dominant CT half from the Sea Stags. And if Sea Stags are able to win 5 rounds on T side, then I think it's over. Truth be told, I think they're going to win a lot more than 5 rounds.
Yeah, and I think with UE being such a dominating team, and being one of the top uni teams, or probably the top uni team at the moment, I think they're
Definitely.
going to run away with this one, especially on a map that DMU don't often play. So I'd like to maybe pose a challenge to the C Stag side to see how many inner executes they can get out. Practice those. Keeping indoors. Don't want to go outside. Don't want to take outside. Keep inner. Keep going ramp. Go lower. Bomb site. Anything indoors. Any player going outside, I'll note down the names and we'll get him. We'll get them fined, and if they can practice a good social trade distancing, keep 2 meters away, it's a bit of a meme, but it's an effective way to get those trades in. Don't want to line up too much. So hopefully they'll be able to kind of pull that one out. But I do agree with you um, that we're going to roll on over here. We are hearing a little bit from the admin, but last
Yeah.
player is just joining the server now. So we got a minute or two before they head on into the game here. But it's going to be a very hard and tough battle for DM to come back in.
Yeah, so let's just remind all the everyone watching at home what they're playing for right now as well. The winner of this match takes home £250, I believe, and a year's supply of Monster Energy. Whereas the runners-up, do they pick up? Is it £150? £100? Remind me, John.
£50 per player, so the
50.
winning team will pick up £250 in total, with a Monster Energy drink supply drop going down to each of the players. And on the losing side in the finals, the second place team will net themselves, I think, £30 per player for a total of £150, and a crate or a supply drop for each of their players with Monster Energy. And then there will be a third and fourth playoff game to decide whether either York or Portsmouth get that extra £20 per player for a total of £100, and some energy drinks for both of those teams as well. So all these top 4 teams looking to get prizes, but we have got prizes for the other teams in the tournament. For the best of the rest, they will also be receiving a Monster Energy supply drop for their players, and there's a Monster Energy supply drop for some of the players that get the most kills, the most aces, the Monster Energy play of the tournament, and such the kind of cool challenges like that. If you do see any impressive frags and impressive highlight reels, be sure to type in !monster plays in Twitch chat, and that will automatically clip that for you. So it should be a good series coming in here, but looking to be very dominant for UE.
Yeah, lots to play for though for DMU if they want to bring that back. That extra 20 quid, that's an extra takeaway while they're living at home, trying to stay inside, as you mentioned. And speaking of staying inside, let's see what the DMU side are going to do on their pistol round as we're getting into game.
A nade, flash, and smoke. Looks like it's going to be a door pop here. Nade off that door, smoke off mini, flash on out. Maybe too many nades for Troll to throw effectively quite quickly here. But they are going to pop out of hut as well. All 4 coming out of hut. So a little bit of a fake here. Nero on top. Magic finds the first frag. Sovereign finds a second, but Nero could not find anything. And 3 quick kills in succession for the T's make that 4. As Jojo looks to clutch it out, and
Oh
Troll
no,
comes back in for the 5th. And that's going to
that's
be a
not
very
what
swift
you want
pistol
to
round.
see.
And I think that's going to set the pace here for this Nuke matchup.
Yeah, not what you want to see if you're a DUM fan. We do see the Nova coming out on Nero. He'll be taking that close to the hut position again, I'm sure, but such a clean pistol round for Sea Stags. If they weren't already feeling it after map 1, they're definitely feeling it now.
We'll see how things go on. There's Nero back on the Nova. Shotgun's not the worst on this map, as Polo cannot connect the shot and takes a lot of damage.
Oh,
And more damage from a nade here as he gets completely blown out the water. That's what you get for being outside. As Infinity plays towards ramp, and we'll take down Twirl as the rotation comes on up to the A site here.
Yeah,
CT's managed to get some kill.
if he can start warming up into this game, that's something that DMU were lacking severely in the previous map.
Oh my god, what are you
Nero with the
doing? What are you
jumping
doing?
Nova, but gets traded out by Crit, and now it's all on Sovereign and Jojo to try and shut this round down.
Oh my god, worse than me. He's just gone for it. Opened that door and felt the thud of a 12 gauge shotgun shell to the head,
Wow.
but the CTs
How
have
has that
cleaned that
happened?
up. Jojo
Jojo
coming in
just
back in
walks up the
from mini
vent.
picks up 2 and the HUD player just comes out as well.
Jojo just came up the vent and got 2 kills with the Deagle. That can't be allowed to happen like that with the open plant, especially. We're going to see a quick tech pause coming in now. I think a sound issue after that. That Nova coming in for worse than me. He's having some issue with his ears. Understandably, it's a lot of pellets suddenly going into your face.
I feel like it wouldn't be worse than these ears that would be hurting. I think it would be the rest of his teams, because if I was in that situation, I'd be letting out a bit of a scream, a bit of a yell. A bit of
It
a
is in
ping
fact
spiking
12
for
ping.
12, yeah.
Yes, that makes a lot more sense to be honest.
But damn you, they equalize it here now 1-1. Huey letting that one slip, and around that they should have had convincing. They kind of play it very individually, and with worse than me getting turned down, we are just gonna see kind of DMU let that one slip for a little brief moment. However, I don't think it's going to face them too much, as they probably opt to buy back in. But we'll see what
Yeah.
goes on. As well as already forced up a Deagle arm and a flash. We'll see what the rest of his team do. Deagles towards that outer bombs, the outer area could prove very dangerous. But Polo has been playing that outer position so far, and he's got that org. So we'll see how things go for him.
Yeah, so that org with that scope, very, very solid to the outside position, especially when there's no AWP coming in from the T side, which we won't be seeing in this round for sure. Going to be an AK-47 drop over to 12. We can get a quick update coming in from the York-Portsmouth match while we are waiting. We're having 18-18 on overtime on Nuke, I believe, right now as well. I'm not sure if that's the first map, but given how long that's going, I'd assume so. So they're looking in for a long series, late night for the third, fourth playoff match, looking for that £20 bonus that you mentioned earlier, as we are just waiting for this game to go live and 12's ping to get sorted back out. He's been dropped out AK-47, so he's definitely going to want
Oh
to have the
yeah, they are
optimal
gonna
internet.
they are gonna buy up quite heavily into this round. So potentially it will look to contest towards outside, I think, here, try and use those AKs. I still think the Krieg is potentially viable. The nerf has been, I think, brought in to limit the viability of the gun in all situations. But it still seems like it could be a potential long range kind of strong weapon here. If you
Yeah,
can get those one
definitely.
taps going towards outside with the scope, then I think it's definitely a viable gun here. It's just not as viable as it once was, where it could be an impressive long range and close range gun. So I
Yeah, the
think that's what
spray
the changes were
potential is
intended
really
for.
what's been killed.
Yeah.
So there's no way for the CTs to pick it up and hold these horrible close angles and get 3 bullet spray downs with the Krieg with the body shots, or even land that lucky headshot one shot that you can get with that Krieg still. But like you mentioned, outside on nuke, scope in, take some slow peeks. You're gonna still have the advantage against an M4 any day of the week.
Yeah, definitely so. However, Polo has picked up the org with those recent changes coming in. Means it's less accurate when scoped, so it might be a bit more difficult for him to pick up those frags. But when unscoped, it's got a little bit more accuracy. So hopefully, he should be better off when dealing with multiple players kind of pushing in towards the bomb site, as where you want to be unscoped here. However, we're still waiting for this tech pause to be resolved. Difficulties with the internet here means we're just having a bit of a delay to lengthen out the day a little bit longer, as we've been sat here casting for around 8-9 hours now, and it's really getting to us. I've never
Yeah.
been on Counter-Strike so long. People gotta look at my Steam profile and think I'm actually playing the game again.
Oh, surely not. It's all about Valorant nowadays. I mean, that said, though, if there's anyone I was going to cast with for 8 hours, John, it's got to be you. You're just one of the most easy,
Ever
laid
since
back
that
people.
first frag sock,
I
it
know exactly.
it's been love at first sight, and
It truly has, John. Thank you for being here with me.
You know,
Um,
we miss the days when we were playing and we could get third and fourth
I know, right? God,
respectively.
imagine
Now,
that.
now we're looking at these teams. It's just a shame that we can't be winning actual prizes. Back when we were playing, what we came third in
You
our
got a
first
hoodie.
season. I got nothing.
You
I
got a
have
hoodie for
nothing.
winning, and that was it in the good old days, and we were
Yeah.
grateful for it. Anyway, all of that said, it looks like we're finally going to be getting back into game now. As some of the players asking for an unpause, and we'll see what the T side can do with this little force buy. They got a couple of AKs out, trying to probably work those picks outside. They know there won't be any sniper rifles up on the other side, trying to work the long ranges. Or do you think they'll go for maybe an aggressive ramp play, try and pick off a player there, see if they are caught off guard, and
I
find a
think with the
free
lack
kill?
of utility they have to take these fights probably towards ramp. Maybe go for a bit of a contact play. With outside, you don't want to be contesting without the set smokes, and unless they start to buy them back in, which they are not going to do so, it's going to be very difficult for them to do that. Maybe they can send one of the Deagles on crit to maybe take some individual fights whilst the rest contact towards a ramp here. It's only Infinity on an MP9, which means he will have to play quite close and aggressive. So maybe not the ideal place for him as we get back into this third.
Oh, how does Polo find that kill onto Twirl? Left on 1 HP. Somehow he picks that kill up. Will get traded out by Crypt though with the wide swing into the Molotov, and Jojo can't do anything about that.
Not
Magic now
ideal for them.
working. No, I mean, I can't believe Magic with the P250 taking the fight towards Infinity.
But
Infinity's got
Infinity
a lot
holds
of
on.
pressure on him,
Why is
and
he
he's
not
going to drop.
rotated down to that lower bomb site? That's the point of being a ramp player, to delay.
Yeah, you
Find that
don't take
contact,
that
do a
fight.
bit of damage, maybe find a kill, and then get down to that other bomb site. And now they've really given up this B bomb site, and it's Jojo to contest. Worse than me finds the right way around to get that plant down. And he will maybe attempt to take a fight, but Magic here, pushed up close, could get checked by Nero, and the dink comes in. And we'll trade out here as worse than me picks up Jojo. Now it's a 2-on-2 with Nero very low. It could be dangerous, and worse than me taking down Sovereign means that they are going to pick up the round 2-1 now. And T's have done very well to kind of pull that round with a very poor buy.
Yeah, we've got to call out Infinity though. You called it out when it happened in the round, but I want to bring it up. All you've got to do as the ramp player there is fall off into the B site, stay alive as long as you can, and use your utility to buy time for the rotation. Instead, he tries to stick around, try and pick up some frags. Maybe he's feeling a bit down on himself after the last map performance, but it's no excuse for playing that like that. Polo's gonna see Crit jumping up on the box, but unable to land a tag. Will tag up worse than me though on the
We've got a
retreat.
Negev over towards
Wow,
Nero over
just
ramp, which is
obliterates
taken
him.
down, and Troll picks up 2 frags for himself. And then the Negev, I don't think is awful. It's quite oppressive. However, not ideal coming up against this AK here. And will not find any damage at all. And Jojo, nice headshot there, takes down Crit.
And that's the other prong of this B hit. It's gone. Sovereign gonna get a bit aggressive towards the lobby, and Craig's been waiting for that all round long. Jojo's gonna rotate out of Bingo back towards the upper side. And that looks like to be the right call as the T side are working their way back towards her and running out onto A now. Polo though, he can't repeat this without getting a headshot, but
Oh,
Jojo's
another
got
nice headshot there for Jojo. Looking to find a third. Instead, we'll find Troll's AK as Troll picks up a 4K into this round. And he's really starting to step up. His performances in the last 2 maps were good, but they were never top of the scoreboard. But now he's looking to come into his own kind of zone. 6-2 right now, finding that flow state here as the CT's looking by a couple of pistols up, but they are 3-1 down, and this is a CT-sided map, maybe not as dominant as it once was, but with Yui getting 3 rounds already, it's looking like all hope's lost for DMU.
Definitely, especially as this more than likely a fourth. There is a deagle on Jojo, and he's been able to do some nasty things with that throughout the course of this tournament. But even then, with the way Twirl playing like he is, with the way Craig the Krieger even is getting onto the scoreboard now, he's got 5 kills. Magic's adding to his tally as well as Polo gets dropped towards Secret. They've just lost all map control, and they've got ramp and they've got A site, and they have no idea what the T side are doing.
Yeah. G-side just playing this so well, deny that info, get that map control, and just work it. And with DMU maybe not being so good at Nuke not having that team play, the coordination. They're just kind of getting picked and pulled apart. They don't know how to rotate. And that is one thing that's going to punish a CT side. It doesn't maybe necessarily matter about the picks when your rotations are very lackluster and always in the wrong position.
Oh
And
no.
Infinity just feels the wrath of the toes getting tickled as Sovereign's left on this B bomb site when they're hitting towards A, and it's going to be very frustrated. Hopeful
Futile
attempt.
P2000 shots fired off towards the ceiling. He knows he's got no chance. He's just going to sit him and wait for the T's to come to him. He knows they're going to hunt. They're feeling confident. But I just can't see him getting anything done. If he could find an AK and save it, that's probably the ideal situation. And Magic looks to be walking into this B bomb site. Sovereign peeks out and shot from above.
Yeah.
No chance whatsoever for
No
them.
chance for them. As UEC Stags look to take this half very positively here. 4-1 so far, and the CT's on a poor buy here. Infinity opting for the head armor, not wanting to buy smoke. Same for Sovereign. Not ideal situations for them, however. They have got rifles on the board at least, and we'll see where they can put them to good use.
No Molotovs though, and they're such an important part of the CT's utility. On this map, Polo still fragging, still performing for DMU. He finds the first pick onto Magic Outdoors, but does get tagged down quite low himself. And worse than me, still looking for this trade, playing around with these outside smokes. But Polo just sitting around the edge of it, using it as a kind of one-way, will eventually be dropped by Crit. He's going to swing onto Jojo as well. He runs for his life, and outside control has finally ceded the way of the team.
But a lot of damage is being put out on towards these T players. 3 players sat around half HP. And only Jojo taking back some damage for himself. And Nero takes down Crit from Heaven. Worsenby has managed to sneak his way around the outside. However, the CTs have got this mana advantage. We'll just have to see where Worsenby can put this to good use. Looking to just clear out the close part of Heaven before going aggressive. Nero looks to be the victim here, though. Is he aware of this possibility? He's not, and Worsenby goes for the very quick spray, attempts to kill him, doesn't try and hold that trigger discipline, but it is going to work out for the T's as they burst on out onto A site. Very dangerous attack coming in from Heaven, and Infinity, he will pick up Worsenby, and now he has a chance to retake this situation. Bomb's just gone down 2-on-1. And
No
he doesn't have a
defuse
kit.
though. No, this is going to be so tough retaking into this site. They know he's either coming from Heaven, and as that smoke mates towards this main position, Craig has got his eye trained on. He's going to walk into the angle. Infinity does land a headshot, and he's still got time to go for this. Thinking about the save, but he needs to be on the bomb right now if he's got a chance to win this round, and he realizes he hasn't got a hope of winning it. Just spam 12 through, down to 16 health, but too little, too late. He's just going to hold on to this AK-47. Hope to catch Twirl on the exit hit, which he will, and hold on to the AK as I mentioned. But another round for the Sea Stags. It's getting a bit out of control now. I mentioned that I thought the Sea Stags with 5 rounds are guaranteed the win on the CT side, but they've got 5-1 right now. It's really not looking good for DMU.
Yeah, very difficult situation there for the DMU side, and UE's already filled up that kind of round quota that you expect to see potentially from T sides. I think typical halves are around 10-5 now on Nuclear. That's what it should feel like. However, with it being 7 rounds in and they've already got those 5 rounds on the board, you'd hate to see it from DMU as Twirl takes down Jojo. Aggressive towards lobby here as Nero slipped through the door, but Craig the Krieger is holding passive in a very difficult to clear angle.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they're aware of Nero's position as yet. Twirl's going to walk in. Worse than me gets dropped as well. Crit, though, finds a return right on the Sovereign. Nero's going huge with a third. It's left to Magic and Crit. They've lost control of the bomb, they've lost control of Nero, and they've no idea where either of these 2 remaining CTs are.
I've never seen 3 players run at a man with such aggressiveness and such vigor whilst not holding a gun out. But Magic will somehow wipe Polo there, but holds on. We'll take him down, rotating to the vents here. So he will get that plant secured. CT's looking to retake from ramp here. Infinity already out, and then Magic cannot find the shot. They will win that retake situation, that post-plant. They will secure the ult potentially and put it over towards outside for Polo.
Yeah, huge round from Nero there. 4k for him in the round. Just invested in that CZ75. No armor. Nothing further invested. And that saved AK from Infinity only picks up 1 kill. It's all on the back of the pistols that they get around. Orb dropped over to Polo, as you mentioned. I wonder if he'll be going aggressive or he'll take a bit more of a passive angle, show the Sea Stags perhaps the respect they deserve. And that's the money for the Sea Stags kind of ruined as well. They've only got 2k on
I
Twirl.
think they
Everyone
should
else is
probably
sitting
go for
below
like an
1,000.
outside exec here. You know,
Yeah, we're going to
if
see.
you think they have the AWP and go for these outside smokes, stop him from being able to get any information here. But Magic going for an ambitious peak, and that's going to be an early pick gifted the way of the CTs, and they're still going to maintain that outside control. So the T's are very boxed off here with little to it no information on where the CTs are, and the CTs have a lot of information to where they are forced in towards the lobby and towards ramp. Infinity needs to play smart here. He does find one, but he attempts to stay here, but the rotation from the AWP is around, so not the worst decision in the world. CTs are looking strong into the 8th round here, looking to get a third on the board for themselves. As the flashes come out, the T's are looking to pop out towards Mini and Hut. Troll, Craig, and worse than me looking to find the frags, but hesitation on their behalf.
The AWP in heaven and the player towards Mustang. AWPer goes down though, and it's all onto Sovereign to pick up these frags. Craig's going to trade him, but Jojo up behind worse than me is going to clean up the round with 2 swift headshots of his own. Only downside to this for DUM, they're not able to save that AWP, but Polo, he's got plenty of cash. He's probably going to reinvest into it right away.
Yeah, definitely. And a nice clean round coming out from DMU. And they may have their 5 rounds, but if DMU can start to string rounds together, start to force the T-side economy into some dire states, then might be able to get 10 rounds on the board. However, smokes coming down and outside, Molotovs as well. Just twirl on the AK as they do these outside smokes, trying to get in towards this lower bomb site. And the CT is going to go for a fast rotate here. 2 down vents straight away, and ramp is already over.
Into the meat grinder here. It's all on these headshots from the Deagle so far, even though Twirl did pause up on that AK. Suddenly left into a 2-on-3 situation, but the bomb's been cast down at the feet of Infinity. Crit and worse than me going to have to work together to retrieve that. But Infinity, he's just going to flash off and maybe back away from it. Doesn't need to take any fights he doesn't need to. He's pretty isolated here until Polo just playing with the door to try and bait in a peek. Quick flash, worse than me trade. Sovereign though, double spray down. He got tagged low. If he goes down there, that's a 1v1, and Polo's going to struggle to trade with the AWP at that position.
Yeah, nice round coming out from DMU there. A little bit hectic in the vent position. Maybe not the necessary way you want to rotate down there. As it lends itself to the pistols very well. However, if the rotation came down a bit sooner, they could have been a little bit safer. But they do manage to pick up a fairly clean round on the board, and their economy's not doing too badly. They have got all the utility that they want. But the T side, they're looking a little bit out of ideas. There's no real variation to their T sides. They can't find too much on ramp, and the outside smokes haven't been proving too worth it for them.
This is the first round I can remember where they've thrown these smokes and they're sort of baiting off the back of it, showing some presence, but not a lot. Polo, he's getting tagged down, peppered by some bullets towards outside, but he's still alive on 42 points of health. And after throwing those outside smokes, I think this is the first time that the CTs don't know if anyone's down, but Nero just takes a peek in through the squeaky door and finds a kill onto Twirl. That was just the Deagle. He'd forced up onto that Hero AK last round, so not the hugest of losses, but not going to be good for the Sea Stags moving forward in a 4-on-5.
No. Especially in this 5-4 situation with very little utility left, it's going to be difficult for them to find a way into this round. Especially when the rotation is appropriately stacked towards this A bomb site, keeping the CTs close towards that inner bomb site, and see if the T's can burst out here. Jojo has been so good so far in this series. Looking to maybe get a multi-frag, but will he get timed by Magic here? The door player gets one, and Magic will find the timing to slip out through the net as Polo takes down worse than me. 3-on-2 now as the T's are very low, and CTs can just use their utility and wait out a little bit. Sovereign through the door though, Polo taken down. Now this round becomes a little bit more dangerous.
The HP though on these Sea Stags players is so low that Infinity should be able to just swing wide, find Magic, and there we go. As that happens, Sovereign drops crit as well. So it got a bit scary for a moment there, but in the end, DUM with the retake, again, they won't hold on to the AWP, and this time with the economy looking how it is, it's a bit more dangerous for them.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. However, DMU looking to start coming back into this, and they're looking quite impressive on their CT side of Nuke. After a bit of a weak start, they find their footing, they stabilize, and coming back into this game, guns are blazing.
Yeah, we're going to see a half buy coming up from the Sea Stags. They've got pistols and armor on all of their players. But Craig, and they're just running into Infinity again. He's hanging around and taking these fights. He seems insistent that he wants to take this. And he's dying on this sword over and over again. He drops over an A1S and Twirl's just lurking in the smoke. Surely you're not ready for this.
Oh, that nades has
That
bounced back and all through the way.
angles.
But Jojo takes down Craig, and now the CTs are fully rotated in as takes down Magic as well. Left on towards the final few remaining players. Jojo gets a couple and Polo puts the barrel down his throat as Crit feels the orb. And it's on towards Twirl, whose bait couldn't pay off now. And DMU, they're looking so much better here.
Yeah, great recovery into the second half of this opening half of map 2 as the Sea Stags go from 5-1 up to 5-6 down. And they're going to have another buy together. This is the first time in a few that they've all had their rifles and utility at once. Magic on the AWP, and they're going to invest attack pause into this round to try and figure out how this dominant T half has collapsed into something that could go to 10-5 against them.
I'd maybe like to see a variations in the outside smokes, you know? It's something that we saw recently with FaZe where they train the outside smokes, they train the CTs to be prepared for execute, but you know, a variation that they do is throw the outside smokes, but split fast towards mini and rotate in and isolate out that AWP so on the outside so you cannot find their pick, and then split quickly towards the inner bomb site. And if they can do that, I think they'll have a lot of success. As you know, one of the players on the CT side is it Jojo plays towards mini has been proving very strong at playing that position, but if he gets split from two different angles at once, it could be very difficult for him.
Definitely, and these outside smokes going to be coming in once again. Let's see if they commit anyone off the back of it. Looks like Crit's going to be making his way down Secret and everyone else falling off towards.
But the rotation's not really being called over. You know, not many people rotating down to this lower bomb site as of yet, but Sovereign will take over from Ramp, and Infinity should look to rotate back down, but they're looking to hold on here. As 12 should be working his Crit should be working his way through the lower bomb site. Will he work his way up then? Trade comes out on towards Ramp as Polo's rotating away, but Infinity still there. Takes down 2 frags for himself. And finds a third. He's completely shut down that lower bomb site push, and Crit chimes back onto Nero, but Craig the Cutter has to find that kill. And now he steps up, and the noise steps ahead, and Polo gets takes him down, and it's on to Crit in a 1 versus 2. Oh, and he cannot find the final kill there as he loses out on that round. And now DMU, they're starting to take a good grip into the series. 7-5 now. And if they get these next few rounds on the board, they're looking to have potential for a comeback into the series. They are 1-0 down onto the map pick of the UEC Stags of Nuke. If it does go over to the third map, that will be Inferno. A map both teams play quite often, so we'll see how it goes. But the outside smokes come down, and again, not respected by Polo, skirting on by in towards Secret already. And he will be able to find one shot, but misses it. And worse than me, finds a headshot, and I don't know how that one's missed. Rotation comes in there as Sovereign drops down towards the lower bomb site, and Polo DCs from the game. Maybe just trying to fix his game after missing that shot. But Jojo takes down Magic, and a double kill for him, sneaking on by behind them. That's Magic and Crit taken down as they look to lurk out towards Ramp here in the 13th round of the half. And they like to go down towards the lower bomb site and opt to go towards Hell and potentially up towards Heaven here and outside. If they can find the timing, they could catch these inner bomb site players off guard. There's 2 towards outside. You know, these players could catch them, and Chua will find the first kill onto the outside player. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation here. Jojo still holding on the bomb. Creeping on closer, but Nero's gonna hold on and will almost line them up. Doesn't find the frags and will cut down or get cut down by Craig the Krieger. As the CT retake has to come on in now. No real chance, I think. But the Molotov forcing him out. Jojo almost wins that fight though. And now it's a 1v3 full time really left on the board for the post-plant situation. However, a lot of util being expended by the T's means that they are going to have to fall on back. But Infinity, he wants to put some damage in and will not find anything. And now, do we finally get around on the board after losing 6 in a row? It's been a tough time for them. However, you know, they got it back. And now if they can win this one, it's going to be a great half for them. You know, they should be satisfied with their half so far into this game. So we'll see how things progress. As we'll see the CTs buy up, and their economy is not too great. Polish managed to purchase an AWP, but a mixture of pistols and rifles on the rest of the players is not what you want to see. The outside smokes come on back in as standard. 2 close smokes though. An extra smoke being expended. Jojo being forced off with the Molotov, and they're going to go straight down secret here. 14th round, and the CT rotation is very slow at catching these, and Infinity might be caught off guard here if he doesn't position himself correctly. The player's already up towards control, and they're going to look to enter out of double door here.
Hello, John. I think I'm back. I apologize
Welcome
for that.
back,
Where
Robert.
are we? We've got this plank going down on the B site, and Infinity trying to find this kill, but Crit in the meantime has found 2 kills towards Events, and Craig's just picked up that headshot and to Infinity. So Sea Stags look like they're stabilizing out towards the end of this half.
Yeah, but shots. Oh my god, that was sloppy, missing all around. And UEC Stags managing to pick up their 7th round on the board. Polo going to try and save the AWP. Something he definitely wants to do here. So that loss bonus is right down there in the dirt, meaning that they'll only be able to purchase pistols in this final round of the half. And looks like they'll give UEC Stags the advantage coming into the next half. However, they did win a pistol force buy in the 2nd round, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They took that one quite surprisingly. I remember Jojo coming up with the final 2 kills in a 2v3 situation there for DMU. So hopefully the Sea Stag will be looking to avoid that situation again. Do have a much superior buy. We see the Nova coming back out for Nero, so they're going to want to be careful of that flying across their screens. But only this AWP on Polo you'd expect being able to put in work, especially with this fast inner hit coming on. Polo's miles away. Nero's going to have to land some shots with the Nova, but he missed his jump.
Oh, lots of spam being put out, and we'll see Nero clean up with the Nova there. I was going to say AWP, it felt like an AWP at that close range, and CT's looking to rapidly retake this. Craig the Krieger cannot find the kill, and the SMGs find work here. So they find 2 frags. Crit holding on here, picks up 2 double kills for himself. Looking to close it on out here, finds a spam, but cannot find the frag onto Infinity. Both CTs are low. Sat high in the sky here is Magic in a 1 versus 1 now. That's where Jojo is, as drops on down, and no kit in hand. It's going to be very difficult for Jojo. Smokes off the choke, and the Molotov's going to go down over towards the bomb, but doesn't land, and Jojo gets cleaned up, and UEC Stags take the half 8-7 on T side of Nuke. It was looking very promising for DMU, wasn't it?
Yeah, they strung together 6 rounds there, and it looked like they might be making the comeback to a pretty solid half there, maybe a 10-5 or a 9-6, but in the end it will be the Sea Stags who run out ahead with the advantage, going on to the favoured side of their map pick, and DMU are going to have to really bring something special out if they're going to bring this one back.
Yeah, we need to see an impressive performance start off strong into the 2nd half of the NSE CSGO Stay-at-Home Series Finals between DMU and UEC Stags, and they're going quick towards door. No nades, and Crit is going to have to spam this USP away and need to connect some headshot. Will find one, but Jojo and Infinity chimes back in. One apiece, and now The teams have full control as a bomb site and Infinity comes swinging out towards Magic and no util, but they've got the guns ablazing and Sovereign as well. They just keep finding these heads. Craig finally finds a tap over towards Infinity, but again, their attacks have been so good on these Glock.
Yeah, Infinity with those long range headshots and finishing them off with the body tags as well. 3 kills for him. He's really turned it up this match. He was, what, 3 kills by the end of last map, but this time 17 leading the scoreboard for his team. And that's a pistol round going the favour of DMU. 1 apiece on Nuke. Force by coming straight back in from the
But
C-Stacks. Yeah, Nero picking that one up as well. A couple of
so many
rifles.
SMGs on the board there.
Yeah, no shotguns, unfortunately. We're not going to have any of that fun. And there's a huge gap in those smokes. I really
Yeah,
hope
those
that's
are not the
they're
ideal
making me
outside smokes, are they?
I really hope that's not going to be a feature here. Polo gets spotted on the cross. Crit sees another, tags up Jojo, sees another, and it's all going to be down to worse than me to find these kills, but only able to spray down one.
Yeah, maybe too aggressive there from him. And, oh my god, 12 swings out and will only find one herself. And cannot find any more, but Crit with the Deagle again, spamming, gets 2 kills. Now as I've done De Niro, tagged down earlier, half HP, and we'll see if Crit can find in the Bison though. 40 bullets still left in the mag, doesn't need to reload anytime soon here. As he keeps tapping away, trying to bait out a peek from the CTs, but they hold on strong. Spots one out towards the vents here. Craig will go aggressive, and the MP9 beats out against the Bison. Did you look to steal that forced buy back?
And that's worst case scenario for DUM. They're going to force right back at them. Galil out on Jojo. Infinity can do the same if he wants a rifle. Will indeed pick that one up. Deagle for Polo. Sovereign and Nero a bit late with their buys. Finally going to see a CZ and a Scout for Sovereign coming through. But look, there's 4 rifles already onto the CT side. Only one of them doesn't have head armor. It's going to be very tough to crack this into this A site and continue this force buy fight. Which, if DUM can win this, they come out on top of in the end.
Yeah, the war of attrition, as it is normally called. We'll see the teams force back in until they can string a couple of rounds back to back. With the game so close, could prove quite fruitful in the end. Here's Jojo gets spotted out by Worse Than Me. He's running around outside with his FAMAS, needs to maybe plant his position. Flash has come back and Counter Flash, or Team Flash I think, stops the peak coming on in as Worse Than Me repositions again, looking for another aggressive peek in. Sovereign does try and take the fight towards him, and now Worse Than Me is getting squeezed upon, and 12 steps out of the smoke, takes down Jojo. That's gonna buy Worse Than Me some space, but it doesn't matter, it's 12. Picks up a double kill and Crit chimes back in. Polo and Sovereign though, not out of the game.
No, this Galil picks up but 18 HP for Polo. He's barely alive, and Magic on the flank from Ramp's going to find that kill. Leave it all up to Sovereign. He's found a Galil, but he's got no armor. He's taken directly into 2 players. Instant headshot from Twirl, and that force by gets shut down. And there surely has to be a save now from DUM as they let an 11th round slip.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna have to kind of ease on by. You lost 2 in a row. Means the CT economy is kind of there. Just allow your loss bonus to stack up now and just wait for this kind of buy round to come on in and try and chain together rounds after that. But they have bought a couple of pistols, looking to take some guns out of the hands of the CTs, but Jojo runs through the fire and the flames to get cut down by Crit in the end, and Magic catches the cheeky play from Sovereign trying to push through smoke, and 12 looking to close out onto Nero. As the CT's just taking fights all over the place, and they want to end this now.
Yeah, all these T pushes more out of hope than any kind of expectation of it going well. Infinity left alone, 1v5, the bomb and a P250 to his name. Can't really get much done from this position, just hoping that someone's going to walk into him and gift him a rifle, but we can see the C-Stags, they've all backed off, they're holding their angles in the sights, not overextending into this for now, and just waiting for Infinity to make the first move.
I don't see what Infinity aims to achieve here. If the T's want to get on with this next round, he should go in and die.
Maybe they're taking this as a little team
if they
timeout. Yeah.
If they are taking this as a timeout where they can talk about what they want to do, then it would be ideal. But at some point, you have too much of an idea. You might even start doubting yourself. You just need to go in and die. Especially now, he tries to back off here. just end this round. Not for our sakes, but for yours. It's just too much time wasted, and the rest of his players will get a bit frustrated here as to why they're not getting on with this round. I know I certainly would be. Just go and die, get this next round on the board, and get this buy round ready and prepared here. Polo goes straight for the Krieg and no utility. And the money has not been too good here, and those pistols bought up in our previous round has cost them quite a few smokes coming into this round.
Yeah, and they got no work done, so pointless investment previous round, hamstringing themselves this one. Infinity going for these outside picks along with Nero and I believe it's Polo up top with the Creed. Magic tagged down heavily through the smoke, but Sovereign similar damage returned to him as it's pretty passive outside setup for the CTs. Worse than me sort of creeping out towards this big blue container, but that's the only presence is he and Crit just holding their angles, tapping away, trying to land these headshots.
Yeah, I like this angle from Crit. It's a good passive angle. And it's very difficult to land the headshot onto him, especially when the T's don't have that many Kriegs. They have the one Krieg of Polo, but before it would be a lot easier to find the frag with all the Kriegs on the board. However, Magic will find Sovereign, and the trade doesn't come quickly enough as he manages to skate down towards a low bomb site. And Wasami takes an aggressive swing here. Will find one, but traded very rapidly out as the swing maybe wasn't necessary. And Crit in towards that angle. Jojo prepared for it, but 3 dings from Crit, and that's a lot of damage done, and he's easily cleaned up now as you have a 4-round difference, 12-8 now. 4 away from taking the NSE CSGO Stay-at-Home Series Finals and netting themselves £250, and more importantly, a lot of monster energy to keep us through these rough times.
Crit has 23 kills, sure. He also has 10 assists. He's been pumping out damage like a maniac this game. 123 ADR for him, 12 close behind on 102. And credit to Jojo as well, actually. 101 ADR after 20 rounds while losing. Quite impressive, but worse than me, 3 kills surely on What is going on? That's an embarrassing moment. But he's going to be gang now.
Oh my god!
Oh no! It's all gone wrong for worse than me. He only finds one in that situation. Crit here to clean up another kill onto Polo and flicks onto the head of Sovereign. Infinity left alone. 1v4. Finds the first with the M4, but Crit keeps on adding to his tally. But that spray from worst. We've all been there, haven't we? Where the player just runs a bit too quickly across the screen. Your spray just doesn't quite keep up with them. You know, it happens. What can you say about it? You okay, John?
GG go next, I'd say, you know. Just very unfortunate that Pele's decided to put his rollerblades on and skirt on by through outside here. Maybe emulating Foot here, he hit that hop and got that full speed bonus, and worse than me just could not catch up. And Hero's going to get absolutely dominated with nades here. Manages to dodge the second one, but the first one did 50 damage, and worse than me, his helmet has been seen. And he will look to be squeezed on out. If he uncrouches, he should have his head ripped off, but I thought there for a second it would have been a chance for him, but Polo and Sovereign clean up towards outside here, and they've got some picks going on.
Indeed, Crit has been taken down, and that's a huge scalp to take early on to the round. A lot of pressure going to be put onto this inner hold, as it looks like it's going to be Craig and Magic as 12 finds 1 kill outside. Can't quite finish up onto Jojo, and Magic can't go down here. Craig's got to find the kill onto Nero, which he does. Wide swing from Magic at Heaven, and all on Craig. Now 1v3 situation. Fakes the run towards ramp, but they're already planting on B. He should have committed to that one if he wanted to get down there in time.
Yeah, and Craig is just going to have to save here. No chance really for him. There's a lot of damage being put out into these T's, but not a lot of time. He's got a smoker flash and a kit, so I think he's going to opt to do his step made, so we'll see how he proceeds into this. Polo's still on the bomb, and the peak comes out, and the MU, you know, they're not out of it, and they're performing a lot better onto Nuke than I thought they would have.
Yeah, I thought this game would be over by now, to be honest. 22 rounds in, that's a 16-6, easy peasy for C-Stags. They're running home with all the monster that the 250 quid they'll win couldn't even buy. But instead, 13-9, and the money for the C-Stags is pretty low. If they lose this round, then it's going to have to be an eco.
Outside smoke gonna come on in for the T's. However, the close one isn't there, and aggressive Molotov means that the T's haven't got any outside presence and potentially scared of an aggressive peek here as Polo takes down Magic. And that's an important frag given away towards Rampy, and the CT's going to have to rotate over as Polo looks to re-aggress towards this inner bomb site, but the CTs are holding
Oh
strong and
no.
not a great nade there. Oof!
Twirl's feeling it. He just drops into the face of Infinity and lands that headshot instantly. Rotates around through Secret, and there's two players now with Worse Than Me outside fighting this one to solve
Oh,
them.
nice,
Springs up
clean,
zero.
crisp
Wow.
kills from Worse Than Me.
And that's going to be a 3-1 for Twirl as JoJo's ducking and weaving. He's
Oh
trying to
my,
get out here alive. Like
just
near.
die, Jojo, just die, man.
There we go. There.
Oh,
What
he
a HG
survives the
grenade!
nade. Oh, he
How
gets
is
a
it going
kill.
on? Polo now in a
Oh
1-on-2,
my
and
god.
this is actually doable.
If Polo wins this, it's gonna be so funny.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, he cannot pull that clutch. JoJo's wasted so much time, manages to find a frag that he just simply should not have gotten.
That was
But
such
that
a
does mean
CSGO
we
nade.
go to
Yeah.
14 rounds, two more rounds away from taking the finals 2-0 on their own map pick here on Nuke. If DMU somehow come back from this, we will see Inferno as the third and final map of the series. Wasn't me being spot out towards outside, but
He's still pushing. He's
perhaps
going around the
not.
side of that smoke, maybe.
Magic
Magic's
has
forced
to
off a
fall
ramp
back
there.
now. Here come the T's, hunting close, one taken down, going for an aggressive EP,
Oh,
finds a
wow.
second, looking for the third, cannot land the shot. Quickly shut down, but not for nothing as he gets 2 kills coming into this round as JoJo's trying to shut down 12, will find that connection of the spray. The CT's all around the
Aero's
T's now,
so
and
unaware, though.
yeah, and Craig is gonna shut him up here. And Crit coming back in. Now it's left to Polo. Long flank here coming down towards ramp.
Not
And
planted for
he's
him,
not going to
though,
be
and
able
they're
to find
sticking
that
it.
diffuser, and he cannot
Misses the
even
first shot. He's just got to
find the
run away and
shot.
save.
And
And
now they
that's
are
going to be
the
match point coming in for the Sea Stags. One
championship.
more round needed for them to take the stay-at-home CSGO championship. It's been 2 days of Counter-Strike, gruelingly long days, you could say. Started off about midday yesterday with the Swiss stage. 6 maps coming in for all of the teams there, and they've been playing through today. 2-0 in their first game against Sussex, 2-1 against York, and they're looking to 2-0 DMU here in the grand final. Polo
Aggressive peek
trying to have
towards
his
A.
say about it.
Ooh, almost finds a frag there. The Molotov smoke makes it a little bit harder to see. He will find 12 caught out. And the Molotov's going to force him close, and the smoke comes down. But they are going to fall back now. 5-on-4 situation. We'll see what they can do here. Polo could find a second frag, and he will find it onto Craig here. The Crit unknown says hello from
Oh,
above.
no.
Shuts it down. Death from above here. Finds 2 frags and shuts down the push. Coming in, looking to close it on out now.
Such a promising start from Polo as he finds the double entry, but it's all falling apart. Back into a 3-on-3. Worse than me is going to have to find 2 kills. We saw him pick up both flags outside earlier, but not going to find one this time as Jojo and Nero are going to be making their way into the A bomb site. But Jojo picked up by Magic and Crit in this off angle, surely going to find the kill. And Sovereign now, tournament life on the line, 1v2 clutch. Crit finds the headshot instantly, and it's going to be the UWEC Stags winning the NSE stay-at-home CSGO championship.
Yeah, Crit with a 4K to close it on out there in dominating fashion. There was a possibility we thought for DMU to come back in there, but when UEC Stags got on their CT side, it looked like all hope lost. And congratulations to them as they do take home the grand prize of £250 and a couple of kind of supply drops of monster energy for each of the players. Commiserations to DMU. They kind of really turned up there and they made it a close series, but unfortunately, Yui show out there. And we thank you all for watching. If you've got any final words, Robert Thomas, say them now.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Pace for observing throughout the day and also to Charlie for producing. They've both done a great job behind the scenes, and this wouldn't be possible without people like that. So big shout out to them as well.
Thank you all for watching. Stay indoors. Catch you next time.